Wow.
Didn't I just see you on the screen, Tom? Didn't I just see you on the screen?
I turned it off.
Oh, good job.
Go check it out.
Yeah.
Wonder where the interference was coming from.
Now
I know. Right here, it's like roommate. This is your house. Look at my space. Well, I'd rather snuggle. I know.
Whatever the last. We have a parking issue.
We have a solution for that.
It's actually.
Yeah.
I have my own problem.
Yep.
This is actually.
Do you mind if I grab a bottle of water?
Quick, like a bunny.
Okay, we are live on Facebook, everyone.
Thanks, Julie. We'll get started, folks. Let's call the meeting to order. This is a meeting of the Village of Shorewood Hills Board of Trustees. Tonight is Tuesday, September 16th, 2025. The time is 7 o'clock. Let's call the meeting to order. Julie, can you do the roll call?
Okay, here we go. President Imes,
Present.
Carol Barford. Here. Steve Marvasuna.
Present.
Paul,
Here.
Mark Letterer,
Here.
Sean Lutfi,
Present.
and Kate Olsbeck. Here.
Okay, item 3, approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion? Dietmar.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna propose changing the order of some things. I'd like to move item 8C.
Yep.
Roman numeral 1 up to right after procedures and orientation, so before the public comment.
Correct.
And then I would like to, I'm proposing to switch the order of item 8C, Roman numeral 2 and 3 around, so that the discussion of the CIP happens before the conversation of the facilities projects.
Is there a second to that?
I second that.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have another quick flip.
Are
Wait,
you amending the motion?
Oh, well, I guess, should we do them separately then? Or I have another agenda.
Julie, should we do those separate?
Well, I'm working on wording of this one right now.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna move item 8C1 before public comments. And
Correct.
item 8C3 before item 8C2.
Correct, that would be
Yes.
an accurate statement.
Okay,
You need a motion and a,
well, now Kate wants to do something.
yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
Kate.
so I would like to make a motion for 8C2 to flip A and B so that I would present before Tom Deegan's update.
Is there a second to that?
Now is that, do we have, okay, wait.
Yeah,
Wait, that's all one motion. It's all one motion.
so it's not my motion.
Okay,
I will consider the friendly amendment
Right.
to the motion.
Right.
Thank you very much. I forgot my Robert's Rules of Order today, but let's do that. So I'll seek the amendment to that, and I guess I'll look around. the room if there are any other-
Sure.
And then Shabnam seconded that.
Okay.
Further discussion?
Okay, so B before.
Before A. Before A.
Lord, sorry, thank you. You guys are challenging me tonight.
You're doing great.
Okay, so we have a motion, I'm sorry, did we have a second?
Yes.
Shabnam. with a
Thank
second.
you.
Yeah. Further discussion, Julie, you ready? Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. That motion carries.
To approve the agenda as amended.
Approve the agenda as amended.
Thank you.
Item 4, statement of public notice. Just want to confirm that the meeting was properly noticed.
It was.
Brian, Julie, thank you. Procedures orientation, just want to remind folks that this meeting is being taped on Facebook Live, but any comments, reactions there won't be reviewed contemporaneously by board members. But if folks have questions or comments, they should send those directly to our village administrator, Brian Mooney. As you heard, we're moving discussion and possible action resolution R-2025-13 Village Board Recognition of Service for our Administrative Services Coordinator, David Sykes, who has served the village for over almost 40 years. And given that 40 years of service, we certainly weren't going to wait for him to be recognized. But I do have a resolution I'd like to read.
Before I do that, John, can I go ahead and make the motion for the resolute? Don't we have to make a motion to pass that resolution?
That would be fine, Mark. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll make the motion to approve resolution R 2025-13, Village Board Recognition of Service, Administrative Services Coordinator David Sykes.
Thank you, Mark. Is there a second, Bob? Thank you. Further discussion? I'm going to read. Go ahead, Carol.
I'm just gonna say, I'm awfully glad David is gonna continue to be an election official.
Thank you, Phil.
And maybe more if we can pull them back in. So, see.
Who seconded that motion? I'm sorry.
Bob.
Thank you.
So this again is, can I read the resolution? To make sure that people don't want to change their vote? This, of course, is resolution R-2025-13, Village Board of Trustees Recognition of Service, Administrative Services Coordinator, David Sykes. A resolution to honor and recognize David Sykes of the Village of Shorewood Hills Administration Office on the occasion of his retirement. Whereas it is appropriate that this village board should recognize those employees who have dedicated long time careers to the Village of Shorewood Hills. Whereas David Sykes grew up in the Village of Shorewood Hills, going to elementary school, Four Corners Camp, Land Rec Camp, participating in swim and dive teams, and causing general mischief over the years. Whereas David Sykes was first employed by the village from 1985 to 1991 as a nighttime emergency dispatcher in the days before 9/11. I should say not 9/11, 911. Whereas David Sykes returned to the village in 1992 after a brief stint in Phoenix, Arizona, to work as the emergency services coordinator for the EMS and fire department. And apparently he missed winter. So was that it, David? Yeah. Whereas David Sykes moved to the administration office in 2013 full-time after the village contracted with Madison Fire for fire and EMS services. Whereas throughout his long career, David demonstrated an irreplaceable knowledge of the village's history, integrity, and admiration of his colleagues, and gained respect among village residents. Whereas in 2025, after nearly 40 years of employment at the Village of Shorewood Hills, David plans to continue volunteering with the EMS and Fire Association for July 4th activities and will work as an election official, as that was what Carol mentioned. Now therefore be it resolved that the Shorewood Hills Board of Trustees does hereby recognize September 18th, 2025, the occasion of David Sykes' retirement date, as David Sykes Day. Rick, best wishes on his retirement. Resolution adopted the 16th day of September 2025. David, congratulations again and look forward to celebrating. Enjoyed celebrating with you with staff at lunch today. It was a really, really nice opportunity that you guys put together, Chrissy and Julie and company. And look forward to celebrating more on the 18th. And then you can hang out through the whole meeting if you need to. I just want to make sure we extend an opportunity.
I still want to vote on my motion.
Yes, okay. So any further discussion on the motion? Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. There you go. It's official. Thanks, David. So, yeah, thanks, David. Really appreciate it. So we're gonna move into the public comment section. And of course, this is an opportunity for community members to speak to the board. No discussion or action may take place at this time, but trustees may ask clarifying questions. Speakers may be limited to 3 minutes. And before we get started, I wanted to provide a couple comments. One is on the ZBA appointments. I saw some thoughtful messages today, especially from Carol for modeling civility, and to Jennifer Rettner Rosenhagen for naming the trust concerns many are feeling. I signed our civility pledge and take it seriously. Let's keep hard debates grounded in respect, facts, and a shared commitment to the village's best interest. A few clarifications about how we must decide things. Impartial code-based decisions by law, board, and committee actions must rely on the record and the standards in state statute and our ordinances, not pressure or preference. If an application meets the standards, we must approve it. Denying a compliant application risks costly litigation for the village. If we don't like the outcomes of the code that the code produces, we change the code transparently and lawfully. And that's what we're doing. At Tuesday's Plan Commission meeting, we advanced the more robust front setback changes, including removing the buildable depth setback language that created a lot of ambiguity. These amendments will go to the public hearing next and then to the village board. And I asked folks to bring specific ideas on draft language. Written red lines are especially helpful so we can get this right together. On appointments, I considered multiple interested residents, including a recommendation from former ZBA member Mary Tepper. My goal is to balance perspectives so the ZBA can apply the code fairly, avoid even the appearance of bias, and follow the law. I welcome continued interest in applications for future openings. To keep our discourse constructive, I'm asking that we all name the issue, not the person. Disagree with proposals without attributing motives. Cite the standard if something seems non-compliant. Point to the section of code or statute so we can fix what's broken. Use the process. Public comment, written testimony, and hearings are where your input shapes outcomes. We'll continue to work openly to strengthen our ordinances, protect taxpayers, and uphold due process. If you have specific concerns or suggested ordinance language, please share it ahead of the public hearing so staff, the attorney, and the Plan Commission can review. Again, I appreciate you leaning into this with civility and facts. That's how we rebuild trust and protect the village we all care about. And then on a lighter note, I received regarding the village hall and facilities discussion. A resident sent me some excerpts regarding the history of the current village hall and the old village hall from the Shorewood Hills in illustrated history. Just wanted to share that very quickly. The old village hall location hosted a nursery school from the mid-40s to the mid-1970s. I've been in the village since 2004, did not know that. The rebuilt old village hall in 1969 cost 1.7 million in today's money. In 92 and 93, objections by residents to the proposal to expand the old village hall were impassioned. And it became clear that it was undesirable to expand village operations into what was a residential area. Finally, the resulting purchase retrofit of the current village hall and renovation of the old village hall for fire and EMS garnered no serious opposition in 1996 and cost 3.2 million in today's money. Just share those little factoids. So now, what shall we talk about? And I'll open up the public comment section.
I have a microphone.
Chrissy's got a microphone.
Full online.
Yep.
Okay.
So Cynthia, yeah, yeah, go ahead.
My name is Cynthia Kinsey. I'm a resident of the village. I know heads are turned by the attractive Logic building in spite of its congested location and awkward layout. But I just learned recently that the Great Dane at Hilldale is closing, putting another large restaurant space on the market, perhaps competing with us for a tenant. Additionally, I read in the materials for this meeting that a new restaurant going into the former Panera space is seeking the only liquor license available in the village. Should we deny them a liquor license to keep it available for our own tenant? If I were that restaurant, I would be mad if that liquor license were denied me to save it for a village-owned restaurant. Another consideration I have with the Logic purchase is that it will not solve the problem of better workspace for the Department of Public Works. In contrast, the 3 Deegan proposals keep the administrative offices and police department centrally located, highly visible, and provides an improved workspace for DPW. At least one of the proposals brings the police department on the school side of the railroad tracks, across the street from school grounds, which in these times seems like maybe a good idea.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
We'll go to this side.
Hi, my name is Laura Schechter and I'm a village resident. I spoke 2 weeks ago about why I was not in favor of purchasing the Logic building, and tonight I'd like to make 4 comments about village communication. So first, in the materials tonight, some residents' emails were included. I know at least one other person whose email was not included. I can only imagine how many more emails there must be. It wasn't clear how it was decided which emails to include in tonight's materials and which to exclude. Second, the materials include a response from John Hines to every resident email. John is to be credited for responding to resident emails, but including those responses in the materials reads to me as a negation of those people's opinions. Additionally, board member Kate Ulsvik wrote a statement against the purchase of a Logic building, and John Hines wrote a public rebuttal to that as well. I wonder if Kate was given the chance to respond to John's response. It may be unintended, but having so much of John's voice, right, in the materials is similar to having a discussion with somebody who always has to have the last word. Third, I found out yesterday that John Imes is using MailChimp to send out pro-Logic arguments to select village residents. I haven't seen enough of these messages to judge for myself, but I hope it's clear in the emails that they come from John Imes and not from the board or from the village. Fourth, the village website has a link called Resident Input. Due to an open records request, yesterday I gained access to the comments and IP addresses. There are several instances where multiple comments are logged from the same IP address. For example, there are cases of comments from 2 individuals with the same last name submitting from the same IP address, who presumably are a husband and wife. There are cases in which the identical comment is submitted twice by the same person in close succession, as if they accidentally hit submit twice. Those cases are not concerning, but a few instances the IP addresses do raise questions. First, there are 11 positive comments submitted from an IP address that appears to be the village hall. 2 are written and signed by Shorewood Hills employees. The other 9 are all anonymous. I am interested to hear the perspective of our wonderful village staff, but that said, the form was specifically titled Resident Input, and I think any official tally of resident sentiment should omit those comments. Finally, there are 10 other anonymous responses, all effusively positive, coming from just 2 additional IP addresses. This raises the possibility that a single person is posting anonymously to artificially inflate the positive tally, and that is extremely concerning. I urge you all to examine the IP addresses of data before using the resident input poll as a measure of public opinion. Ignoring the multiple IP address issue, I did a quick tally of pro and con. Of course, it's, the village is huge and it's just a few people who wrote, but if you take every single comment at face value, it's relatively balanced with 37 negative, 39 positive, 4 neutral. If you instead limit it to one comment per IP address, that is an imperfect filter, I know, but still informative. The negative outweighs the positive with 31 negative, 20 positive, and 3 neutral. That was as of yesterday afternoon. Thank you for giving me the time.
Go ahead, and then it'll be up behind you. That's fine. Yeah, all good. Yep.
Hi, my name is Lottie Hudson. I reside at 3417 Circle Close. I'd like to read a petition to the board, which I began to circulate last Friday afternoon. To date, 165 village residents, and we've confirmed that these are people who reside in the village have signed. I will continue to update the board and deliver a copy to you, each one of you, by October the 10th. And if anyone else wants to sign this petition, please feel free to reach out to me. This is the actual petition. More due diligence, 2801 Marshall Court. Adequate due diligence cannot be accomplished within the 90 days allotted for the acquisition of the building located at 2801 Marshall Court for use as a village hall and the police department. Therefore, each of those signing below as residents of the village of Sherwood Hills agree that the board should not approve the offer to purchase the real estate at 2801 Marshall Court made on August 6th and accepted by the seller on August 7th. Pursuant to the addendum of the office to purchase, the offer will be terminated. And then I quote, as you well know, the contingency language in the addendum to the offer to purchase, which was accepted. This offer is contingent upon approval by the village board of the village of Sherwood Hills within 90 days after acceptance in its full and unconditional discretion. If said approval is not received, this offer is terminated and the rights and obligations of all parties shall cease. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. That's fine.
Hello, my name is Brian Ushig. I live at 3414 Lake Monona Drive. A lot of you got to know through this process, I think, so it's nice to see faces finally. So first, a lot of you, I think, maybe would acknowledge whether you agree with me or not, your positions I've expressed. I definitely do my homework. I like to dig into things deeply, go through all the code, the ordinances, and figure out where stuff stands. And that was a big part of Sweetbriar. At least the first discussion going into appeals. The discussion about logics and listening to the the finance committee last night got me very concerned about the absolute total lack of due diligence by our staff in determining where numbers were, what things cost, what our rights and responsibilities were, and the rush timetable involved. So we made an offer to purchase. The next thing after we've got that out there seems to me to be determine whether we legally can run those businesses that are there. Nobody had done that. I called DCF, which is the Department of Children and Families, to determine whether or not you're able to actually open a childcare facility and manage it with a police station above it. Somebody gets arrested for a crime, God forbid, against a child, and they share a lobby on their way up past the preschool or but nobody bothered to call. The first thing that you should do. We run a restaurant liquor license. The judge brought up the idea of the fact that we couldn't do that. But nobody bothered to check. I asked them, nobody from the village had called. I was the first. So I'm waiting for it in final writing, but their basic comment was, yeah, no, we can't imagine that we would approve a daycare to run that facility. So in that, I would say, first of all, we don't know whether or not we can run a restaurant in the first place. The rents are absolutely outrageous. You're modeling out at $30 a square foot. It's more than they charge at Hilldale. And then on the other side, we can't rent the other space either without a major remodel because it's a danger for children. They won't certify as a daycare. So now we have another major remodel going. This is something that you all should have caught, not us. I shouldn't have to spend my time in the background going out to figure out because there's an absolute due diligence while people fight about what the money involved is and whether we can afford it and whether it's a good idea. We shouldn't have we should have checked that before we made an offer. So due diligence. I offered to join the zone of appeals here at John via email last month. And after this last meeting, some of you may remember, I really wanted them to affirm the fact that we should be using the FAR calculation from code and not from the Excel spreadsheet that's been there. Because the Excel spreadsheet is not what's in code, and their job collectively of their admin or trustees is to enforce code, not to what they think it should be. They can change it, but right now they need to enforce the code as written. I sent a note asking that be done. Literally inside of that same evening, I got my rejection letter saying that I was not being considered. Then I looked at the plans and they were posted at 1 o'clock at night the other day, and the people that are posted, there are 3 people in this village that have posted positive comments for the developer at Sweetbriar. 3 in those Facebook Village residence pages, 3 of them. 2 of them are appointees in this for the you just appointed for Zora Flores Hill. So we're talking about fixing the priorities, that you're gonna literally give the keys away and create a total lack of distrust for Dietmar zoning board, right? Nobody's gonna believe it from here. All of us that have been outraged by all of these actions have absolutely no trust in the fact that the code that we're gonna rewrite is gonna be followed, because the key to just doing whatever you want is just to apply for a variance. And now there's, from my perspective, and those of us here, the trust that will be in from those people that we saw that basically stuck a thumb in our eye during those arguments, and now is joined by yours.
Thank you, Brian. That's all about Susan.
No.
Yeah.
I'll be a little templar. That's all right. Jim Course,
Hi, Jim.
Sweetbriar. My comments mostly refer to items 8C, 6 and 7. And first of all, before I get into much, I just want to thank Dietmar Plessner for running a very effective appeals process having to do with developer Brian Reaver's proposal for 1202 Sweetbriar. I will further on in my comments refer to that person as only the developer in reference to John's comment that we should not be personal. I also want to thank Craig Weinhold, Kurt Hansen, and our lawyer Matt Fleming for their presentation to this ZBA, and many thanks also to the Clancy. I think we all feel that. Net result, the appellants won the appeal. Thanks to your efforts and thanks to the very detailed consideration of the ZBA. The developer's building permit was pulled, and this was a victory for the village. The village also benefited in other ways as well. We show that there's a significant weakness, or many weaknesses, in the village building codes and its enforcement. Fortunately, fixes are now underway, thanks once again to Craig Weinhold and others. It was clear at the ZBA meeting that there is very little in the village regulations or procedures that would have prevented the developer from running roughshod over most of the regulations that do exist. Most striking, the developer's plan showed that he cared little about the overall intent of the village's building. His plan showed that in stark fashion, a brazen and callous indifference to the sensibilities of the village residents. And this astounded me and many others. How could he feel so free to operate this way? And now the applicants are effectively facing a fine for successfully filing our appeal. We don't know what amount, the village hasn't figured it out yet. And I know the village procedures require that fees be paid to cover staff, legal, and related costs for such appeals, and that these fees are intended to prevent frivolous, harassing appeals of no merit. Ours was not of that sort. We won our appeal, and we helped the village by our work. In court proceedings, the losing side often has to pay the legal expenses of the winning side. That makes sense. I've never seen a case where the winning side is required to pay the losing side's expenses. But this is what's happening to us, the appellants. Trustees, during your meeting tonight, please don't derail Trustee Lofty's attempt to correct this injustice. The developer has shown us that he feels few constraints on his shorewood activities. At the core of the travesty taking place at the corner of Sweetbriar and Columbia Roads is a CSM, which by all appearances was granted after the developer intentionally deceived the village as to his intentions. Well, the developer feels no constraints and he appears to be very well connected. So unless we're very careful about our new appointments to the ZBA, the developer will likely remain unconstrained. Our ZBA appeal will be overturned and the village will suffer further. The village has refused so far to investigate the developer's behavior. Fortunately, trustee Lofty has also requested with good justification that the board evaluate the possible need for a criminal referral. Please don't derail this proposal. Last word, the village was effectively rolled by the developer and his cohorts for the Sweetbriar Columbia subdivision. This doesn't speak well to the village's ability to handle a much more complicated project, the purchase of the Logic property. And finally, civility policies only go so far. It's obvious that the village of Shorwood Hill really needs a strict, enforceable conflict of interest policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Are there other public comments this evening? We'll go to Johnny.
I want to talk a little bit about trust. When the debacle on Sweetbriar took place, John, you took responsibility. That's a good thing. But I haven't seen a lot of follow-up to correct that. And now what I see on the zoning board of appeals is you're appointing two people who in these meetings have been about as pro-development as you could get. I would think if you ask the pro-development folks who they choose, those would be the people. And to me, that goes to your credibility. I mean, you chose those people. We're at a vulnerable time in the village right now. It's kind of a contest between the residents and the village we have and developers exploiting and monetizing the village and trying to put an extra building every extra lot they can find. And it seems to me that we want people who represent the interests of the village and don't represent the interests of the developers. And that's really disturbing because those kind of appointments can sway every decision for years to come. And then we go on to the logic. It's strange that we have to deal with all these issues at once. It's exhausting. But it's interesting that in some ways they dovetail together. Because again, it's a development that for the most part, I haven't found many people in the village want. The petition is growing every day. It's impressive. People are not in favor of the logic because it's the wrong building, the wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, you can't even get out of the village at rush hour now. And you know what? Every time you see a crane, and I'm gonna use some funny figures here too, because everybody else has. It seems to me that when you see a crane, it's probably worth 100 cars. And you see cranes all over University Hospital. That's gonna make the traffic far worse. So it's not gonna get better. You don't need a traffic study. All any of you need to do is go down there at rush hour and try to get out of the village. And if you can get out in less than 4 lights, you're pretty lucky. And you know, I read Craig's letter today, which was really interesting. And what he talked about was the size of the restaurant we have. It's a huge cavernous restaurant. It's bigger than most restaurants around. And what that means is there are a limited number of people who might be interested in taking that restaurant. You just assume that this is something can be filled. But the risk is really high. If we lose, we pretty near bankrupt the village. I mean, that's a lot of money. No one would ever consider buying a building like this if they weren't gonna fill it. And I know now everybody's, you know, dancing around. First was a restaurant. The other day, Johnny told me maybe a coffee shop. We can't run a coffee shop in there. It's huge. The only way we could take on a building like that is to monetize it and make money. And if that fails, we've made a huge financial mistake. Why do you think it was sitting empty? Do you think if this was a goose laying a golden egg, somebody would have snatched it up long ago? Tim Critter would have probably bought it himself. But the fact is, it's kind of a white elephant. It's a well-built building, but it isn't built for us. It doesn't fit with our needs, and it could bankrupt us. So I think we have to be extremely careful about the risk we take on. And it seems, everything I read in the packet, it seems it's justification, it's selling something, it's putting pictures in of ribbon cutting ceremonies. This isn't the Olympics in LA. We don't need a ribbon cutting. We don't want to have a ribbon cutting and then go broke. I mean, it's really important to get our feet on the ground and make a rational decision. This rush to get there is frightening, because in a rush, you don't have the facts you need, you don't have the information you need, and you try to push it through as quick as you can before anybody realizes what's happening. We need to slow down, we need to think, and we need to be really careful, because when you're trustees of the village, it means that people have to trust you and you have to do the trusted thing. And lately, I think that trust has been lacking and diminishing, and I think that's hurting the village, and it's certainly hurting this project. Thanks a lot.
Gloria? Oh, sorry, we're back here. Go ahead, and then Gloria. Yeah.
So, hi, Ulrich Rosenhagen, 2905 Columbia Road. I want to speak about potential appointments to the Zoning Board of Appeals. I believe the process here is as rushed as the presentation of the Logic Building to the village. As residents, we depend on the CBA to make independent and fair decisions that shape our neighborhoods and protect our property rights. Because of its importance, the process by which members are appointed must be transparent and inclusive. Based on what is available on the village's own website, there has been no clear public notice of the CBA vacancies in recent months. The CBA webpage lists current members and alternates, and the What's New page posts agendas and hearing announcements, but neither shows a vacancy posting. The August Village Bulletin also contains no announcement inviting residents to apply. The only option provided is a standing committee volunteer application form, which is evergreen but not tied to any specific CBA vacancy. In fact, the September 16, 2025 board agenda already lists 3 individuals for appointment to the CBA, but without any record that those openings were ever made public beforehand. When seats are filled without open notice, it narrows the applicant pool and reinforces the perception that appointments are predetermined. That perception damages community trust more than any civility pledge can repair. For that reason, I respectfully ask where is this? Yes. For that reason, you prepare everything and then it doesn't work.
Hey, no worries, no worries.
For that reason, I respectfully ask the board not to move forward with a vote on these nominees tonight. Instead, I urge you to postpone action until a later date after the vacancies have been clearly announced to the public and additional applications have been solicited. Doing so would give more qualified residents a chance to serve, strengthen transparency, and ensure that the CBA reflects a broader range of perspectives from across the village. And it would certainly help to rebuild some of the trust that has been lost over the last months. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gloria, and I've got all these papers, and I heard other people talking and managing their papers at the same time, and I am not that talented. So I wanted to talk tonight about process regarding Logic, regarding the zoning board of appeals. Process is something I'm kind of like, I like that. I like fairness. I like transparency. I like things to run a certain way. Ask my kids. I'm really kind of rigid about things about that, but I have to be flexible, but I like things to run a certain way. Dietmar does too. So I brought with me some materials because I also understand that while I can understand what I'm talking about, sometimes visuals are better. So what I wanted to say is when the board agreed, when the board met in closed session in June to give John Imes control and approval to purchase the Logic building, he went forward and he did what the board said he was gonna, what they were, I'm losing my thoughts here. That was in June 19th, offer to purchase. So that was signed on the 20th by John Ives, and then there was some back and forth. And that was an accepted offer on August 7th. In that accepted offer, there was a stipulation that was attached to the original offer that gave 90 days. And you spoke to that with the petition. Gave 90 days after acceptance of offer for the board to meet and vote. So here's my calendar. My calendar is, we have an accepted offer on August 7th. You can't see that anyway. August 7th, everybody else you can see that. And so then if you go 90 days from August 7th, excluding holidays and weekends, that takes us to December 17th. But this is in conflict with November 30th. That's the close date that was listed on the contract. And then if you look at 90-day calendar dates, because the stipulation doesn't actually say what kind of day. It says 90 days. It doesn't say calendar days. It doesn't say working days. It says 90 days. So 90 calendar days puts us at November 5th. Problem with all of this is what I keep saying when I stand up and talk at these meetings. Problem with all of this is the CIP. So the CIP is on tonight's agenda 3 times, like 3 different CIPs. And so there's option A, option B, option C. I think everyone here has pretty much reviewed this, but there's 3 CIPs that are up for discussion and in tonight's meeting. Oh, sorry. It means, thank you, capital improvement plan. There's 3 CIPs tonight. And those CIPs have to be decided by October 21st. And the reason they have to be decided by October 21st is because we have to publish a public notice. And that is scheduled right now for October 27th. So October 21st board meeting, these folks have to make a decision on the CIP, which means they have to make a decision by October 21st on the Logic building. So even though on the contract that was accepted, we had 90 days, calendar days, business days, I don't know, you take your pick, doesn't matter. Because October 21st only gave us 51 business days. And I don't think folks who work for the village are working on weekends and holidays. I just don't think, Labor Day, I don't think these people worked. 51 business days, of which only 35 remain. And that to me, it's a lot to do where we've got 51 business days and we've got our staff who are charged now with helping with due diligence, and none of them, they're very smart people. They care about their jobs, but none of them are professionals at doing this due diligence. Tom Deegan, he's an expert. Dietmar does this kind of stuff. He's an expert. But 51 days to put folks in charge of doing this when this is not their expertise. And on top of that, these folks have also been charged with drafting 3 different CIPs because we have to have our options open because Logic is on the table. And these folks have to draft 3 different budgets to match those CIPs. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. So it's a lot to put on staff in 51 days to take care of CIP, budget, and due diligence. I'm looking at my notes because I'm not done. So we've got these 3 different CIPs. We've got the timeline. Okay, so and all that stuff. So the thing I wanted to say is touching on what Laura said. Laura said that with this open records request for the comments that were submitted to the website regarding this logic acquisition, she said that 11 of the comments were coming from within town hall, in the village hall. I personally don't have a problem with staff saying what they want. I really don't. In fact, I saw that David put down a comment. I saw that there was a police officer that put down a comment. I saw, in fact, the police officer's comment was included concern for how well a restaurant with a liquor license would fare right underneath the police department. I thought, oh gosh, that's a good point, you know? So, yeah, that's a little weird. And the liquor license that you have on today's agenda, you've asked that it be postponed for 1 month. We've got this restaurant, some Golden Goose Pancake, I don't know what it's called, the pancake place moving into Panera, that has applied using systems that are put forward. Again, this is process. They have followed the process. They've applied for the liquor license. They've done everything they need to do. And yet there's a motion, put a suggestion that this board table that until next month, October 21st. Well, that's the magic day where we have to decide on logic. So, and because we want to possibly keep this in our back pocket, as Cindy was saying, Cynthia, I'm sorry. So as Cynthia was saying, is that this really puts it in, it makes the village a competitor to businesses. And I just can't see how that is not going to have a chilling effect. When you've got a business with a developed business plan, a concept that they have thought through, they are coming in, they are doing the renovations, whatever they need to do to make it not be Panera. And they want to open possibly in December. They've applied for their liquor license, but now this board is publicly saying, let's table that because we want to keep the one liquor license we have in our back pocket in case we want to use it. So what is this business supposed to say? Yeah, so I guess we could go buy it if we need it, if we use it for logic for ourselves. And this pancake place still needs a liquor license and we've used it. Well, I guess we can go look to Madison, we can go to other municipalities and ask them if they've got a liquor license available. But holy cow, give these folks their liquor license. Just really, holy cow. If we need to go search around for a new liquor license for this unknown restaurant that we're going to have in our logic building, let's search for it after we have this logic and let these pancake people have their liquor license. They're not paying me, by the way. So the other thing I wanted to say is about this CSM silliness. The CSM, you know, the folks, there's two gentlemen that have been nominated for this zoning board appellate board. I don't know either of these men. They might be salt of the earth. They might be, I don't know. I don't know these folks. So I'm not arguing against them as individuals. But again, this is about process. And here I have behind my calendar, everyone saw those flags, right? Here I have the minutes printed out from the August 6th board meeting. And I'm going to read, after the board came back from closed session, I'm going to read one little excerpt from those minutes. And this was President John Imes reading the following statement. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's boring, but I am going to read this one section that I thought really struck me. Because I was here when Kara Coburn Ferris was on the board, and I was coming to meetings when Aaron was on the board. And I remember them really pushing for transparency, and I remember them really pushing for inclusion and bringing new people into the process. And so this is the quote that President Imes read coming back from closed session and coming back into open session. The excerpt is, this situation, that's in reference to the certified survey map, has clearly shown us where our ordinances and processes could be stronger, particularly regarding tree protection, public notice, and development standards. These topics are already being reviewed by the Plan Commission, and we will use this as an opportunity to provide more information, improve transparency, strengthen protections, and ensure future projects better reflect the values of our community. But today, the board is being asked to appoint 2 people to the zoning board. And I've heard that there was no public notice. And I'm pretty sure that when folks apply, there's a little thing that says that the president has to actually put a notice out to let people know that there are vacancies on the application. And I haven't heard that that happened. I've heard a lot of people who are watching this issue, so I'm surprised by people just missing that factoid. But there was an application submitted by this gentleman. I don't know who you are. Brian, and I don't know who you are. You might be new. But so yeah, okay, so you are not new to the village, but you're new to the process. And he's not on any committees that I don't know his name, so I haven't seen him on any committees. But I saw that one of the people being appointed to the zoning board of appeals is on a committee. And that's what we were talking about back when Aaron and Kara were still on the board, is diversification, bringing new people into the process. I mean, in the village, one of the favorite complaints I hear is it's always the same people. Bring in new people. When we got a new person coming in, I don't know if there were other applicants, but bring in new people. Don't have committees stacked with the same people so that it's just this little echo chamber. Bring in new people, bring in new ideas. This guy sounds kind of pedantic, really. He's like, he does. He sounds kind of pedantic. But like for zoning board enforcement, don't we want that?
Yeah.
The other thing about the CSM is that Sheldon Lutfi has 3 proposals to be taken under consideration in front of the board today. And each of these proposals have option B, or sometimes it's called option C. So let's not get crazy. So board can decide to remove from agenda, cannot return to the agenda for 1 year. So if the board decides to remove these items from the agenda, we'll be gone for a whole year. I have said, and I can't even know how many meetings with this board where Shabnam has tried to get something on the agenda and she's told, oh, you're not following the process. This to me looks like the process. If you guys don't want her to serve on the board, y'all shouldn't have voted for her. And maybe you didn't, but everybody else did. I don't think it's appropriate to table, even consider tabling any discussion relating to the zoning board of appeals. Given the climate in this room, given the climate online, given the climate, I just don't think it's appropriate. So I'm going to finish. Hey,
Thank you.
I'm going to finish with one that you're welcome, Deepar. Was that Deepar?
No, that was me.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, John. Oh, well, I'm not quite finished with that, John. So one more thing. John, I sent an email. I can't find it, darn it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna take a minute and find it just because you thanked me for leaving. Oh, didn't I not bring it? I'm sure I thought about it.
Yeah, look at papers up here.
There's something up here. Yeah.
God, all that was just off my brain. So my email that I sent, I'm not gonna read that whole email that I sent to you because you all know what I said. But the one thing I want to read is, I think the logic offer to purchase should be modified so that at minimum, I think it should just be canceled, but so that at minimum, the purchase is postponed for 1 more year with the option to cancel without cause. This would give the village more time to actually compare apples to apples and let Tom Deegan proceed with developing options that best meet the needs of the village rather than rushing forward on a poorly negotiated timeline, 51 days. Which smacks of impulsivity. I tell my kids, if somebody's pressuring you to hurry up and do something, that's exactly when you need to slow down. I think we need to slow down with the zoning board appointees, I really am asking you, please, just wait 1 month. I'm asking you to please, with logic, wait a year. If we can wait a year for Shabnam's proposals, we can wait a year for logic.
You know, Kurt, we're gonna do someone, online first. Do we know who that is?
Is that Maryland?
Looks like the Townsend, Marilyn Townsend.
It is Maryland. Yeah.
Okay. Marilyn, would you like to, provide a public comment?
I would.
Oh, you're still muted.
Is there a video?
I've asked her to start.
Can you hear me now? And-
We can hear you. We can't see you.
All right, let's keep trying here. And can you see me? Oh, you can see me now.
Now see you and hear you.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am out of state tonight. I would, of course, love to be there in person because Zoom does not really capture what's going on in the meeting and all the people. I understand there's over 40 residents showing up in person tonight. I want to begin by saying I noted the reference initially to the fact that historically we did purchase a building where the village hall now sits. And there was a statement made earlier in the meeting that seemed to create very little opposition. But I had the occasion recently to speak to the village historian about that, and he pointed out that it went on over a period of 5 years, and it was really discussed at some length. Now, as many of you know, I've been very concerned about the short, self-imposed timeline that the board put in its offer of purchase. Previous speakers had said, while on paper it says 90 days, as a practical matter, we know basically the deadline is the village board meeting in October, because certainly as a member of finance, we were told the budget needs to be either finalized or put in very good shape then so could be published in the paper, and the proposed purchase of the Logic building is a key component of the budget. That's why our poor staff was directed to prepare several budgets. And at the Finance Committee, I apologized to them because I know historically, from being 12 years as a trustee, it takes a great deal of time and energy and stress for our staff to prepare one budget, much less several. So I think we need to be in an agreement that whatever the strengths and weaknesses of this building, it has been on the market for 2 years. It appears that it was only the village of Shorewood Hills that decided it was worth making an offer of purchase. I understand now that the closed meetings are public, that at the first closed meeting in June, the president said the sales agent told him that while they were asking 8 million, he was told the village could get it for 6 million. So I understand our first offer was 5.5 million. Logic came back with 7.5 million, and lo and behold, we got it for 6.5 million. It almost looks, as a negotiator myself,
that the price was preordained. So that going on, my concerns have been, and I was surprised, as many residents were, that due diligence did not begin until after August 11th. What do we mean by due diligence? We mean, what does this building really cost us? Is it worth the $6 million? I have asked, and I'm sorry, I have to use the open records law to get information, but it seemed to me that there had to be information about the operating costs, about what it would cost to renovate the building. There had to be an inspection report, but I learned there are no documents. And while I must credit President Ives, every time I hand out a flyer or send an email, he responds. But as of September 14th, in his email to me, he said, we're working on getting the operating expenses together. We're working on trying to get the renovation expenses together. We're working on trying to get the inspection of the building. Okay, it's great that they're working on it. But again, this timeline is unrealistic. We need to slow down, and we need to reject that offer at the October meeting with a view that we can continue to consider it, because we have heard no rumors that anyone else is interested in it. So in closing, it warrants remembering that for most of the past decade, the village board has deferred serious consideration of alternatives for addressing the space and infrastructure needs of the village, because the village did not have the borrowing capacity to finance any major improvements until it paid off most of the debt that was incurred to reconstruct the roads on the east side. Now, I know some trustees have said, we can borrow 42 million. Well, my husband and I can borrow a lot of money too, but we don't do it because it has to be paid back. There's interest that has to be paid. And we also have certain self-imposed policies on what we can borrow. Now, I know from serving in finance that there have been some members of the finance committee that said, well, Marilyn, we really don't need those limits. However, we do have a AAA bond rating. And I know when the president ran the first time for office, part of the reasons he said he should be elected is that he had that AAA bond reading, and that is not something to disregard. So now, as this debt is about to be paid off and finally give the village the capacity to borrow for major infrastructure improvements, this logic proposal will essentially use a great majority of that borrowing capacity to buy the building. So, given the lack of due diligence to date, and I do accept what the president tells us, that he's busy working, trying to get those figures together as to what this building actually costs us. And given the failure to fully consider the alternatives, I understand Mr. Deegan is on the agenda again this evening and laying out his proposals based upon the work he did. It seems to me the only reasonable action at this point is for the board to vote to reject the hurried purchase of the building. And I would like to point out that as I sat through the meeting last time and a trustee criticized or commented about Mr. Deegan's proposals are really much more expensive than purchasing the Logic building, we must remember that we do not know what it's going to cost to operate, maintain that building, to renovate that building, and to look at what kind of infrastructure problems that building may have. I know in talking to residents, one of the renters pointed out there was a roof leakage issue when that person was renting office space. Now, again, that may be remedied, but it certainly makes us uneasy. It makes the residents uneasy. And I would respectfully ask the trustees to just defer this a little while and get all of this information together. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Marilyn. Sure. Craig, I see you with a hand up in the corner. Oh, sorry, Kurt. Yeah, sorry, I forgot it. Yep. Thanks, Kurt.
First of all, thank you all for being trustees.
I'm sorry, could you identify yourself?
Oh, Kurt Hansen, I live on Sweetbriar Road. First of all, I just want to thank all the trustees and Brian for the service they give our village. People don't say that enough to you, so thank you. I want you to know that I'm not an anti-tax person. I think our taxes are very high in Sherwood Hills, but I think I got great value for my money, all right, with our educational system, our snow plowing, everything else. I'm also not anti-development if it's appropriate development, which I don't think across from my house on Sweetbriar is. People have said so many smart things tonight. I am going to be brief so you can get your meeting going. First on Logic, I did visit with Ava, who was former manager of the building, and learned a lot about it. There's a lot more that we can learn, but I agree with everyone on what they said that this is far too rushed to go through it. Two things I want to comment on. I know nothing about public finances, but it appears to me part of the purpose of buying the Logic building is to get around the revenue cap. And I'm not against that. But as I understand the way it works is you have capital and then you have operating, and your operating is the one that's capped. And so therefore, doing a capital purchase does not count against our revenue cap. Also, the income that we get from the building for rental, for car rentals, for space rental, whatever, would also not count against the revenue cap. So one of the things that's going on here is that this will allow us to spend more money on our operating budget if we have income from the property. I'm not necessarily against that, but I think you want to be very upfront with the village residents about that. Is you're going to increase your operating budget by kind of this backdoor method and by taking on long-term debt. And I think you should be very clear about that. The second financial question I would ask you, can any of you tell me how much my taxes will go up, even though I'm getting a great value, if we purchase this building for, I'm going to say $6 million? Do any of you have that information? And you don't have to respond, I realize, but I don't think any of you do. So I'll tell you my back of the envelope calculation. Well, someone does?
It's in the CIP information.
Okay.
It's in the board packet tonight, the first preliminary estimates.
Okay.
You'll find it in the 3 CIPs.
All right. My back of envelope says if you borrow $6 million, my very modest home in Shorewood counts for about 0.1% of our total assessed value. So it's really easy for me to do the math in my head. If you borrow $6 million, I'm going to have to kick in $6,000 just to pay off the loan. Okay. And that's without interest. Now, there may be a lot of other factors that come in, but that's kind of my back of the envelope. And those of you who have nicer houses, you're going to have to pay a lot more for the building. So I would be very clear and upfront about that. And thank you that this is in the packet. I didn't know that. Next, I want to comment is about the fee waiver. And Shabnam, thank you so much for bringing this up. I was not an appellant because I asked to do it too late. So I just want to point out that at the ZBA meeting, and by the way, Dietmar, you did a great job running that meeting. I thought you were incredibly fair, and that's all we could ask. The fact we won, of course, makes it easier for me to say that. But even if we'd lost, I would have said the same thing. You take real credit for that. I just want you all to know that although we won the overall vote 4-0 on the 4 items that we said were zoning violations. One of them, we won 4-0, another one 3-1, another one 2-2, and another one 2-2. So it's not like these were frivolous type of things we're bringing up. The members of the ZBA were split on everything or in our favor on everything. I want to point out that it is not setting a new precedent to waive the fees. I believe, Brian, that there was a open records request a number of months ago to see if there had ever been billings done for an appeal. And I don't believe that any information ever came back from that. I heard from one of the appellants over the Crestwood zoning problems about 4 or 5 years ago, and they were clear that as an appellant, they were never billed for it. So the precedent is actually that you don't bill the appellants, and especially when they win overall and they win on every point they appeal. All right, so thank you for bringing that and putting that on the agenda. I would also like to support Shadnan's desire to have a criminal investigation. I think that I think many of us were disappointed that you guys didn't go ahead with that earlier when you were asked to do so. It's on the agenda tonight. It's simply an investigation. All right. She put together some great information about it, and I would encourage you to investigate this. You don't want people that come before you and lie to you. All right. You just don't want that. Second last, the ZBA appointments. I do want to say that some of the people being considered seem to be good and generous people. One of them is donating $10,000 to the village. Another one serves in the Public Safety Committee. And so these are people that are involved in the village. I, of course, would be against their appointment because two of the people are the loudest voices in favor of the development on Sweetbriar Road. I do think that they are so loud about their opinions on this that they are simply too opinionated to serve on a quasi-judicial committee or board. They have to be able to go into the board meetings and be completely open-minded. And I'm not sure that two of the individuals are capable of doing that in a manner that we'd like to see. I would encourage you to table those as been brought up before. I don't think you need a thumbs up or thumbs down vote, and I don't have anything coming before the ZBA right now. Is that Ryan? So there's no rush to appoint these people. Just take some time, request other applicants, and John, you can look at them and decide who it is you really want on the board. Finally, one of my friends tonight sent an email saying about the crisis of trust. I think there's a big crisis of trust in the village right now. John, I don't want to pick on you, but I have to. I asked you about something, and the email response, you said, "Nice presentation at the ZBA." I was surprised you knew who I was. So I appreciate that. But having said that to me, I feel that you have completely violated my trust in you by picking two people that were completely opposed to what we said at the ZBA meeting. All right. And so it's like, huh? I don't know what you were thinking in choosing people that were that opinionated about the Sweetbriar or such strong proponents of the Sweetbriar development. I personally, that was very hurtful to me. I want you to know. So as a group, I would encourage you to work on the trust you gain from village members. I think that's the number one thing you need to do as a village court. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kurt. Craig in the corner.
Thank you. I'm gonna sit, sorry, I can't see.
Who are you again?
My name is Craig Weinhold.
Oh, thanks,
I'm on
Craig.
Dartmouth Road. A first comment is that the village has self-imposed amnesia with our record keeping, our public records. Our June meetings are already deleted from Facebook Live. You know, being able to go back to less than 90 days, it's crazy. Our website, even before the redesign, only had about 3 years of stuff. And some of the issues we're talking about should not have fallen out of memory. I'm going to talk a little bit about history, and I hope my comments are relevant, even if my main point is not. Basically, for the last 5 years, a group of developers has been deliberately has been deliberately chipping away at our zoning code. In 2021, at a ZBA, They succeeded in getting Karl Franz to declare the ambiguous block face rule. This is a front setback block face rule. He declared it ambiguous and invalid, leaving in place a 25-foot front setback village-wide. The block face rule, if you're not familiar, it kind of requires new construction to maintain sort of the same setback as all the existing construction on that block. It's why Edge Hill, for example, all the houses are set back, really far. Why on Sweetbriar, they're 30 feet. Why on Tally Ho, they're 25 feet and so forth. So that was declared ambiguous and set aside. In 2024, and outside of the view of the ZBA or Plan Commission or anyone else, the same developers succeeded in tossing out the 25-foot front setback for shallow lots. They cited an ambiguous buildable depth requirement that had been in our code. This opened the village up to the possibility of 0-foot setbacks, as you'd find on downtown city streets, like Mifflin Street. That's what a 0-foot setback looks like. The developers immediately subdivided residential property to create 3 new shallow lots, one of which is the smallest non-garden homes lot in the village. In 2025, at the recent ZBA, the argument was about corner lots. They argued that the homeowner could set aside conventional narrow and deep designs. We have a lot of long, thin corner lots, and they're always interpreted as being narrow and deep from a setback perspective. So the developers argued that they could instead use a wide and shallow orientation to force that near zero setback created the previous year. This was defeated by the ZBA, as Kurt mentioned, but only for an unrelated technicality. So that's really an unresolved issue. The chipping away at our code, the pickaxe being used is called Wisconsin Statute 895-463. I will email this to the board in case they want to look at that. It basically says that when there is ambiguity in municipal zoning ordinances, they must be resolved in favor of free use of the property. That means all one needs to do is find an ambiguity in our code to have it decided in the homeowner's favor. Our code, anyone want to guess how many ambiguities are there? I'm running out of fingers myself, and I'm just a layperson when it comes to this. Most troubling is kind of how the village has resolved those ambiguities, and this is different zoning administrators, different attorneys. So this is troubling. In 2021, the block face ambiguity was resolved simply by striking the clause and looking at what remained, and what remained was, very advantageous for the free use of the property. It was far more beneficial than any of the ambiguous interpretations of the ordinance before. So it really erred on the side of almost over being overly generous. In contrast, in 2024, the buildable depth ambiguity was resolved by upholding the most free use version of that ambiguous interpretation. They didn't just strike it out. They said, let's find the toughest, most landowner-friendly version of this, and we're going to adopt that as code. It's kind of troubling. The pickaxe is provided by the developers, but the village, through institutional actions, through our attorneys, through just not having a history going back more than 3 years, we're the ones who are choosing where and how to swing that axe to inflict the maximum amount of damage to our zoning code. The 2025 ZBA, and sorry about the history, but it's important because many of the issues this year are about this. So the ZBA this year was decided technically on a technicality about unenclosed off-street parking requirements. In our village, we've always required 2 such spaces for guests, contractors, teenagers, extra cars, or whatever. Walk around the village, take a look, you'll see that. Every house has at least 2. They're often the driveways. Sometimes they're next to a house or garage, tucked into the side or something, but every house has 2. I've found a couple houses that have just 1, but on both, you can see where there used to be 2, and that landscaping choices or remodeling has eliminated them. That requirement for 2 unenclosed parking spaces is spelled out in ordinance 10170C11. It's part of chapter 10170, whose title is off-street parking areas. It's a term that's later defined to mean an unenclosed area for vehicle parking. Chapter 10170 has nothing to do with residential garages. Rules about residential garages are in a completely different chapter about setbacks, floor areas, accessory structures, and elsewhere. So soon after the ZBA, Michael Van Landenham, he sent a position statement to many of the people on the board. August 23rd, action to clarify parking minimums. His statement argues that the ZBA got the parking requirements wrong and that residential garages satisfy the off-street parking requirement. His reasoning required a little bit of legal gymnastics, a very good dissection of the ordinances, but it also required the total omission of the chapter title, 10170, off-street parking areas, which is a term that excludes residential garages. That omission is the pickaxe. It's another pickaxe. Even if his argument doesn't win the day, doesn't win anyone over, it sets the groundwork for a reasonable interpretation that that ordinance might be ambiguous. And if it's declared ambiguous by Brian Mooney, the whole thing can be struck out in favor of fair or free use of the property. I don't know if that's the goal. I'm not sure, but it sure seems like another pickaxe. I really admit Michael is extremely bright and persuasive and absolutely needs to be part of the village discussion. I don't think it should be on the ZBA. I think he should be on the Plan Commission. When the front setback ordinance, if we can approve that, I will create a vacancy for him to take over on the Plan Commission. I think we need voices like his who are very technical and assertive and legally minded, vetting our ordinances. I also think the village board should create a new ad hoc committee for reviewing zoning ordinances. In my year plus on the Plan Commission, I've realized the Plan Commission is not a suitable place for collaborating or creating things. It's a good place for reviewing things, but the actual nuts and bolts work needs to be a committee of people sitting free from many of the encumbrances of committees that we have today. The business before that committee would be focused on things like space, setbacks, ADUs, the floor area, and above all, the intents and purposes of our zoning code. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Chrissy, I'm gonna make you go all the way back in the corner. Michael, I heard your name.
Yeah, let's speak of the devil over here. It's a joke, sorry. Hi, everybody. My name is Michael Van Lanningham. Some of you have mentioned my name with regard to the nominations for ZBA. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background about myself. I am a stay-at-home dad, father of 3. We moved to Madison and bought a house in Short Hills in 2017. Bought a house in 2019 because my wife got a surgical fellowship here, and we loved it so much we wanted to stay. I was a career intelligence analyst with the Central Intelligence Agency, a career I gave up because Madison and Short Hills specifically was such a nice place to raise a family, and we wanted to have children. I loved my job as an analyst. I got to assess what I thought Russian state plans and intentions were with regard to the United States. I did something that got a lot of attention in 2016, you know, and that was pretty cool. But I put that all aside so that I could live here. And part of that job in being an intelligence analyst is trying to be fair from a point of view of the information in front of you, while also, you know, obeying a lot of other laws and regulations that are important to the United States, such as the United States Constitution, that prevents spying on U.S. citizens and all sorts of things the CIA got in trouble for in the 1960s. So part of that experience taught me to be very careful when you're discussing things, be very careful when you're assessing things, take information and look at it, and also be careful not to be policy prescriptive. I was aware of a vacancy on the zoning board, so I applied. I've applied for previous service for the village, I think a year or two ago. I can't remember when, because I have 3 small children. That's why I arrived late this evening. So I applied. I know there are concerns about me being vocal about the CSM issue. Again, I appreciate all of your feelings about this. The only reason I spoke up was because I felt that in this position, other than the developer, who I don't know Brian Reber, I don't know the Reber Family LLC, I don't make any money from them, I'm a stay-at-home dad and occasionally take research contracts on the side, that a group of people, because they were upset, wanted to deprive him of property. And as a village, we're all governed by the United States Constitution, federal law, Wisconsin statute, and our own village codes. And my concern is that if it's him one day, somebody who may not live in the village, who's it going to be the next day? Is it a neighbor whose foot you've run over with a car? Is it something like that? So I can't promise that you'll like my decisions. I can just promise that I'm going to look at each case fairly. And again, that may not be convincing to anybody, but that's all I can offer. In Craig's view, I think the parking minimum thing is debatable. We also don't define what a vehicle is in code, which is really an oversight, right? Like, not a pass problem. That's neither here nor there. I think I've taken enough time. So, if the committee wants to take me off tonight, whatever, I'll be around. I don't foresee myself moving for a long time. I want to live here. I want to raise my kids here, like a lot of people in this room have. I just want to do what's right and what the code says. If the Plans Commission changes the code, I will look at what things say and implement that. I'm not a stranger to that. It may be a little bit out of my depth, but I will always try my best, and I always try to do the best for the people who are in front of the ZBA, even if you've agreed with my positions in the past. So that's all I can say. If you want to talk to me later, I'm always around, dropping my kids off, going places. 2704 Harvard Drive, sorry for the Olson house, people who judge by the people who build the house. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Yes. We're gonna go to Blanca, are you there? Blanca, is there a public comment you'd like to share? Am I saying that right? Here we go. Or she took her hand down. Blanca, did you take your hand down? This looks like you took your hand down. Okay, let us know if you want to.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you. Can we see you?
Okay, I'm here. It was a little, I'm using my phone, so it's not something that I'm used to. I spoke last time and I just had a couple of other thoughts that I wanted to express. Once again, I live across the street from Logic, literally. Part of one of the townhouses that are across the street from Logic and the condominium. I have seen a lot of traffic, as I said before, and parking can become quite a problem because of the hospital and because of the VA and because of the clinics right next to us, and because the only outlet is Marshall Court to the left and out into University Avenue, or University Bay to the right onto University Avenue. And the traffic can get pretty hectic and difficult at times during rush hour. So that's one of my concerns that I still have, even after hearing everyone's comments. My second concern is more about, what is this going to do? I'm across the street from Logic. It's going to become a police station, the village hall. What is that going to do to the value of what are the implications to the value of my properties should I decide to sell? Taxes are going to be higher, probably more traffic is going to be taking place. What are the implications to property surrounding the building? Also, I wrote it down so it wouldn't take too much time. Because of the apartments and because of the pool and the tennis court, there's there are a lot of young children that go into the parking lot of the university commons area there where they have Dairy Queen. And I just don't see more traffic or people cutting through that parking that parking area to get to the village hall, because there seems to be an entrance on that side to the hall. There seems to be it worries me that children might be at risk because of this. I mean, it's just something that I've noticed in the past 5 years that I've been living here. And lastly, I think, I am concerned, and please don't take any offense, but I am concerned that I noticed that the board there will be some members will be ending in 2026, some members will be ending in 2027. So here you have a plan that is going to be for 5 years, and during that period of time, whichever way you go, it's going to be a really delicate time, because decisions and plans and things are going to need to be taken care of, things that probably mostly only board members would know about or we have to bring to the public. Once those board members are gone, the transition to new members, and it's going to be in a very sort of delicate stage, I feel. What's going to happen to the plan? What kind of delays, what kind of implications are there going to be while changing board members? It's not going to be, there's not going to be that type of continuity that is needed in a big plan like this, I think. And those are my thoughts, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Blanca. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. Mm-hmm.
Right. Sam?
Sam Mahady Braithwaite, 34 members, and whatever. I've lived here for 34 years, and I'm on 3424 by Burnham. Just a minor thing. First of all, I want to say you guys have been schooled tonight with the history over there on planning. I think it was very good. But I also looked at Laura's work that she did on looking at that survey. And what I want to do is I want to focus more, because the content of it is informative for what you're going to hear from Tom Deegan tonight. First, there were only 16 respondents from residents. So, and I think that was pointed out. I know how to read IP addresses. This is what I used to do professionally.
16 positive.
16 positive. Did I say
You
no?
said 60 residents. Was it
Oh,
16 positive?
16 positive, yes.
16 positive.
Okay, I know how to read IP addresses. I do not know how to talk. So, the bulk of the comments, however, would be instructive. And that is because they really feel that we need to provide modern services for our staff. Now, I don't think that that's in conflict with what it is that we would be doing going forward in another building. They also believe that it's a great financial option, although I don't know that we have the information required to know that it's a great financial option. They see it as being a known number. 6.5 million is a stable number. It's easy. They know how much it is. But that's really not actually what's going to happen. We really don't know about the 6.5. They see it as future income. That's very risky. The last time I looked, this village is not risk takers. We're just simply not. That's not what a municipal or a little village like us wants to be involved in, is taking on risk. It provides space for changing needs, and that there's this notion that we don't look very modern. We look kind of old and dodgy. Well, I don't know.
But even so, even if we do, that's kind of the character of our village, not old and dodgy. We can certainly look modern. And Tom's gonna have some plans. There's no reason that those can't be looking forward and provide space for future needs as we change. By the way, John, that nursery school back in 1940 on was just regular, what women did back then. Okay, just so you know. Likely, there was one other person who I know was a resident, I decided was a resident, and they had a list of very succinct comments. There's no downside to this. And that's what they were thinking. That's incredible potential, long-term growth. And I think it's important to think that if we do go with remodel, we do need to be mindful of long-term growth options. Serves the village as a whole. I think we want to be doing that with our remodel, if that's what we go forward with. Modern facilities to match the needs of our quality staff and provides ADA compliant community center. Now, that one had me a little bit unclear because I don't think we're talking about the community center being over there, but we are talking about our need for a community center. Yes, okay, then there was 34 no unique responses. This means that if somebody actually came back on and did a second one, I counted them as one, but I combined their comments. What they note in general was it's not the entrance to the village. It's not central. It's parking over at that building is a nightmare and they don't want to be bothered with it. Financial risk, because there's no good economic or cash flow that has been done. It's the same space size, but now we actually know that's not true because probably can't put our judge over there. I'm not sure how this project was pitched. Why was it kept secret? Was often the comment that I read. Why no one else has bought it. And again, I think Marilyn said too, but quite frankly, it's been on the market for 3 years. So take it, they want to know why it was kept secret, what was so important about keeping secret. And we are not in a position to ride through bad times with that kind of an investment on our books. It becomes the first priority for maintenance, nothing else. So we do need to be mindful of that. We hold all future risk and we hold all future possible revenue. But I'm thinking that I'm more concerned about what that future risk looks like than what the future revenue is. Should not be competing in private commercial market space and should not take on a landlord responsibility. A lot on that. Of general, a common thread in all the responses was that people really value our employees and feel that we owe them excellent working space. Somehow the fact that remodeling an existing building cannot deliver quality is just not true. And besides which, we are putting the police department in what has been called a glass fishbowl. How long before they're asking for bulletproof glass? I'm gonna tell you, they're right there on University Avenue, right there to the world. No question, we need to move ahead with better facilities. Those are all the things that came out of that. Now, okay, so I'm not gonna go through all this because a lot of people made a lot more and much better comments than I could do. They are, again, we need to have a transparent process. No addition. Oh, congratulations, board. You actually added to the packet a summary of what was going to be on the agenda. Now, let's get that summary out of the packet and get it onto the website so that people can look at that and see, oh, the CIP is up tonight. Well, I care about that. And you don't have to go through 243 pages in order to find this, the CIP is on the agenda. So I really congratulate you for that. Finally, I lose a lot of sleep these days as I watch people who seem to think it's okay to abandon all the rules of our society. I am really annoyed that I now lose sleep over what's going on at the board. I want to know that you guys are back to doing business and you're not gamblers at the table. And as they say at the table, when you need to pull out, when you know that you don't have a lot of certainty about what your risk exposure is, pull, stop, turn in the cards, move on. And I really hope that you guys are going to do that. I think that that was it, other than to say thanks to David, but he's gone already because I watched him pull us into the 21st century. And he did a great job on pulling us there.
Thank you, Sam. We've got another person online. We could just do that. Is it Jaden?
Hi. Yeah, sorry. Jennifer Ratner Rosenhagen.
Hey,
And
Jennifer, yeah, yep.
hi. I was gonna say thank you for taking my call. Thank you for taking my call. So it's a good thing that we're only given 3 minutes. And I don't know whether you're lucky that you don't have to listen to me for much longer than 3 minutes, or the fact that I probably don't have the stamina to talk for much more than 3 minutes. But also because it'll limit what I could possibly say. But there's so much that I want to say. And most of it is stuff I think I shouldn't have to say. So it's like I'm just can't even believe that I have to say the things that I need to say. I can't fit them all in. I have been living in the village for 19 years, and we have raised 2 kids here, and we love it here. We have a million friends. Well, maybe not a million, but we have a lot of friends. And I see, I have come to learn that I'm part of a problem in Shorewood Hills, which is that there's not enough engagement from enough of our of the residents. And I'm guessing that many of them are like me. They have full-time jobs, or they've got kids, they've got elder care. They're paying attention to state politics, or very engaged, maybe at the national level or international level. And like, as long as things are going well here, right? It's just maybe volunteer for something or whatever, but like, life is good. Well, that ended for me in May when I woke up to the sound of chainsaws, which were actually more than a block away, raising an entire oak crest, and you all know about it. And Sam mentioned losing sleep. Basically, I and my husband and pretty much I want to say most of the people in my orbit have been losing sleep since then. And it's not about the oaks, and it's not about a FAR, and it's not about a this or not about a that. It is about what we have been encountering as we've been working with our own village. And I'm a U.S. historian, and so the image that came to mind and is in my mind is Tammany Hall. Do any of you remember learning about Tammany Hall from the Gilded Age? Okay, maybe not. All right, Tammany Hall was sort of famous. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember, and for a little bit, what I was encountering, I would sort of think like, no, this can't really be. This can't be, it can't be here, not in Shorewood Hills. Come on, we've long come past it, whatever. But I have to say that I keep encountering stuff, whether it is Tammany Hall or just the appearance of it, we've got a problem. We've got a problem. And so we've got a problem when many of your constituents are having conversations whether to put their energies towards continuing to, as Brian Utschig called it, do the homework. And I'm telling you, I've seen this fleet of people. They know how to do their homework. Yeah. We shouldn't have to do as much homework as we're doing, but we're doing it. Yeah. So put your energy into still doing the homework and pushing on stuff when you know it's not getting attention, or it's getting tabled, or it's getting buried. Or do we put our attention towards a recall, just a hard reset, so that we can have some leadership where we can feel like we are in good hands? Or the conversation is like, should we put our energies into trying to actually get absorbed into Madison? Yeah, maybe we've just moved beyond the stage in 2025 and beyond, that a tiny municipality of 2,000 people, half of which know each other and are friends and whatever, and that it just doesn't work. But I just want you to know, if you all, as our board members, don't know that these are the conversations that are happening around the village, then I don't know what we can possibly do to impress on you that these conversations are happening around the village. And I say that not as a threat or not to upbraid you, but truly as like a desperate cry, because I cannot understand why the board has been consistently so unresponsive to some of the easiest things and the most patently obvious things. Okay, so I can't go through the punch list of things that need to be addressed, but I would kindly ask whoever is in the room and whoever is in the Zoom to simply look at the agenda. And it is a confession of either incompetence or malfeasance. It's not okay. It's not okay. And there's stuff not on the agenda that also is a confession, but only people who know that it's not on the agenda know it's a confession. So I just want you to know that right now we have a bunch of people like me who were part of the problem because they weren't paying enough attention, but they're paying attention now. And they're the smart kids, right? They're the overachievers. Like when they do their homework, watch out. And I'm telling you, you have left it to your constituents to get the receipts, and they're getting them. They're getting them. Okay, so what am I asking of you? Where to begin? I'll keep it, I know I'm running out of time, so I'll keep it simple. One, the CSM, that we're even discussing this, blows people's minds, blows people's minds. There are plenty of people in this Zoom room and in Shorewood Hills who know an awful lot about what's bundled into that mess. That there was not an investigation makes absolutely no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. So what you do is you activate your parishioners, your constituents to say, if it doesn't make sense, then what is going on that our board members would not, follow through on this? And so we gave you the receipts. We gave you the receipts. So one thing real simple, Shabnam, thank you so much for bringing this to the board. And I want to tell you all, everybody, there are probably a lot of people right now, I'm going to get my text is going to blast because they're going to say, what are you talking about the receipts? And what are you talking about the CSM? So I'm simply saying plenty of people are already awakened to there's a problem there, and there are many more who are going to be awakened. So I'm just asking you, don't create more problems for yourself or for us as a village and try to just push that away. Just do your due diligence. Do what any good, hygienic, democratic process would do. Okay, that's the first thing. The civility, the conflict of interest. That we have a civility pledge circulating, and yet we don't have a conflict of interest. It's like, again, blows the mind. It blows the mind. Yes, we're all friends. Our kids swim in the swimming pool. We're on the soccer team together. Yeah, we all have relationships. That's also what makes Shorewood so magical. But it's also for that very reason that we want as much transparency in our governance. It's a really simple ask. It goes back to the cleaning up of Tammany Hall. Like, there's a long history here. That we don't have it doesn't make any sense unless it does. And there's a reason why someone, I don't know, I mean, there's a reason why someone over there doesn't want a conflict of interest. Why do we need it? Because everything on this agenda is choked with questions about intent, who's benefiting, why would they make that decision? Why is this still not being addressed? It's such a no-brainer. I'm saying make your jobs easier for yourselves and get a conflict of interest pledge or whatever. And then you've already addressed one of the huge problems that we're facing right now. It's such a no-brainer. And I don't understand why you all can't have the sense of urgency that you needed in order to get your work done. The appellant fees. All right, now I'm going over. I can't even believe this is still a conversation, and nobody believes it is, because I had to tell people, no, actually, it's still a live subject. None of your constituents can believe that this is even a question, especially given that the appellants won. And I want to tell you, and Brian knows this, because Brian, we had a conversation about it. I've had neighbors say to me, oh, don't worry. If you're charged, we'll do a GoFundMe campaign. And I'm like, what? Yeah. And Brian, the way that you talked about it, we're not talking, if it's the way that it seemed, we're not talking like a few $100s. Nobody would be losing their head over that, although it still would be incorrect. The way that it seemed is that we could be talking in the order of thousands of dollars, if not tens of thousands of dollars. And I just want you all to save yourself the PR spectacle of the outrage of your own constituents that you would throw the bill at us for doing the work of Town and Country. Yeah, just end it. Don't waste Brian's time. He's got much more important things to do. So, okay, I'm just gonna try to wrap up on a few more things, and I'm sorry, I am over time, and if you want, you can cut me off. I want to just remind everybody, why are there openings on the zoning board? It's because Mary Tepper stepped down to observe her conscience. Yeah, because she felt that she had to serve the village better by helping to look into these ordinances, right? And to be able to do the research rather than staying on the board. John, you have on your record Aaron Clune not too long ago, also resigning. Mary didn't say she was resigning in protest, so I don't want to put words in her mouth. You know that Aaron Clune did. Also as an act of conscience. People, what does this tell you? Why, well, first of all, why do all the women need to step down? What's going on that women feel that they, but I want you to know then the optics of this is that someone stepped down because they knew that this is such an important board, yeah, that it determines the future of the village. Why would you not do everything you could possibly do to avoid even the mere trace of some kind of impropriety? And here, I'm not casting aspersions on anyone. I'm just calling it haste. I'm calling it opacity. People didn't know that there was availability, and we have a deep and wide fund. Why would you not do, after such a fraught issue, everything conceivable that you could do so that this looks like a transparent and an inclusive process? It's not. And so again, it doesn't even about anyone in particular who's been nominated. It's about the process being opaque and being rushed. And this is we're at too much of an inflection point. So it's too risky to rush ahead with something that is so momentous and that is going to have such longstanding consequences. By the way, I want to praise Michael Van Landingham for being precisely the kind of person who we want to serve. Because if I understood him correctly, he said to you, I'm not in a rush. I'm here. I'm here with my kids. I can serve on another committee. Thank you, Michael. That's wonderful. And again, it's nothing personal about you. John, this is more about you and either your lack of judgment, yeah, or your sense that you can act with impunity to get what you want. And John, I'm telling you, you cannot act with impunity. I know that you have in the past, but you can't act with impunity. Okay? So I want to just wrap up by saying something that is exquisitely uncomfortable, but has to be said. And John, I'm talking about you. You know that you were elected by a difference of, I believe it was 12 votes. It might be 12 or 13. And you know, John, that you were reelected as president after having already served president. So what does that tell you? You don't need my credentials as a U.S. historian to know that that vote was a referendum on your performance. And half of the constituents chose somebody else. I wish I knew you then, John, because what I would have said to you is like, dude, this is awesome. You have a chance to win over your constituents. Your job, with all deliberate speed, is to bring this community back together. And John Imes, ever since that horrible morning that I woke up to the sound of buzzsaws, yeah, I have only discovered more and more and been more and more disappointed, frankly, in your leadership. And I know you want us to take a civility pledge, but I feel an honor. I mean, I feel a duty to truth and to my fellow citizens than I do to soft shoeing this. So let me put it differently and try to put it positively. You have a chance now to restore your reputation. You have a chance now to kind of move this inflection point from where it's going to something much more positive. But it requires that you don't do things that smack of terrible hygiene, terrible ethical hygiene, and terrible procedural hygiene. One tiny one just happened yesterday. In what universe, John, do you think it is appropriate to send a sales pitch about logic to some Shorewood Hills residents and not others? Who's on the list? Who's not on the list? That alone, the impropriety blows my mind. And Tammany Hall comes back again. I'm not being histrionic. I'm not trying to be a showboat. I don't actually like to publicly speak, and I'm exquisitely uncomfortable right now. But people, this is embarrassing. It is embarrassing. John, you can be a cheerleader for logic all you want in your private heart, but you are it is malpractice for you to be conducting yourself the way that you are. It is an absolute violation of any sense of propriety, of any sense of ethical norms. I'm only talking about that one thing, because again, I'm over time and I'm limited. So please forgive me if if these sound like hard words. They're just a desperate plea, because right now you all have neighbors against neighbors. You've got people, twisting themselves up with each other. And it's really, really, really simple. It's so simple what needs to happen right now. Your only job right now as our leaders is to restore public trust, to not keep antagonizing your constituents, to not keep making them stay up around the clock and over weekends to ask for open records requests so that they can keep collecting the receipts. We will keep doing it if that's what you want. But we don't want to be in the way of Village Hall getting our work done for us. I would much rather Brian, who by the way is a lovely human being, to be able to do his job and not spend all his time trying to answer open record reports. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just, so even if I cannot appeal to your ethics or your sense of propriety, let me appeal to the pragmatist in you. There is so much dysfunction right now that what needs to happen with all deliberate speed is a restoration of trust. And then you have your villagers working, not throwing grit in the system or putting energies in other ways, but actually trying to serve each other and to serve you. So I apologize. I went massively over time, but and I must say that given how little I was heard over the last meetings, I do hang up now feeling terribly worried about what the verdicts are going to come at the end of this night. But I'm hoping and I'm praying that you all are hearing. It's really, really, really simple. It's more important than logic. It's more important than anything. The most important thing is to restore trust. And that means wherever you can, slow down the process. Wherever you can, open things up. Wherever you can, and don't just use platitudes to say it. You've got to do it. And the eyes of your fellow villagers are on it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. We're coming up on 9 o'clock. Other public comments? Yep, right back here.
Well, I think there was one here too. You go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Do I get a microphone or do you want me to shout? So I'm Judith Kimball. I'm on Columbia Road. And I wanted to, so many comments, like I'm going to try and keep this to 1 minute. And I'd like you to table the ZBA appointments tonight. I think it's very important just to table them at least for a month and give the village an open time to get applications in. I was one of the applicants that put my application in on Sunday. And I did that because I saw what was going on and it seemed, I felt like the gender imbalance was remarkable on this, but I hadn't realized all the women had resigned because they thought it was so ethically imperfect. But be that as may, I'm gonna go talk to them and find out. But I have sent in my application. I'm a scientist. I have been a scientist for 50 years. I've been a very successful scientist. I have chaired the Obama Committee for the Medal of Science. I have been on the advisory committee to the NIH director. I've been on the council for the National Academy of Science. I've elected to the National Academy of Science and many others. I've been a successful scientist. I look at data. I make conclusions. I try and figure out what's right and what's wrong. I'm not an expert in zoning, but I can learn. And I would love to actually have the opportunity to do that. And so I sent my application in and John sent me back this nice little letter saying, thank you very much. I'll put you in the queue. Well, I would like to have a broader consideration of my own application, as well as other, perhaps women or other people who are not in the fold with the idea of diversity on the CBA. And I could say lots more things. Like, please put a conflict of interest together and get rid of those fees for us and other things, but.
Thank you, Chair.
May I address you?
Well, if you want to.
I would like to, because I'd like to set the record straight. So when you made the statement about all women residing on the ZBA, that's not accurate.
Well, that's what I heard tonight.
I don't want false things to get out there because it's really important to me for the facts. Mary Tepper, the only person that resigned in early August, for personal reasons that I can't state, but she resigned and that's it. The other people that are currently on the board are me, Jane Hamblin, John Clancy left the village by default, he's no longer on there. Guard is no longer serving. The other alternates are Gary Johnson and Kara Coburn Ferris. So I do not want any inaccuracies to get out there. So just please.
I apologize.
Thank
I just was repeating what I heard this evening.
Thank you.
My name is Liz Severson. I've lived in the village on Sweetbriar Road for 36 years. I am so appreciative of all the comments today. I just want to step back for a minute and say, I love living in the village. My concern here, you heard how much you, the village board, and the zoning board of appeals, and so on and so forth, have lost our trust. You have lost our trust. And that is a major problem. I have never felt this way in all the time I have lived in the village. We are faced with perhaps having a very high debt load added because of this purchase of a building that isn't central to the village. From my perspective, that's a huge problem. It's not central to the village. And we would become landlords. There are all sorts of other reasons that have been better articulated than I will even try to repeat now, and because I don't think they need to be repeated. In terms of the property on Sweetbriar Road, we've received the impression that the village government is giving far more weight to the developer, in this case, than to what we in the village feel is important to keep the character of the village. Having a building built, a house built that is right up against, almost against the street, is so out of character with everything around it. I feel that that is a threat to the character of the village.
And that makes me not only upset and sad, it makes me angry. So I will finish there. Thank you very much for your time and I thank everybody else for their comments.
So I'm directed to the online folks. Julie, Kevin Icorn. You join us?
Hi, this is Julie.
Julie.
Kevin's leaving me to be the voice of 2805 Columbia Road. We live across, oh, you're gonna video me. Here I am. My hair looks not fabulous, guys. Hi, I'm Julie. I live at 2805 Columbia. I live in the property directly across from 1202 Sweetbriar. And I'd like to take a second to just kind of talk about some themes that we notice is that whether you're on the board or whether you're a village resident, it does feel like communication is really an issue that's affecting everyone. And if you're on the board and you're listening to people kind of lose their mind in some of these statements, this might be a moment to kind of say, wow, we kind of have some breakdowns in communication. And I can't fix the communication problems, but I can say I would encourage you to say, as our village appointed trustees, communication would be the one thing I would want to have people who live around me, who deal with me, to have faith and confidence in me. My second comment is, I would love to apply for the board. I'm sure Dietmar and I would hit heads, but since I live across the street, I'm not going to apply for that because that feels like a conflict of interests. Dietmar, I think you'll make good decisions and I'll argue with you, but I'll do it in a way that matters and that I understand you're a property rights person and I am a person whose property rights may be infringed upon. And so I implore the board, as you go through this process, it is not only the rights of the developer, but it is the rights of those who live across in the downstream pathway of this development who also have rights, who have had this home and do not want to be impacted in a negative sense by new construction that may or may not. I understand the village has an incentive to get tax dollars. That's great. You should. I called the developer and asked if they could build adult senior housing that would make a suggestion, because there's a lot of people in their late 70s, early 80s who might like a house that's like functional, right? Like they don't want to leave the village either. And there's no housing for that. And that could be a really nice house. Like there are many ways to look at a problem and solve it, but I'm also a property rights owner. And just because it's new property doesn't mean it has more rights than my property. So I'd like the board to keep that in mind. My last statement, sorry, I don't like talking in public, is, the logic, I'm sure there was much said tonight, the logic kind of lacks some logic. And again, I feel like there's not a lot of flexible thinking here. I think no matter how many times we say, this isn't a good idea, what we aren't saying is, are there any better ideas? And a better idea might be, why don't we redo Village Hall for the police department and rent space and logic for Village Hall and then sell Village Hall, right? Like there's a lot of alternatives that aren't purchased within 90 days. If you went to any of the meetings for the Hayden House, those were painful meetings. If you watch Tracy Koziel get yelled at by neighbors who had to look at it, you think to yourself, how do we treat each other like this? And I continue to say, this massive amount of money feels high risk, and you're not showing me that it's a low risk investment. And so I continue to say there are probably many alternatives that we haven't considered, and 90 days isn't enough time. And so Julie Icorn at 2805 Columbia Road, I'm going to stop talking. Hope everyone has a good night and goodbye.
Thanks, Julie. Mark.
So I'm Mark Sundquist. I've spoke last month as well. But I would say the committee choices are always tricky. And I have tried, as being on the Plan Commission for 16 years and the chair of the Plan Commission and village president for 10, I tried to find people who were all around the village. And so we could have someone from Garden Homes, someone from Lake Mendota, someone from the east side, the west side, and of course, very importantly on Tally Ho as well. And, but it's very important to try to get all kinds of diversity on these committees. But I don't remember that we really had a kind of an advertisement that we said, hey, there's an opening on the traffic committee. I think it was more informal and word of mouth. But at the same time, we tried to do the best we could to get representation from all around. Now, the other thing, I mean, getting to the communication, I think this is a perennial issue, just like the very first village board minutes from 1926 or 7 talked about the traffic up on the hill. I mean, this was the first meeting and they talked about how bad the traffic was. So these things are perennial. And we got the bulletin going out. The bulletin was printed in those days. We had notices and we still had to fly the village with pamphlets and I mean, all these things that we used to be able to stick on the wings of the mailboxes and things like that. But we couldn't get people interested until, something really was exciting. And that's what's happened now. It took a while, but now everybody is paying attention to this. And that's why it's really important to step back and forget about this 90-day business because this lease, I mean, this offer is going to be renewed if we want to renew it. It's been vacant for so long. You don't have to have a timetable, but what you need to do is go back to the beginning and look at these different proposals, which are here tonight, but they shouldn't be decided or talked about very much tonight. There should be a kind of another kind of meeting, what they call chautauquas or something like that. We had all kinds of these in my 26 years. We had, what are we supposed to do for the commercial district? What do we do for that one? What do we do for this? And we would have these meetings that they had one last year, I think, for the redoing the commercial district, but it was kind of an open thing. Here are all kinds of possibilities, and what would you like and what do you think? This is where we have to go back again. I mean, there's been planning for village uses going back as far as the beginning also. And we've been, we've all been through this, but again, you have to stop and do it. You have to do it again. And this is the time that, forget the timetable, go back and go through Egan's proposals, go through all of these, get all the data out and let people stew and think about it a while. And then move to the next step. But don't say, oh, we've only got 90 days to do this, so we better get on it. The other thing that has really I've noted is that if I write to John, he writes back, which is very nice. But it's too much of advocating for this new thing, and it's not. It's as I was village president, my role was sometimes to advocate for things, but it wasn't to say, hey, this is what we're going to do, and this is why we're going to do it, because it's so great. It's just, we'll save all this money, we'll do this. These are conclusions that we haven't reached yet. And so it's begging the question to say, hey, we're going to sell the village hall, we're going to get money for that, we're going to build all these, get taxes, we're going to do these things. That's an advertisement that we haven't gotten to that point. So what we need to do is go back, but at the same time, show some impartiality. And I don't think the board has any guilty in any way of being advocacy. But I think, John, you've just been a little bit strong in kind of giving, nice ads. You can get this condo in Florida and it'll do all these things for you. And so, respond to things, but we don't have to have a rebuttal for every letter we send. We might say, thank you for the letter, we'll consider that. Caution is good, but to say, here's your point, and I don't agree, this is what we're gonna do, and it's not necessary for every one of our heartfelt message to the village to be rebutted at that time. So I would just say, just step back, take another 6 months and lay the groundwork, dig around the roots, as the Japanese would say, before you transplant the tree and get it done properly. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. Over here, Chrissy.
I'm Alenka Weinhold, and I wanted to say something about the lack of transparency that seems to run through many of the decisions and actions of our president and the board. This concern is not rooted in hostility, but in a shared desire for better governance and in recognition of the absolute crisis of trust in our community that is experiencing in its government and governing processes. My distrust began with the Columbia and Sweetbriar case and was further deepened by the proposal to purchase the Logic building. That proposal was presented without any sufficient due diligence or cost analysis, involved a property that had been on the market for 2 years. Another realtor. I just can use my common sense. As John said, if this building was sitting there for 2 years, not rented, not being sold, how come it's such a hard deal that we need to buy it? It doesn't serve the village, the residents. There is lack of parking. It would have to be remodeled. The cost is questionable, and it would burden the residents with higher taxes in the future, or possible, like John mentioned, bankruptcy. The other troubling question is about who truly benefits from such decisions, purchasing this building and also mentioning selling the property where stands our current village that everyone loves in the village, and it's centrally located and it's very easily accessible for switching for something that would not really serve the villagers' needs. And if we sell this property, like again, which developer will benefit from it? And is it already in the place in a case that someone suggested this sell? The final breaking point in the erosion of trust has been the hastily nomination of the new members to the Zoning Board of Appeals. This process was, like I said, hastily, rapid, and fosters further skepticism about whether these decisions are being made in the best interest of the community or instead to serve the preferences of a narrow circle of individuals. This is tied to the Columbia and Sweetbriar, where instead of defending your residents, you were placing decisions in favor of the developer, and we had to hire our own lawyer to defend us in this. I also wonder if you would make these decisions and you would be the neighbor where this new mentions will be brought up, if you would be approving it. Would you like to live there and looking on these monsters on a miniature properties? And plus the person lied to us. How come we are not persecuting? So I hope that tonight you will not stop one of the members who would like to pursue that. The same would be. Oh, I guess maybe Barteli night. A strong voice, I can talk maybe without. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the same with this building that you are proposing, I wonder if you would have to use your own money to purchase the building, if you would be so rushing into it. You know, it's easy to use taxpayers' money to buy a building, but would you be thinking about it more in depth and be more cautious? So going back to the nomination for the zoning board of appeals, I respectfully request a delay in the vote of the zoning board of appeals and appointments. Publicly announce the applications which were not, so more people can apply. And I hope that you will reconsider these people who applied for these positions and were nominated because they were favoring this developer in their statements in front of you, the board. Finally, I request that at the next board meeting, the trustees discuss and take steps toward establishing a conflict of interest policy for the village of Shorewood Hills. All officers, the commission members and the staff should be required to follow clear codified conflict of interest guidelines to ensure that the decisions are made transparently and in the best interest of residents. Trust cannot be rebuilt through words alone. It requires visible action. Delaying this vote, opening the ZBA application process, establishing COA policy would be concrete steps toward restoring credibility and public confidence that we lost in it.
Yeah, Chris, you go to John. And then we'll come back here.
John Taylor, well, I guess it comes down to this, John. I'm gonna ask you to resign.
Thank you.
I just think, you know, look at what's happened. It's your leadership, and that's unfortunate because you're a good guy. You've done some, you know, good things in your life, but I'll tell you what. You're sending some people, you know, the hoo-ha about, you know, how great something is, sending other people to that mailing list. You know, that's it. That's what, you know, you screwed up. So I'm asking.
Yeah, go to Rick, that's fine.
Thank you. Rick Chappelle, 30-year resident of Sweetbriar, more or less. I will echo Kurt's gratitude of all of you who have spent 2 hours and 20 minutes before even getting to your agenda. So thank you for all of that. I will also follow that up with a complaint. There have been calls for civility, just calls. And we've had this mammoth neighborhood email exchange, which I think all of you were caught. You couldn't respond to the rest of you without violating open meeting, but you could respond to us. And as far as I could tell, you never have, except for a recent call for civility. For example, when I asked how CSM could be based on what was apparently perjured testimony, I didn't get an answer when I emailed explicitly to John Imes and to Bob Falk, trustees I know best. I didn't get answers from them either. I am not justifying incivility, but I can't explain it because what happens when people are ignored? They get more strife, they get louder, they get ruder. We get. I'd say I hope that I haven't been civil. I have to preserve my usual impeccable manners. That I can tell you what this process has done for me. I am somebody to whom you gave a public service award 1.5 years ago for my service. And a week ago, you received my resignation in disgust from the committee. So I see the system is broken. This is not merely a complaint, but a request for correction. When such emails go out, you could reply to some of them. It's legal when a member of the Shorewood Village Assured staff warned us that what we were doing was illegal with a neighborhood list. You or others on the board could have corrected, said, no, it's legal to have conversations. Conversations aren't legal. When we heard about the proposal to to put people, the only, just about the only residents who have spoken up in favor of the development, which there's so many complaints on that street about nominating them to the ZBA. I was civil in public. I can't say I was civil in private. That's my reaction. If those actions are continued, if you are successful in tonight in what is perceived as your nominees on the ZBA, I'm afraid that the incivility will continue and my disgust. So I don't call for your reservation. I call resignation. I call for you to modify your behavior to make it appear, to make it the conflict of interest that has been pointed out to appear less extreme. So thank you.
Thanks, Charlie. I think you're on this side. Okay. Oh,
It needs a
okay.
battery. Do you want me to go get fresh batteries?
If you wouldn't mind, Chrissy, and then we'll struggle along here. We're gonna go right over here.
Hi, I'm Tim Gordon.
Hi, Tim.
I live at Columbia Road. I've lived here with my wife for 25 years. I'm a retired critical care physician, and my research was childhood injury. The only time I've ever appeared in front of this board was about 20 years ago when I advocated to get a sidewalk around the school. And because children weren't walking in the street with snowdrifts, and you get a four-way stop so children could actually walk the four corners to the pool without getting hit. And a lot of that was based on bringing data and facts and understanding to a group of wonderful residents who all came together to say, this matters, this is important, but let's make this change. And we did it. This current process, first of all, I thank you all for your service. This is hard for you, I'm sure, and you're doing this at your time. So I really appreciate that. But I'm really grateful to people like Marilyn and everything that's been said here tonight. I can't add much to that, except to a couple of pleas. One is the amount of confirmation bias that's been expressed in this decision is astronomical. That anytime Marilyn writes a letter that she frames very clearly about what the facts are, there's an immediate rebuttal that's in one way, in favor of the logic. And then within that rebuttal is no decisions have been made. That is extremely troubling. I went to the tour. I've been to every meeting in August and forward about this. I've had board members tell me, we need to buy the Logic building because a nonprofit will buy it. I said, oh, okay, what do we lose? Well, we'll lose tax revenue. In the same day, I had the same board member tell me, it's okay if we buy it, if we only lose $27,000 a year. Okay, nonprofit can't buy it because we lose that tax revenue. We can buy it because it's not that much big a deal. But they're always framed in a way that there's an extreme bias that this decision's been made. And that's not even necessary to get to 90 days. We learned tonight it's actually mid-October that this needs to be done. It's fitting a round peg in a square hole. And people have already said, putting together police and childcare and a restaurant, full service restaurant. I grew up in the restaurant business. Good luck. It is one of the hardest businesses anyone could ever do. And if you're going to be in there and involved as the landlord, good luck. That's fraught with all kinds of issues. From my child perspective, mixing childcare with law enforcement, the civil court, and making them travel from the pool or from Four Corners to that community center with that traffic pattern across that small that parking lot that's there with the mall that's there now. I'm taking care of a lot of children who buy cars. You don't want it. A traffic study, sure, should have been done long ago. All these things should have been done before you committed to this process. And I'm begging you, stop it. Put the brakes on. Look at what Mr. Deacon's gonna present. Let's fix this together. Okay? We don't need this animosity of, we're all showing why this is not a good idea, and the immediate response from the board is sending out emails saying why it is a good idea. It's great, there's a bike lane, we can walk over there, it's successful, not as successful as this building. The other key point, this is a beautiful piece of property. We have a beautiful village. If we want to change the character of our, let's fix this property. We deserve to have a nice property for our village hall as much as the developer needs to spend the money to have whatever they're gonna build here. This is part of who we are. I've lived here for 25 years. Our village hall is beautiful. Let's make it better. Let's fix it up. Let's look at all the options to improve what we have here. Let's fix our police department. Let's make certain a child who needs to go up in an elevator because it's not accessible to our community center, let's fix that. It doesn't mean buying a Logic building, which everyone has said here. I haven't heard one pro comment to that. People, and thank you, Laura, for looking through and figure out what the pros and the cons were in the email. I haven't heard one comment tonight from all these residents who bother to come out and say, yep, Logic building's perfect. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I listened to you 2 meetings ago, almost crying. Because you said, we haven't done anything for the 7 years you've been on this committee. This gentleman said, you've now lit a fire under this group. You know, that you now have engagement to fix the facilities of this village. You're gonna have money soon, from what I can tell. Purchasing Logic and going ahead with it, that's something you will change this village for generations.
Yes.
Okay? You will not to go backwards. You will be living in a modern window frame building as your village hall for generations to come. Won't be able to come back to this. And you'll have an apartment building here, and this will be lost. I don't know. We're a village that's got resources, God bless us, and we are lucky stiffs for those resources. And if we can't fix this, and we have to have a referendum, we have to cut corners elsewhere or whatever, let's at least talk about it. Not, this is the golden apple, let's just go do it. And so I would ask a couple things. One, please don't do this in the time frame you're doing it. You can't do it. And get all the information you need from Mr. Deegan and all the other options that we should have in fact. 2, stop the confirmation bias. Just stop it. You're indicating you've already made a decision. You love the Logic building.
Yeah.
Most of us don't.
Yeah.
So we don't need rebuttals. What we need is transparent facts. Just like the number of children who get hit by cars on a sidewalk around the school. Those are transparent facts. And good people, good board members with solid information made a great decision 20 years ago. We can all do the same. This is a wonderful group of members you have in this community. Don't just do this because everybody's calling for conflict of interest. I thought there was one. I can't believe there isn't one. But it does beg the question, why? Why would you want this? No one else seems to want it.
Yeah.
So I say, turn it on to a positive. You know, we got a great group of citizens here, very intelligent, very motivated, very fortunate. You know, we are so lucky. Let's do something positive together. Build something that we can all agree on. Vet all the facts that are out there. Might take us longer, but they're ignited now. They're excited. Let's capture that and make a better decision. But please do not affirm the offer that you put in the timeline you have done it. I think you would do this all a disservice, and I think you would potentially harm this village for generations to come, because you can never come back to what you have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are at 9:30. Who else would like to speak? Mary, I see you back there.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mary Wyman, 1223 Dartmouth Road. Hello. I first want to thank the trustees. I want to thank the staff. And I really want to thank my fellow citizens. Sure, okay. I really want to thank my fellow citizens who showed up tonight, mustered the courage, prepared comments. Thank you so much for all of that and participating. I just want to quickly start out by putting my voice about on one side of a couple substantive issues that are under discussion tonight by the trustees. First of all, I request that you, first of all, I want to thank Trustee Lotfy for her very thoughtful proposals about waiving the fees for the appellants for the issue on Sweetbriar. And I want to urge the trustees to support that recommendation by Trustee Lotfy to waive the fees. I also want to thank her for putting forth the proposal and the recommendation that the issue of the survey get referred for investigation. I don't need to enumerate that. I don't need to say it again. Other folks have mentioned that you guys know the concerns, and I want to make sure that you know I'm also in favor of that referral. I also want to urge you to not approve the current nominations for the Zoning Board of Appeals. The issues have already been enumerated. And finally, I want to urge you to prioritize thoughtful development of a conflict of interest policy. That is low-hanging fruit to address the trust issue. You can't fix the trust issue with that, but it's low-hanging fruit and it's pretty basic. And I really want to urge you to pursue that. On the issue of trust, I think there are a lot of substantive issues that are being considered by you guys, but I think the biggest issue we have right now is the lack of trust in our government, in our elected officials, in the staff, in the political appointees, the volunteers, the people that serve on the committees. That's unfortunate, but that is really where we're at. I'm not the first person to say it tonight. And you guys may, I think the cause of that is multifactorial. So some of you might be sitting there having worked your tails off on various issues, volunteering, and you might be rolling your eyes and thinking, you know, perhaps these ingrates or I don't know, indulgent citizens, something like that. We finally come out of the woodwork when, you know, something is of concern to us personally. I think there are a lot of reasons why trust can get destroyed, but I believe that you guys as leaders are the only ones that can step up and start to fix it. We can't do it ourselves. You guys really have to start doing things differently. And I really want to urge you to take that seriously and prioritize that above any other substantive issues or decisions that you feel that you need to make that are on rush timelines. And then finally, I want to close by coming back to our values, because I think this is really beautiful. You know, we're all here because we love this village. We care about this village, and other people have said it. This is something really special that we have here. It's really special. It's not just about land values or a particular tree or whatever, it's all of that. And, you know, if you go to the village website, you can go to the, I'm trying to say this, you got the Village Code of Ordinances. You go to chapter 10. I bet you guys know what chapter 10 is, right? That is the zoning, right? That's the land use regulations. Who can tell me what the general purpose of the chapter of the zoning code is? What have we decided as a village that the reason is why we have laws and rules about land use? Michael, I'm sure you know. What is it? I'm sure you can share that with us.
Yeah, do you, I mean, like.
No, I'm just curious.
You mean the preamble that talks like this, you know, drafted in for language about overcrowding, like.
Not really. Craig, do you know?
Are you, okay, so I'm sorry,
I just thought you might know since you said that you had involved yourself with the zoning code. I understand. I am going to ask Craig, and I know you've also involved yourself with the zoning code. Can you share anything about the general purpose of the chapter?
Well, I cannot recite it. It has very good language. I think every ZBA meeting should begin by referring to the intents and purposes of the zoning code. It has things about, I kind of call it neighborliness. But and I hopefully you'll read it, fully. It's very good language, and it is about, air and space, things that manifest themselves as setbacks and where neighbors meet each other, where their property lines come together, harmony there. It is about, avoiding crowding, overcrowding, health and safety. Why don't let's give options?
No.
I will read one line because I think it's really important. And it's what brought us all here in some way, even though this is specific to the zoning. The general purpose of the zoning code is to promote the comfort, health, safety, morals, prosperity, aesthetics, and general welfare of the people of the village of Shorewood Hills. That's why we have zoning code. That's why we have land use rules. It's not about protecting individual property owners. It's certainly not about protecting a developer who does not live in the village, who bought land and wants to do things. But it's also why we're all here tonight in some larger, even if you're not here because of the zoning issue, you're here because you care about the village and you care about the people. And we've all showed up, and I really want the board and everybody else to do your part to meet us. So thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Other folks that want to comment this evening? Otherwise, we'll go
Can
back here.
Excuse me real quick. Fred would like to speak.
Oh, thank you.
Just, I mean, go ahead, but just let me know that.
I just have a quick comment. I
Go ahead.
only wanted to say, thank you to that gentleman. No, that's it, the one in the white. I just don't say anything.
They were both good.
Spoke about the logic building. I absolutely agree with him with everything. I'm not very good speaker and I cannot formulate things so well like he did. But I too feel like we are constantly bombarded and promoted with this. You made the decision, you want to buy it. I don't know if you benefit from it somehow, but it is always like selling it, but it doesn't benefit us and you don't hear us. Everyone is saying, we don't want it, we don't want it. Here is a petition of 168 people who signed it. I don't know how many more people would have to sign it to reject the purchase. Like, if we have a referendum, I don't know how many people live here and what's the percentage we have to have it, but isn't that enough signatures to say, we don't want it?
Well, no, they get feedback.
Thank you. Fred Wade, you're up.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see me, but I can,
We can hear you, Fred. We'd love to see you, but it's up to you.
I'm calling in on my cell because Marilyn was already
ahead.
checked off on the
Yeah.
laptop.
Go ahead.
I just, this is a very, first I want to commend you all for sitting there and listening to this. I know it's a very difficult job to serve on the board and that you're all volunteers. I've been there before, but I think this comment session and the discussion that's gone on before should persuade you, I hope, that the Logic purchase has to be rejected at this point in time because there's simply not enough time. One, for you to do your due diligence and communicate that to the village, that the information is needed to persuade people that it's not a mind-boggling mistake. And that gets to the trust issue a lot of people have been talking about. Even if you've got the information, you don't have time to communicate it in a way that's going to bring village residents along. It's terribly divisive. A rejection of the Logic proposal to build it to buy it at this time is not going to prevent further consideration if someone on the board thinks it's really appropriate to consider it among other potential alternatives that are available. But you're now at 930 plus. You've got 3 separate capital improvement plans on the agenda yet, and you don't have time to discuss them. And you're all tired. And you need to consider the logic proposal in connection with what your options are there, and there's no time to do that. So I think it would be a mind-boggling decision to me if the board were to go ahead and do this. I think it would be a terrible mistake. And I just hope that you're persuaded at this point in time. And the first thing you can do to clear the decks and get focused on the budgets and on the capital improvement plans that are before you and have to be decided upon within a month is to clear the air and put an end to this proposal to buy the Logic building. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Julie?
I'd like to say one thing. I've heard several residents ask you to do a conflict of interest policy. I just want the residents to be aware that there are strict ethical laws in place with the state statute that is incorporated into our code, and our board does follow those, and they are very ethical people, and it is already part of our code. If you look at, it's in chapter 1, it references, there's a code of ethics. So I just want to speak on their behalf, and I'm not sure they know exactly where that is in the code off the top of their head. But it specifically in chapter 1, there is a code of ethics, and it references the state statute as well. And so that does apply to all of our elected officials, and these are good people. They follow the code.
Thank you, Julie. All right, we had a lot of great comments tonight.
Kate has her hand up.
Kate.
There's one more.
Kate. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, how are you?
Good,
Yep.
thank you. Kate Crowley and
Yep.
Burnham Drive. I have 4 things, I'll be quick, because we're almost done before I say that. On the topic of the CSM, which I think is your last agenda item today, I've been pretty involved in digging into the homework of the receipts that's been called tonight. And I just want to make sure that everyone here understands that there just hasn't been good information. I don't fault the board for decisions that you make to this point, because you just haven't had them. But tonight you do, because of the work that residents have done and trustee Lockheed digging in over the last month. And when you met in August, I think you had misinformation about parts of it that led to a decision that you're going to pick through tonight. And I want everyone here to know that it's a new day. There's new information, and we look forward to this board reviewing that. And thank you so much to Shabana for digging in with those of us who got the receipts. It's easy to look at that and say that you think it's a NIMBYism or property rights, but when you read the memo, there's just really clear evidence of fraud, just clear. Yep. And it's an investigation. Simple as that. Next, the appellant fees, I'll be quick. People have made a good point about that. But again, this group here and many people at home did the work, and a lot of work, and found that the village engineer just simply misread the parking provision of our code. And you can go to the video of the ZBA, because I don't think that one's taken offline yet, and see that it kind of says, yeah, I missed that one. And so to have to pay for our own attorney and pay for the village's professional fees, which sound like would be in the tens of thousands of dollars, when the village engineer missed something is a process problem that will prevent future groups from doing the work that we've done. The applications for the zoning board, a lot of good comments tonight. For me, my hangup is the process. The application online to be a committee member says that staff is responsible for proposing vacancies, which would lead people to believe that staff will post vacancies. Our code does not require staff to post vacancies, but if you read that in the application, you think, well, if there's a vacancy, it will be posted. And so there's lots of reasons to hold for the ZBA appointments. A lot of good ones made tonight. That's the one for me that's just so clear. We have people who may want to be involved and just didn't know that there were vacancies. We want diversity. We want diversity of a lot of things, including positions on property rights and development rights.
you need to hear from everyone who could be qualified. Yeah. And then my final one, I think hasn't come up tonight, is the process to approve the changes to the zoning ordinance. Great discussion last week at Plan Commission. I understand that a public hearing. I don't see it's posted yet. I would encourage the board to post that because people should come.
Yeah.
And then it's unclear to me if it's 2 readings or 3 readings of the code before it can be approved. As a board, you can do that in special meetings. At the Plan Commission and tonight we've heard that our code is not satisfactory. And if we wait for multiple regular board meetings, we're gonna go months before our code is improved, and we could be here until 2 in the morning on another issue. So let's change it as quickly as possible. Call special meetings, boom, boom, boom. Do it all in 1 week, do it in 2 weeks. Let's get ahead of this and prevent the next these situations.
Thank you, Kate.
I have a clarifying question.
Go ahead.
Kate, did you say you guys had out-of-pocket attorney fees?
Yes.
Do you know what the number that is?
Yes, our purchase lead.
It's about $5,000 so far.
That you guys paid
Yes.
out of pocket,
Yes.
Yes.
not okay.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification.
I would just have a request. Julie, I believe mentioned, you're Julie? Yeah, you mentioned that there is a or an ethics code. Yes. Would you please, send that out somehow?
It's on the
Make it-
website.
it's
On the website.
In the code of ordinances.
Well, I just quickly looked it up, and the only thing I can find is fairly specific to Blackhawk.
There, if you look at the very first section, it references the state statute and that covers a much broader spectrum.
Okay.
And then from my understanding is they must, I've only been here 2 years, so I'm just looking at the code as everyone else is. So I'm assuming the others was more specific, it's not included in the state statute. So it's the entire state statute on ethics and conflicts of interest. And in addition, our code is more strict, including those specific.
So I'd like to address that point, please, because I also remember when Aaron and Kara were still on the board, there was this code of conduct that needed to be signed, and that's not codified.
No, that's
That's not,
civility.
right,
Yeah.
that's not codified, that's civility, let's be nice to each other, that's
Mhm.
what that was.
Right.
But I saw the person who was making that be signed oftentimes not be very nice to people. So the thing is that while it might be codified as a part of Wisconsin law, it might even be codified for Dane County, I don't know to the level of codification we have. But I don't think that it being state law prevents at all anyone from signing an agreement saying, yes, if I am presented with a conflict of interest, I'm going to recuse myself. And then for the village to say, what does that mean? Do you go golfing? Together? Do you go for lunch? Is it your brother? Is it your sister? I mean, there's nothing that prevents the village from taking an extra step.
Yes.
It's not a law. It's just a promise. It's a commitment.
When
And
they
so while
take
I
their
appreciate
oath.
you, the codified, I appreciate you telling us about this website business, but no, I just think that when you are being asked to be on a committee, a zoning board, when you're being asked, when you're, there's nothing that prevents us from having a pledge, just like the civility pledge.
And it's not just a pledge, and then I will be quiet. It's not just a pledge, it's a process. When you think you might have a relative involved in business or something, you all have a way of thinking it through of what your decision might be. And you have a process perhaps of consulting with each other. So it's different than an ethics code, and then I'll be quiet.
No, Mary, I want you to be quiet. I didn't want to have the residents going back and forth. That was the only thing. So your point's taken.
I just wanted to make a quick comment and make sure everybody knows that the ZBA is not the only committee that you can get involved in. I chair Public Works and Public Health and Safety, and we have openings. So please, volunteer, submit your name.
So
We
does
need
the
your
rec,
help.
so does the rec committee.
There are descriptions on the
Post that website.
I just posted it verbally.
Well, but there was, no, is that there was a gentleman back here
Yes.
that he wanted to be on a committee. He's not on any committees.
Yeah.
But one of the people who was being nominated is on a committee. And we're talking about having, you're saying, hey, I need volunteers.
the way to have volunteers is to let them onto the committees. And the way to disseminate information into the community is by having as many different people on these committees as possible, instead of having one person on 4 committees.
I would also like to know why Brian was rejected to be on ZBA and a very good close friend with the developer was nominated. That's very, very interesting. And here we have the conflict of interest, I think. I don't know. And again,
All right.
absolutely untrust in you.
All right. Is there someone online?
Jennifer was
Jennifer
online.
was up there.
Julie, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it, but, oh, she's back. Okay, Jennifer.
Okay, sorry. There might be a teeny bit of snark in this comment, and if so, I apologize, but I guess I want to thank John. I wouldn't suggest using your MailChimp as a way to communicate vacancies, but clearly you have a method, right, for blasting people and saying, hey, pay attention to this. We've got this exciting opportunity. So I would just kindly ask you to kind of rethink you've clearly got the gift to reach out, to promote and to draw people in. I would ask you to do it through proper means and not through your MailChimp and not just send it out to some people in the village. But I'm just saying, I guess I want to end on a positive note. A few people back, a man sort of said, let's see this as really positive. It's an opportunity now for some hard reset. You've got people activated, you've got people paying attention. You want to redo the village hall? Okay, I think you got people paying attention now. So here's an example. There are vacancies. There are things you need more buy-in from people. People are paying attention right now. And so I would ask you to use your masterful communication skills at reaching out to some of your constituents, to actually reach out to all of your constituents and get them to get involved, rather than using your communication skills to continue to push something that, as one person said, is patently obvious that you really love it and you've got, you're really committed to it. But so, okay, anyway, I wanted to do that in the spirit of positive, like you've got a solution just waiting right in front of you. So thank you.
Appreciate that, Jennifer. Thank you. You bet. All right.
Just one thing,
You
John.
bet, Mark.
This meeting has gone on a long time.
Yeah.
In my experience, this meeting should have been with another venue completely. This is where you start.
Yeah.
And when you get to the final stages, it's all been vetted by hundreds of people through the whole process.
Yeah.
And when I was president, we had one board meeting that was long. The others were 2 or 3 hours or 2, because we didn't create this. We were lucky perhaps, but we didn't create this kind of thing. We tried to dig around and get it going. So don't have this discussion at the board level.
Yeah.
Put it back to a colloquium or whatever you call it, but get somebody in to put up the posters and put up the alternatives and then talk about them. But the board shouldn't have to hear this because the groundwork wasn't done before.
It's fair.
So, and thank you all for putting up with this, because I know what it's like, but getting things done earlier, getting things done in a different way prevents this kind of a great backlash.
Yeah.
My understanding is that you have a lot of trust in the residents, and that I don't think there's the same
Well,
trust. And I think that's a huge difference.
Well, that, I think we did, but it wasn't because we were saintly. It was because we tried to get things done in a fashion that led up to the conclusion rather than starting.
Committees.
And I just say the reason that I volunteered for the ZBA was not because I wanted to be on a committee, it's because I wanted to be on the ZBA, because I really care a lot about the fairness and transparency of the process. And I feel like that is missing. And that's why I wanted to be on the ZBA. The rec committee or the public works committee wouldn't do that for me.
That's fine.
But that's,
I think we should give the board a hand for listening to us for 3 hours.
Julie, we have one person online?
And counting.
Tracy Cozio has.
Oh,
her hand
Tracy
up. There's
Cozio.
Also a gentleman in the back corner who's had his hand up.
Okay, I didn't see that. Hey, oh, hey, Alan. All right, Tracy, can you join us?
Hi, guys. Can you hear and see me?
Yeah, hey.
I just want to say thank you. This is quite the marathon meeting. I'm sure you guys are exhausted and just want to thank you for your time and your volunteerism. Just acknowledging none of you are being paid for this. However, I do want to just give my 2 cents. As you know, I headed up the Hayden House renovations 5+ years ago, and that was a process too. And what I learned from that was, because we went through a round of hardship as well, and I feel that that's what's going on with the Village Hall renovations is when you don't get enough input to start the process, you end up getting roadblocked. And so one thought could be creating an ad hoc committee or a subcommittee off of facilities or something to tackle this issue that you guys are trying to address, and really have a separate set of meetings that are thinking about the process, thinking about our future, thinking about our financials, and just dealing with this one issue. You guys have a lot on your plate, and you can't draw your meetings out like this every time you want to bring this to the table. So maybe creating a subcommittee, thinking really conscientiously about who's going to sit at that table, making sure that all voices are heard, getting perspectives that are not already sold on logic or not sold on logic, but just trying to get as many perspectives to the table and really digging in deep. I don't know what the right answer is. I think there's just too much unknowns, but I think the process of how we get to the answer needs to be thought out. And that's only from going through the experience of the Hayden House. I think at the end of the day, when we regrouped and got better voices at the table, we came out with a great product that the village got behind and is really looks great when you drive by and is a really great part of our community. And I think the Village Hall should be the same. I think with this level of enthusiasm and involvement and people wanting to give their say, we can have a result that everyone's really excited about. So that was all I really wanted to say tonight.
Tracy, thanks for sharing that. Appreciate it. Here, yeah, hey, Alan.
Sir, I guess I can just stand up and yell. I appreciate everybody's comments and thank you. I'm sorry, Alan Goldenberg, 1230 Dartmouth. So to all of my neighbors and all the other residents who have invested countless hours and of their own time and their own industry, who researched and analyzed these subjects in detail, who did their homework and frankly, all of ours along with it, and then crafted thoughtful communications so they would share them with the rest of us and better inform us about what they'd found. I can't thank you enough. I am guilty of spinning in my own world and losing sight of the bigger picture at times. And so I can't thank you all enough for bringing it back. What I've learned in my 40-odd year career as a management consultant is pretty simple. Everybody wants what they want. They do. We all do. We all want what we want. And it's really hard when we don't all want the same thing. Really hard. And it's hard sometimes to see the other side. But what I'll say is that there are some residents who vehemently oppose development in the village. I get it. There are other voices who welcome and encourage increased development in the village, and I get that too. So there's a broad spectrum of opinion on these matters, and all of us sit somewhere on that line. We're all different. In my opinion, renovation, remodeling, and yes, new construction, they're all essential to the growth and the health of this village. Long-term, they're essential. I personally don't oppose development that's thoughtful and that's conforming to our ordinances and to the character and the nature of the village. So with that said, I can only say that I'm as appalled by the air of entitlement that I hear in voices, in the extreme voices that I hear that say, it's mine, I should be able to do anything that I want, as I am appalled by the voices that I hear that say, this is my village and we can derail any development that we don't like. Those extremes are just that. As with most things, it's my opinion that the thoughtful and reasonable course lies somewhere in the middle and to the exclusion of those extremes. So finally, with regard to the board, the zoning board and zoning generally, I don't know if a policy already exists, but if not, I suggest that one that would greatly strengthen the trust of the community and the ability of the zoning board to be objective about these matters would be a policy that would require members that had prejudicial association, financial, or other conflicts of interest in any properties with business before the board would be required to recuse themselves from any decision on the matter. And it would seem that if that were the case, much of this might go away. That's all I had to say.
Thanks, Alan. Okay. Are we commented out? It's a little after 10 o'clock. We do have to govern after this comment, and Mark, I've been following up. I want to follow up with you more and get some more thoughts in terms of how we move forward on this. But is there any other public comments this evening? Otherwise, we'll move forward with the agenda. All right, thank you so much for that. All right, trustees, do we need a couple minutes?
I would take like 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. So you get 2 minutes. It's 10:04, 10:05, come back at 10:07, 10:08.
The live stream running.
Keep the live stream going.
It will pick up voices.
Yep, thank you, Julie.
Don, you can see what a problem this is. I mean, public comment, it's okay. Just Tony.
Yeah.
Public comment is great. But half the audience is left. The questions they're asking are going to be addressed in this agenda. How many people have dropped off online because they couldn't wait to hear what we have to
So
say?
what do you recommend?
I think, unfortunately, probably the only solution is to have another board meeting that's supposed to vote public comment.
Yeah.
And the board meeting where we can actually move on the agenda so that people who are interested in getting the information can get it, supposed to just comment and leave.
A bunch of us who left, gentlemen, are actually now online watching.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. A bunch of people.
Good to see you. Hey, Gemma. All good. Living the dream.
Hey, Mark, can you all hear me? This is Jennifer. I can't get my camera to work. Can you hear me?
No, we're good. I've got mine down here. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Unless you got something stronger on.
Fish.
I'll take one of those.
You know it? Have my dinner. Yeah. Yeah. I wanna. That's great. That's really wonderful. I'm ready when you guys are.
Let's do it. Jets?
Okay, I'm here.
All right, we're gonna reassemble here.
Gotta get the other members. Oh, there's Carol. So,
Thank you.
We're gonna reassemble. All right, and I just wanted to say, yeah, the public comments are great. The governance is also great. And so I realize people can't stay, may not be able to stay through all the governance, but I highly encourage you to watch the tape and weigh in, because I think a lot of the governance stuff that is shared, I think will be really beneficial for residents' understanding as well. So let's move on with the item 7, appointments. We've got 7A, B, and C, discussion and possible action to appoint Julie Fitzgerald as Village of Sherwood Hills Finance Director and Treasurer. There is a motion in your packet. Does someone want to make that motion?
I'll make the, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mark.
You beat me to
I'll
it.
make the
Those are very
second.
organized. I'll make a motion to appoint Julie Fitzgerald to the position of Village of Sherwood Hills Finance Director Treasurer, effective September 21st, 2025.
Thank you, Dietmar. Mark, you're seconding. Further discussion?
I would just say I can't think of anybody more qualified than Julie Fitzgerald.
Hear, hear.
Done a wonderful job for
Here, here. Here, here.
She's more knowledgeable than all of us put together.
That's not true, but thank you for the sentence.
All right, ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. That motion carries. Item 7B, appointment of Chrissy Call to Clerk Deputy Treasurer, as part of our overall village realignment of staff duties following David Sykes' retirement. Village Administrator Mooney has recommended current village deputy clerk, deputy treasurer Hall to take on the job title of village clerk, deputy treasurer. And Chrissy, we're so glad you could hang out with us tonight. Is there a motion? Dietmar.
Yep, I'll make another motion here, which is to appoint Chrissy Call to the position of Village of Sherwood Hills Clerk Deputy Treasurer, effective, excuse me, September 21st, 2025.
I think I saw Carol first. As a second, ready to vote? All those in favor?
No, I want to make a comment first.
Go ahead, Bob.
Discussion. I would
Yeah,
also
discussion.
want to say that I can't think of anybody else more qualified
Here, here.
than Christie Call. She's done an excellent job with everything in the office and always has a bright smile on her face, and I certainly appreciate that.
Here, here,
The
here.
elections.
And
And elections. Yeah. Thanks, Chrissy. All right, item 7.
Get the vote.
Oh, sorry.
It's getting late.
Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. Okay, that motion carries.
Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations, both of you.
Item C, discussion and possible action, zoning board of appeals. You know, I 3 hours ago, I mentioned, that, I made these appointments. Maybe I made them in haste. I know I paid very close attention to Mary Tepper when she called about who she wanted to replace her with, and that was Sam Snellings, and I had great conversations with Sam. And then staff reminded me that, boy, we've got some vacancies. John Clancy left the village. A guard pretty much had retired from any service. And so we were like, okay, we received some applications, and we basically treat those as first come, first served, and they certainly were qualified. And that was the genesis of my decision. I realized that was not a popular decision for a lot of folks. I certainly had the discretion to make those decisions, and you can hold me accountable on those. 2 of the positions, they end in April of 26, so April of this next coming year. So I'll be reappointing for those positions or extending those positions at that point when I make the decisions on who's up for committees and who's interested in what have you. I like the idea of us posting. Mark mentioned we haven't posted historically, but that might be something that we should consider seriously going forward. I didn't have anything more to say. I just wanted to make that comment at the front end here. And then I would just ask if there's any motions that trustees want to make with respect to the appointment of zoning board of appeals members.
I just have a question.
Go ahead, Mark.
2 questions, really. One, does the zoning board of appeals have a quorum with its current members? Can it do business? Or is this filling the vacancies holding up the business of the board?
A fair question, Mark. There are 5 regular members on the ZBA. At this current time, there are 4 acting members, or members that are available and could staff a meeting.
And you need
It
4
requires 4
to run, so you have a bare minimum, but you can do business.
Yep, and it assumes the use of the 2 alternates. Gary Johnson is the first alternate, and then the second alternate is Kim Public Affairs.
Okay, and my second question is, are there any current matters before the Board of Zoning Appeals at this point in time?
Not as far as I'm aware. I'm gonna look to Brian to see if there have been any applications or appeals that have been, or variance requests, I should say.
I wanted to know. Okay, I'm gonna go to Carol, then Shabna.
Yeah, I mean, we frequently have vacancies on committees, as we said, during the question and answer. And often they kind of simmer until April when the new board is seated and the president makes up its whole roster, and then we vote. And so at that time, people are ready for that process to happen. And so, seeing as we have at least a quorum and we have no action before the board, the ZBA, I think that a month's waiting time is a reasonable thing to observe process, since this is so contentious, and there's such high interest. I think that taking the month that was requested is a reasonable thing, and it's not commenting at all on any of the candidates, not at all. Only on the process. I think we could do this.
Thanks, Carol. Shabna.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in the interest of transparency, it's important for us to have more information than just a name. So it is true that the ordinances give the president discretion to nominate, but gives the power to the board to approve or deny. And for me to exercise that power properly, I would like more than a name. A criteria, who else was in the list, would help me do my job better. So if this is going to come back, more information than a name would help us do our job.
I agree with Carol and I agree with Shabnam. I think that we should do a couple things. Number one, I think someone should make a motion to defer this for at least a month, and we should make sure that this is known, that you can apply, and that we should have a really good pool of applicants to pull from over the next month. Number two, I do think that we should rethink our committee appointment process at large. And I do think that there is a natural moment after the April elections, people are kind of looking. I think we can do a better job communicating that. If anyone is interested in having that discussion, the Communications Ad Hoc Committee is meeting tomorrow, so I welcome you to come. But I think we should relook at that overall process. And I also agree, I would like more information. That just even tonight, some of the backgrounds that were mentioned by Judith and Michael were really helpful to know. So instead of just looking at a name, more data would be very helpful as well.
Dietmar.
Yeah, I'll add a few words to, again, both to everyone watching here and then online, and certainly to my fellow board members as well. And I think we'll come likely to the conclusion of deferring this to really follow the process. But I think therein lies the hard task of what is actually the process, is really what you referred to. And historically, it has been that it's at the discretion of the president, and the body still gets to vote on it and nominate. And sometimes that's more just of a pass through. Yep, looks good. Or at this time, and I would have never thought in my wildest dreams that the ZBA would have ever created this amount of interest. Because when I first started, nobody wanted to be on the ZBA.
We're all jealous, Dietmar, that you're
So
attracting
it's
so
great.
many
Thank you for the
candidates.
outpouring support. You know, I've often subscribed to perhaps a process, fair or not, but it's certainly one way of going about it. And that's understanding the timing of when people show interest. And yes, you need to balance that with the diverse part of different people from different parts of the village. And people keep talking about the heart of the village. Let's not forget other village members, such as folks that live not in a single family home, but in apartments, and that are all still part of this village. But there's also a timing to this. And when I look back, and Julie sent this to me earlier this week, we keep track on a list, the village, our village, you guys keep track on a list of who's shown interest and who would want to volunteer for a specific committee. And that's really our way of keeping track. Hey, person X, Y, and Z is interested. Here's where they land. Here's where they keep track of. So specifically to the ZBA, as far as I can discern, there's someone that showed interest on January 29th. So earlier this year, someone named Christoph Ibola, is I think how you pronounce their last name. But this person also showed interest in the Board of Review, Parks, Plan Commission, Public Works, Recreation, Waterfront, only to be appointed at the April seating for the Board of Review. Since that time, nobody else showed interest until Mary Tepper resigned and recommended Sam Snelling. Sam Snelling put in their application, I believe Sam is a he, their application on 8/14, August 14th. Then subsequent to that, on 8/28, Jeremy Tunis put in his application, and then on 9/8, Michael Van Lattingham put in his. Judith, I received your email, and I think Julie received it on Monday earlier this week. You put in your application on 9/15. So this is all to say that timing should matter, perhaps. But I think we need to figure out this process with you, John, how we actually seat people at the table. So thanks for listening to me.
I would also comment that I think in the process, we need to get the input of the committee chair, because they have a perspective of how the dynamic is working. And John has typically asked, what do you think? I know he asked me and in getting new people, and I think that however we formalize a process, that the committee chair should have input.
Good point. Shabnam?
I think Brian Uchik also applied.
Yeah.
And do you guys have his application?
It's not on this list that I have access to. So
He said it got rejected within 2 hours.
So what, if I could, what I encourage anyone that approaches me to do or asking about appointments on committees, is I ask them to fill out the application and hand it in to Julie at Village Hall so that it's recognized and tracked on the list. That's the only process that I know. That's the recommendation that I give to anyone that approaches me.
So I'm hearing that we want to defer this. Do we need a motion or let it lay? What would your preference be?
Well, this is discussion and
possible action.
Possible action.
Right.
We
can just
table
move
it.
on. We can table it for right now.
Do we need a formal vote on this? Or to come up again? On the agenda?
We need a formal vote.
I think we do.
I think we
do.
Otherwise it can't.
So, yep, I'll make a motion to defer the discussion and possible action of the zoning board of appeals member appointment to a future date.
Thank you, Kate.
And maybe to a future date. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Dietmar. And Kate is a second. Further discussion, otherwise ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Okay, that motion carries. Board matters, payment of bills.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Mark.
Approving the payment of bills in the amount of $210,440.94.
Second that.
Thank you, Bob.
I have questions.
You bet.
Well, I think it looks like, what is it, page 17 of the packet, the PDF, that we spent about $1,000 on popcorn.
That's the concession.
So those
okay.
concessions, it's all concessions.
So I don't have the packet in front of me. You said it's page 17, Sean?
Okay, yep,
Let me
that's
just
fine,
verify.
that's fine. That makes sense. It's a supply.
Yep,
That all it is?
anything-
Okay.
Anything that starts with 210 is the pool.
Sure,
So if you look, it's under the concessions code.
got it.
So all of that, all that stuff there is stuff that was bought and then sold at concessions.
And then on that same page, it says water belly costumes, $3,465. We pay for that? This is normal?
It happens every year. It's part of their fees.
Yeah, there's fees associated with.
Oh, okay,
activities.
got it.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
No, good question, Sean. No, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, Mark,
I've made the motion.
and Bob was the second.
Yep.
Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. That motion carries. Item 8B2, approval of the minutes from the town hall. Sean, Dietmar.
Sorry.
Well, I would like to take the August 19 minutes off the consent agenda.
I was
Okay.
gonna do the same thing.
Okay.
Go for it.
So do we have a motion?
So how about I'll make,
approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to move the consent agenda, taking off item Roman numeral 1, which is approval of minutes of August 19th, 2025.
Yep. Is there a second to that? Thank you, Carol. All right, so that's off. And
No discussion.
no discussion. Ready to vote? All those in favor? That motion carries. All right, speak to B1.
Yep, B1, there's just a minor edit, and Julie, I know this seems, the adjournment time was 12:38 PM, should have been 12:38 AM.
No, thank you.
I realize that was the only reason why I moved that up. So with those edits, I would move it.
Okay,
Can I make some edits too?
you can.
So it's page 24 of the packet, but there's, it's 2 sentences and it's about me. So it says, she explained that the proposed CSM met all the requirements under both state statutes and the village code of ordinances. Although we cannot change decisions already legally made, we can take steps to update our existing ordinances, and that process is currently underway with the Plan Commission. I don't think that that was the best summary of what I said, so I would like those 2 sentences deleted.
Just deleted?
Because
Or-
I went back and I reviewed it, and what I said is that there was not a misrepresentation at the Plan Commission meeting that happened in November, but I don't think that that's what this says.
Okay, so I'm sorry, can you give me the page so I can make a note? Again, the page in the packet.
24?
Thank you. Let me take a look here. Okay. And it is. What part are you at? I'm sorry, can you read the first one? I just need to make it so that I can do it before I post it. Or do you want to? Okay, down to. How far down there?
Just
Those last 2 sentences?
those 2 sentences.
Okay. All right, so just end that you. It's just end with the Columbia Road.
Yes.
Okay. I'm fine with that if the board is comfortable with that.
At this point, you bet.
We need a motion.
We do.
I will move to approve the minutes of August 19th, 2025 with the amendments that were just discussed.
Second,
Second.
Shabnam, thank you. Ready to vote? All those in favor? That carries. All right, we are turning the page because we honored David Sykes 3.5 hours ago. And now we're moving to 8C.
B.
First,
yes. Nodding, yes.
But I thought we were moving the capital improvement.
That is correct.
Yeah.
We want.
Yes, oh, yeah, right.
So 8C3, we're moving to 8C3, right, Julie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Discussion capital improvement plan. So Brian, did you want to kick this off, or Mark, how do you want to handle?
Iron chill on this one.
Sure, no problem. Okay, so capital improvement plan, as Gloria mentioned earlier on in our evening meeting, before you in the packet, you have 3 iterations of potential capital improvement plans for review. The labeling of each of the respective CIPs, A, B, and C. I'll start with option A with a little bit of background. Option A of the CIP is essentially the status quo CIP as laid out in last year's plan, with the additions of the department head requests pertaining to 2030. This shows the facilities borrowing taking place in 2026. This predates the logic discussion, and sort of lays out what our plans were with an eye to next year, with the additions of the new 2030 needs. At the end of the CIP, you'll see some of the borrowing plans as laid out by Baird, showing how that will impact the village moving forward. A couple of notes that I wanted to bring to everyone's attention as far as some of the differences within this year's plan, and some of the items that we do need to discuss. Last year in our 2026 year for capital improvement borrowing, we did have a $2 million road project placeholder. That has been removed from this plan and all of the subsequent iterations of the CIP. I have put in, after consultation, and I brought this to your attention from some of the last meetings in our discussions, a placeholder project in discussion with our village engineers that they thought was feasible for completion in 2026. And then I did want to remind everyone, as part of the reason that you did not see that $2 million reallocated in another form or an additional project, two pieces of our prior planning that we had not addressed to date. Our pool fund was going to be responsible for the borrowing or funding of the costs associated with their 2026 plan. That was $925,000. And then we had a placeholder for McKenna Park, in part funded by a combination of borrowing, fundraising, and potential grant monies, which did not materialize in the form of the grant monies the way we had hoped. We had not started the borrowing or the fundraising to date. So I sort of left that we're in the range of this $2 million. This is more a piece of our bigger discussion as to whether or not we want to prioritize those two projects or pivot to something additional that we want to add in for consideration. Which leads itself into the last page of the new edition, which is our capital improvement plan. The identified future projects for consideration, which I've been keeping a tally of over the last year with the village. That shows each of the respective projects that have been brought up in either committee discussions or board forum discussions here, where notes were made to add that as a future potential consideration for addressing.
Brian, could you tell me what page that list of 84? Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I had a question.
Hi.
Yes.
The last column, when there's like a no or a maybe.
I am so sorry. It was on landscape and we got pivoted, went to portrait for
So should we just
publication
ignore
standards.
that?
I'm so, yeah, I
Okay.
didn't notice that at the time of public. So that, those were just, for my recollection, the amount that I assumed it was going to cost from my research and or our own internal committee research, and then whether or not funding had been set aside or where a potential funding source could be identified to possibly be used to fund those projects.
I had a question about the electronic speed monitoring signs, for $4,000. Was that University Bay Drive? We had talked about, Shorewood Boulevard as well.
Yeah, I think we actually,
On the crosswalk there. I was just wondering if that, I didn't see it, so I was wondering if that did show up.
well, we had the electronic speed monitoring signs, and then I think the second request was the portable electronic speed monitoring sign, the second addition.
Well, I think.
But
Public
perhaps,
Works
yeah,
was talking about electronic, permanent,
That
Bluetooth,
are be,
solar powered.
yeah, correct. Okay,
But
I'll make sure.
it
that
looks
that-
like it's not a high priority on University Bay Drive. It may not be on.
Shorewood Boulevard as well. All right.
So that is option A. Again, option A kind of formulated option B, which is our plan for borrowing and adding 2030 in, but the addition of the Logic borrowing was reflected within this plan, which used money that was otherwise set aside for borrowing for the facilities project 2026 and front loaded into 2025 to cover that large facilities purchase. Most of the material that is otherwise in here reflects everything else that was shown in version A. We still have the two respective departmental projects between the pool and the McKenna Park that still need to be discussed and addressed. There's some corresponding things like Village Hall furnace, HVAC that I took out of there because we don't know the status of what we're going to be working on here. So that kind of shows you, and then the facilities project has been removed from the 2026 placeholder in option B. Borrowing plans are reflected at the end from Baird to show that and how that would impact village borrowing. And then option C, the last version is our plan that shows the potential proceeds of the sale of the existing village hall and police station property being used to potentially pay a portion of the costs associated with the Logic acquisition. And that is shown with a conservative estimate for the sale and proceeds of the Village Hall project within the option C plan in the packet materials, and then Baird's corresponding data at the end of that report or that section of the CIP shows how that money could be utilized to help pay down debt quicker.
Okay, Mark?
Yeah, so I realize it's a lot of information. And it's going to take some time, obviously, for board members to absorb it, to make it a little easier for board members. And correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but with respect to 27, 28, 29, and 30, the three versions are basically the same. So we're really just focusing on 25 and 26 as far as the changes are concerned. So version A is really just a continuation of the path we were on, which we approved in 2025, which was the focus on facilities, right? Without identifying the facilities with a placeholder for the amount, but proceeding with that sort of plan. And then, as Brian said, version 2, version 3 are basically identical also to each other. And the only difference there, I believe, is the fact that we've taken credit for the proceeds on the sale of Village Hall in 2026, but otherwise it's the same. So, I mean, that matters when you're looking at the financing schedules that Baird did that's at the back of these documents. When you're looking at things like debt service coverage and whatnot, it has an impact depending on how the proceeds of the sale are used, whether it's used to pay down debt, whether it's put back into operations, whatever. So those are the kind of sort of differences. So it looks like a lot of material and a lot to absorb, and it is, but actually the differences between the various scenarios is fairly focused on just a couple issues. The one thing I did want to ask you, Brian, the 2 million that you took out, we have 2 million for streets, right, in 2026, and you removed that. And as I recall, the reason for that was that people were talking about, for instance, doing Tally Ho, but we realized we didn't have time. It takes a lot of planning to do something like that. And so we just pushed that out in time. And so now we've actually identified Tally Ho as a project. Now, it's not just streets, it says specifically Tally Ho, but it's out there in 2029 and 2030, and it's as I recall, about $3 million is what that project is, which is a little daunting, right? $3 million for one street reconstruction, and we have a lot of streets to eventually get to on the west side. But that's what's going on there. But I'm wondering about the 2 million that was removed from 26. You decided not to repurpose that to some other
So
capital projects, and I'm just wondering, was that because of financing concerns? Was that because?
Well, I didn't want to take preemptive action or make an executive decision as to the status of the two projects that we had placeholders for, that being McKenna Park and the pool. So those projects, we know the pool is not going to be able to fund that portion of that through their own proceeds next year. And McKenna Park, with the grant, we just found out we did not receive the monetary amount we were hoping for on the grant. So we are going to reapply next year. So the money is not there to fund that from grant proceeds, nor have we begun fundraising. So this is more of a question for the board as to whether you would like to utilize that fund towards the project with the placeholder that we had in there and just dedicate that money or reassign that money to that.
I think what we
purpose.
probably should do is the finance committee is meeting later this month. And I think the issue, it's not in any of Brad's scenarios now, that additional $2 million. And I think we need to talk to him about what the impact on the village is of putting that $2 million in the tax rate. Essentially the same kind of analysis that they've done. I realize they've already done 3 scenarios. I was asking them to do 4, but I think that would make sense before the board is asked to whether to identify another $2 million of projects. We ought to know what the financing implications of doing 2 million. That's not to say finance committee has any say in what the project is or how the money would be used, just what the implications of the financing would be. That's it for me.
Deemer.
Yeah, Julie, I'm gonna ask to share my screen, if that's all right.
Yep, we should be able to do that.
And hopefully I'm as much of a Neanderthal as most of us are, trying to figure out this technology, but hopefully this will work. And I have to say, Julie and Chrissy and Brian, I want to say thank you for putting forth the effort of putting together at least 3 CIP scenarios and all. What I'm pulling up on my screen here is I want to convey to those that are here, that are watching, and the rest of the board members, what I've talked about over the last couple of months, or at least over the last 3 months, of where I believe to be somewhat, I'll zoom in on this one here so it's easier to see. What I believe the capital improvement priorities ought to be, or if nothing else, to have a conversation about it, because I think that framework is the only way that I can communicate what I believe we should try to do with the facility study and what other needs are there within the village. As I mentioned before, I believe we have many more needs than what we have debt capacity for. So where's that fine line of what we spend our resources on and what do we go and improve? As I've mentioned before, I believe, and based on the constituents that I get feedback from, that there's a strong desire to stay in Village Hall. And I've often communicated this too, that I believe there's a range of what we should do here and what we can do here. And I've often referred to as like a heavy facelift. Now, how is this number informed? It really isn't. I mean, it's informed by general dollars per square foot. Can we squeeze in a little bit more space to add on to Village Hall, et cetera. But it's all in an effort to try to tally up different priorities. And Brian, the way I landed on this 9.76 is modeled from our 2025, 2029 CIP and what we're projecting to borrow in 2026. So this is all to say, I believe, my sense is that we should put greater emphasis on streets and infrastructure. So take a quick look at this. This is not for me to unravel what Brian has already done, but it's a way for me to communicate to you all and to you all of what I believe the needs and where the money should be spent and allocated to. So I don't know if anyone has any specific questions about that, but I thought I would share it with the group.
Mark?
Yeah, so I do have questions.
Yeah.
For instance, the village hall, the 1,850,000.
Yep.
Can you give us a sense of what you think that actually buys us? What problems does it solve? What problems does it leave behind?
I think since Tom Deegan is the favorite name in the last couple of months here, there you go, you're welcome. I think he will explain that it's the process, right? It's the process to try to figure out either picking a dollar amount that fits into a framework of budget and then understanding what can be done for that, or the inverse of that. But I think we need to somehow lock in on a conversation of what amount of money wants to be dedicated to Village Hall and what can we get for that at the end of the day.
Right.
Now, $1.85 million will buy new carpet. It will probably, not probably, it'll get new paint. But can it do what I believe, Tom, you're gonna get into, actually grab additional square footage the way it's being conceived right now? Unlikely is the answer to that. So
Yeah, because as I recall, your number, the 1,850,000 is different from,
Yep.
it's not in a scenario of Tom's.
You got it.
So that's why I asked you whether you had your own version, your own vision of what it should pay for, as opposed to maybe what Tom is thinking, that's all. But if you want to defer to Tom,
Well, it's, this is what we've long talked about. How do we give enough information to Tom to actually come up with a scenario that meets a goal? And that's the chicken and egg conversation that we've had 2 or 3 times now, I think, at these board meetings.
On it a little bit, or?
I think later, let's get to it later, if that's okay.
I guess I would ask the same question about the pool and the selective modernization. How does that 1.5 million square with the Raymaker report, and what priorities within that? Because that's like 3.5 million. So
That's for the pool committee to figure out. Again, I'm grabbing. I'm
You-
grabbing.
Toilet, but not the door.
That's right. Yeah, well, that's a pretty bad example, but sure. This is all a way to illustrate priorities more than anything else. And the priorities are more heavily weighted to what I believe to be of importance, which are street and utilities. Knowing that we need to address other items as well.
I appreciate that, but when you see this on its own, you can't read into that these are estimates, guesses, whatever.
You got it.
So I think that, because this may get out there and be quoted as something that is more, I don't want to say reliable than it appears, but that it's been more thoroughly vetted. So I would suggest maybe an estimate or something, a star on it to say this is an estimate.
All of this is a big star, and I'm trying to communicate this. This is a hypothetical. That's true. This is only my way of communicating priorities the way I see them.
Okay.
And
fair
again,
enough.
we all may land on this very differently, because I think it would be a tall ask of Brian to rethink the entire CIP. But I think I have to get it out here. Now is really the time to do it. If it was any later, then it's not meaningful.
Thanks, Teamer. Kate?
Yeah, I just want to say, I appreciate you starting us somewhere. I think it's hard, and this actually helps us see what your priorities are. I mean, it would be helpful exercise probably for all of us to do this on our own time, to think through this, but the other lens that I would put on this is what is practically possible, because you're looking at this for next year, right? And so could we even spend almost $5 million on streets and infrastructure, knowing that that Brian just told us, like, we can't even spend the 2 million on Tally Ho. So there's just a practical element here of like, with pool, like, can we actually, if we need to update the building for a couple more years as a holdover until we actually potentially do a full tear down, let's say, is this actually possible for us to spend that next year in the time window that we have? So I think there's just some practical things, but I know this is hypothetical, but I think it's a helpful starting place. And I think we need to you know, maybe we can take some homework to, or our models.
Mark?
I'll just speak to the pool for a minute since we're thinking right. So the pool, as we said, we've got the Rainmaker report, we've got the Findor report, anywhere from $3.5 to $5 million, depending on whether you're doing a heavy renovation or you're replacing the building. I hope what we can sort of agree on is that our priorities at the moment are Village Hall, probably DPW as opposed to the pool specifically. So it's going to be a question of if say $1 million or $1.5 million, whatever the number is, it's a lot short from the 3.5 to 5 million. So one of the challenges for the pool committee and for the board will be, well, how should that money be spent? Because if ultimately the pool building is to get that renovation and to be replaced, as I believe is the case, then the question is, how much money do you devote into the facility now? If in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, it's coming down. So that will be the challenge, and it'll be up to the board. I mean, obviously the pool committee will work with whatever the board decides. And so if the board says $1 million for the pool, we'll figure out what's the best use of that money, given that in some time frame we hope that building gets replaced. And maybe that's not till 2031 when we see all the TIF money from TIF 3 start to come in, that 400,000 plus an additional property tax revenue. Maybe it's going to have to get pushed off to that point in time. But that's the challenge when you're only, you know, whether it's $1 million or in the case of Village Hall, it's $1.8 million. But what we're going to see from Tom is to do the more heavy renovation, it's $4 million. So do we put in the $1.8 million now, only to find out that we got to pull it apart in a couple of years because we really needed to spend 4 million or 5 million, 6 million to do it right. So it's I mean, I get it. It's a challenge. And I think, Dietmar, your approach has been, but my sense of it is, correct me if I'm wrong, is to kind of set a budget and then say, that's your budget, spend within your budget. But that's what the driving factor was. My approach is a little different. I'm kind of looking at what's the need and what's the financing capability of the village. Not just what we can borrow, but what we should borrow. And there we're looking at, you know, what is the effect on the debt levy, right? The amount of debt service cost that gets passed through to the residents, to the property owners, because of the borrowing, because there's no levy limit there, so it's just a straight pass through. So there's going to be a lot of conversation, I think, in the finance committee and with our financial advisor over the next couple of weeks to kind of try to figure that out. But I think that's the kind of situation we're in.
Just one last thought.
Yeah.
I'm trying to push us into a direction on solving facilities. And I think this is the only vehicle that I could figure out how to set a framework around it, just to more clearly communicate of what I believe to be more appropriate on setting the bar and expectations as to what wants to happen with renovation of Village. That's all. Thank you. I'll stop sharing.
Anyone else have? I'm going to share a few thoughts.
Sure, go ahead.
Should I start? So, Brian, this is great work on this. And I've mentioned this in the board previously and I'm not here to talk all about logic, trust me. I got the message. But one of the things that when we looked at the purchase, it actually fit the CIP that we had already authorized as a board. We had authorized about 6.53 million for facilities improvement. And so I was really trying to stay within the CIP. Okay, so that's one. And then two, the Village Hall sale, part of that would spin off. We're doing an appraisal, but $2.5 million. And half of that would go into the pool, half of that would go into Public Works. So that's how, just so you know, that's how I was thinking about it. We get 3 major upgrades, but we do it within the existing authorized CIP. So the way that, you know, if we don't pursue logic, which certainly is a real possibility, it's, you know, what do we own? Okay, and based on the work that Tom's done, the work that FGMA did, the estimates we're getting from FIDBA for the pool, the estimates we were getting from Ideal Builders for what it would take to build the logic, what it would cost for an addition here, what it would cost to remodel this here, the numbers are extraordinary. They're, you know, $400 to $500 a square foot, plus. And you've seen that in some of the stuff that I've sent out. So that's the thing that we're struggling with. You know, we're talking about a CIP for facilities at 6.5, but what we're hearing from a lot of the estimates from the experts is it's 11, 12. And it's incredibly disruptive for the staff. It's incredibly disruptive for the residents. So, you know, so that's something that is top of mind for me. In addition, we've got some budget pressures. You know, Brian has shared with me in the last week or so, our net new construction number. Remember, the state has a levy cap on municipalities on what they can spend. Our spending authorization is going to go up $9,000. Okay. You know, so you can't give raises. You can't do the things that you need to do to take care of your people and take care of your stuff. So we do a lot for a little, but that $9,000 is not going to get there. So we were trying to look at some creative ways to bring revenue in that's going to allow us to have some wage parity. Our officers are the second lowest paid in the county. We just had a public works guy leave and go to Middleton. He's going to get $5 more an hour. Is that what I heard? It's a nice bump. So, you know, these are the other things that we're trying to also, and I'm going to comment specifically on Dietmar stuff because Dietmar and I are on the same wavelength on some of the stuff that we'd like to do. So I want to speak to that. I won't talk more about the lost opportunity. The other thing I'll say is we do have a strategic plan priority. And we talked about what our top 3 priorities were, and the residents really weighed in on that. And those were to invest in our staff, and that was that whole wage parity issue. Upgrade sustainable infrastructure and facilities, and smart redevelopment along this corridor. And what this site, freeing this site up for redevelopment and having $10 million valuation here and having additional housing, I realize that may not be something that the residents want, but that's why we were looking at it very, very seriously. I'll just put that aside for a second. With respect to Dietmar's proposal, you know, I like the idea of heavy facelifts. I will make a comment that he only has $250,000 for the public works building. And I think originally we had talked about maybe we'd spend $160 a square foot and really bring that up. But we know we have to raise the roof for at least one of those bays. And so the dump trucks can do their thing. And that's something that Mark and I have talked about. That's a must have. I think that's an undershoot. I think we're going to have to, but we'll find out as we get into the details. I was thinking that, you know, we address a big part of our facility picture with this opportunity, and we transition this, and now we've got money for pool and for public works. We can put real money, 1.2 million, into the pool, and we can put 1.2 million into public works, and still stay within our CIP and not drive up the levy. And the debt levy that I heard from Kurt and other folks tonight about where our taxes are going to go. So we're going to find a way to adjust that. Shabna. I had a couple more comments, but go ahead.
If we look at last year's CIP, which I'm looking at now, it's budgeted, there's $6.5 million budgeted for facilities. 5.7 of that was for public works.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm hearing is that the priority is Village Hall. I would like input from residents on DPW, Village Hall, and the pool so that we can hear what their priorities are as well. And I also want to know if we could figure out if we could do two buildings at the same time. Like Mark, you've previously talked about when we borrow money, instead of having a 10-year loan, you make it a 20-year loan. Maybe it costs a little bit more, but you can do more with a 20-year loan, so it's not a big hit on taxpayers. Can we consider that? Because we said Public Works, all of a sudden we're on Village Hall, and the residents only ever talk about the pool.
No, that's helpful, Shabnam. And, you know, this was a heavy lift. I mean, we were trying to improve 3 facilities, at least I was, with this play, without throwing off our debt. It's a really creative way to do it, but, you know, we'll get there. The point I was gonna make was, with cold storage, Dietmar's got it 200,000 to winterize and add the bathroom. I think that's a really good idea. So, because when we do anything at the firehouse, the crews needs a place to work for a while. If it takes 6 months to raise the roof and do things, they need a place to work. So one of the thoughts was we'd be able to free up some things in cold storage. We actually designed it so it could be winterized. Winterizing is a lot easier and a lot less costly. What we're running into is the worst construction economy probably in our lifetimes, because of not only the inflation that's happened, but the tariffs. I mean, the metals went up in the last month, 12-13%, depending on how you look at it. The threats on Canadian lumber, you know, the president can just decide he's going to do something, and it makes a huge difference, which is why some of us have really had some pause about, do we really want to wade into what is, you know, the worst time to be in the new construction purchasing business, trying to avoid that at all costs, in different ways. But I will make a point that the cold storage winterizing makes a lot of sense. We even thought we could move, police have already said as much, we could move 1,200 square feet from there to the Logic parking structure, level 2. That was something they saw as an opportunity. There'd be some opportunities with Public Works as well to do that. But, and then that would, you know, Tom has a lot in there, a lot of capital cost out at the West Storage. We might be able to avoid that altogether. You can see we are thinking about this holistically. We are thinking about trying to do this at the lowest dollar cost possible. And so I'd encourage you to follow our discussion and continue to provide, you know, the feedback that the board is going to need.
John?
Yes, Mark, sorry, you bet.
And that is, I think we need to be careful and mindful that to the extent we decide to do this in small steps rather than big steps, this issue of inflation, especially with respect to construction costs and the like, is, to me, very scary. We have seen this before. We saw it in the Hayden House. As that project had an extended timeline, the prices went up considerably. We saw it with the Lake Mendota Bridge. Our initial bids were what we actually ended up paying on that project. And as I look forward in the next few years, my certain expectation is construction costs, design costs are going to exceed CPI. And so just to be careful that we aren't kind of trying to capture some savings by doing this in small steps and finding out at the end of the day, we actually paid more money as a result of inflationary costs that just kind of ate our lunch. So something we just need to be mindful of.
Hey, Carol.
With respect to these comments about inflation and the difficulty of balancing another apples and oranges thing, you know, the roads and the facilities themselves, is there any evidence to suggest that it's better to focus on buildings first and roads second? Because the roads are different kind of material, different sort of construction. Or is it just basically all the same? There's inflation everywhere, you know, all kinds of heavy equipment are going to be impacted and materials. And so it's just kind of a little bit more on an even playing field.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, so just to respond to that, I did ask Terry and he sent me and maybe Brian, you could send it to the board, but I asked him, where have all the breaks occurred in the village? Do you have a map that shows over time where the water breaks occurred, where the sewer breaks occurred, where you had gas issues? And he had a little map that shows and it dates and identifies the nature of the break. So I found that useful in looking at it in terms of figuring out, okay, are the roads a really serious problem where everything's going to break tomorrow? And that, from my perspective, when I looked at the data, that did not appear to be the case. That we're not in a position where all of a sudden next year there'll be 5 or 10 breaks, but it's more gradual process. So that's kind of what I use to kind of decide on my own preferences in terms of these projects, but we should circulate that map to all the board members and you can look at the data, form your own judgment about how quickly we need to address the problem. But certainly the $3 million for Tally Ho is a kind of a wake-up call. And I don't even know, I know you put that out in time, but I don't know what that's in inflation adjusted dollars. That's probably the present value of Tally Ho today is 3 million. When we actually go to do it in 29, 30, it's going to be more and perhaps considerably more. So that's just the world we live in.
Okay.
I just had a follow-up question for you, Mark. So let's just say we want to spend $10 million on upgrading facilities. If I was hearing you right just a few minutes ago, you would suggest instead of breaking that into like 2 $5 million projects over 5 years, do you think it would be prudent to then look at, let's spend $10 million as soon as we can to upgrade facilities to capture some of the savings as inflation goes up over year? Is that, just to make it an example?
You know, but that presumes that there's something that obviously needs to get done, right? And it's a matter of priority. So, yeah, so what I'm saying is if something needs to get done, then we probably should spend to do it. We will obviously ask Brad of Baird to look at the financing and make sure that we're comfortable that it retains our strong credit rating.
Yeah.
But other than that, that would be my preference so that we don't end up in a situation like we have historically where we spend months and in fact years working through these projects. And by the time we actually get to the point where we've reached a consensus that we can do it, the price tag is twice what we started at. And that just really limits our ability to get things done. So yes, there's a planning process. We need to go through it. We need to do it carefully. But I just sort of cautioning the board about doing things too gradually over time and thinking that that's kind of saving us money when in fact, on the other end, inflation is eating our lunch. So.
Mark, can I follow up on that? And Brian can help with this as well. Are we going to show the residents with the financial model or with the Ehlers model, you know, how the cash flows and, you know, where the peaks are? We could do it. We could do it over 1 year. We could do it over 3 years, 5 years, even 10 years. We've never had that tool before where we can just show the board and show the residents, here's where the capital is being deployed and here's where we're bumping up. I mean, obviously we've got the charts and I can read the charts, right? But what are we going to have in terms of that financial software?
And Brian can probably speak to this better than I because he's been in contact with Ehlers recently. But as I understand it, he's given Ehlers some of these scenarios, these CIPs, and basically informed Ehlers that we're not sure what path we are going forward. But as soon as we get to the point where we're down to a single scenario or perhaps 2 scenarios, then yes, they can easily incorporate that in their model and produce the kind of analysis you're talking about. But Ryan,
No, that's correct. I mean, right now, we've got all the information over to them with the exception of the direction on CIP, potential borrowing needs so that they can put that into the model and get us data.
Right, yeah, because we're obviously dealing with 2 issues here because we have 2 budgets. We have the operating budget, which is constrained by the levy limits, and we have the capital budget, which is constrained by interest, if you will, interest expense, financing costs and the like. And so we're trying to basically optimize both budgets. And of course, there's an interaction between the budgets because capital projects, the interest expense, the principal flows through to the operating budget every year. So, yeah, I mean, that was the whole purpose of trying to bring in Ellers to do
Yeah.
this. And it's just at the moment, they're looking for this critical piece of direction from us as to where we're headed on the CIP so that they can lock in those assumptions and run the model. But it'll be very quick. Like, I won't say the next day, but very soon they'll be able to produce that once the board gives them some direction.
Other thoughts on the CIP discussion? Dietmar,
Just, Brian, walk us through the process one more time of timeline. So we're in the middle of September. These 3 scenarios, or maybe less than that, will hit the finance committee at the end of the month here, I think this coming Monday. They'll be discussed at committee then, but it's still, in order to take any action, the board has to decide where the priorities are and which model to choose. And that all has to come together by the end of October, then get incorporated with the budget. So we've got 6 weeks of hammering this out pretty much. Got it.
other thoughts? You know, I was just gonna say, I mean, I was just gonna say, for me, you know, I'm looking to meet the functional needs at an acceptable risk. We've got functional needs in the village. How can we meet those at an acceptable risk and the lowest all-in cost while advancing the strategic plan? That's what's driving my decision-making on this. Obviously, we've got a lot more data that we need to get through. We need to get a lot more feedback. I'm hoping we could find a way to meet that standard.
I think it's prudent to mention that we also have to be aware of the fact that if the Logic property is not the chosen path forward, and say we do opt for status quo option A from our current CIP proposals in front of us, we do have to ask ourselves then as a board, are we realistically in a place that we think we can spend over $5 million on a facilities project that we don't agree on the direction of right now, and have plans in place so we're not in a situation where we're borrowing money and we're not using it towards a project? We have an arbitrage situation.
And I think that, you know, kind of goes to the issue that if we stuck with the CIP and used the 6.3 million or whatever for facilities, the placeholder, and it seems to be unlikely that we would have a plan in place in 2026 to spend that money. It would probably get, as a practical matter, pushed to 2027, simply because it would take some fair amount of planning to do that job properly, in the same way that Tally Ho doesn't get reconstructed without a plan. Spending $6 million on a renovation or a new building also has a very long planning timeline if it's to be done properly, at least in my mind.
But we're gonna own that responsibility.
There's nobody else.
Right. So folks just have to understand that, you know, if we decide not to do something, then there's repercussions associated with it. And it's gonna be long, it's gonna be disruptive, it's gonna be incredibly expensive. But you can fully communicate that to residents so that they can understand the choices that we're making.
Yeah, so my suggestion to the board is, in the intervening several weeks, that obviously the board right now has no meetings scheduled for that time, but there's no reason why you can't communicate to Brian directly your preferences, your concerns, so that we don't just all convene here in a month and then try to figure out where we all are. Hopefully, you know, we can give information to Brian and Brian can get a sense of, okay, based on what I'm hearing from various board members, I need to do some fine tuning with the CIP. I can make some adjustments, so we just don't come back here in middle of October and say, okay, Brian, do this. And it's like, well, there's no plan to do that. It's different from the scenarios that I already presented to you, and I have very short amount of time to make any additional adjustments, so.
To that point, can I make
Yeah.
a motion to move on to the next item?
Yeah, I don't think we don't need a motion to do that,
All right.
but I was feeling the same way, Kate. I was getting ready to move forward, so, and then you're up next, aren't you?
So,
Yeah, so let's do that.
great.
So Julie, we're moving to 2B. And then that's followed by Tom Deegan.
Kate, could you tell us what page your presentation is
Yeah,
on?
so it's kind of split into two places. So my memo starts on page 42. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then, but I'm gonna actually walk through a couple slides that start on page 50, but. Okay, so. Just to back up for a second. Thinking about the future of our facilities, I think as was pointed out tonight, I'm not gonna sum up again what everyone talked about. In my memo, I have bucketed my feeling about this into three major categories of feedback that I've spent the last month and a half gathering from residents in various forms. I think the best thing we can do here is try to see the positive direction here, and that our residents deeply care about our facilities question. And I hate that this has boiled down to a yes for logic or a no for logic. I fundamentally believe that pits our residents against each other in an unnecessary manner, and that we should have backed up and validated even some of the reasons that we're exploring this and talk to residents about that in the first place. And so, you know, we are here now. And I wanted to make sure one of the biggest things about logic and one of the major concerns I have is in part of the ongoing costs that we're going to have. And so, as Bob, as you mentioned, the one number as we were looking at this in the town hall that we did have is the 6.5 million. That is a fixed number. But I'd like to point out that there are going to be other fixed expenses that go along with logic. And that is one of my biggest concerns from a financial aspect. And I wanted to point out that if you tweak, I'm going to share my screen in just a second, but if we tweak some of the assumptions that go into some of the revenue that has been discussed, I think it greatly impacts the potential upside of this property. And I think that you know, in Shabnam's memo in the same board packet, you mentioned, I think, that maybe we should look at this as we're just using it all for Village Hall, that we're not actually going to rent any of these spaces and actually take that revenue off the table. To me, that would totally change the calculation of why we would want to buy Logic. But I want to just, you know, show a couple examples to the board here in order to demonstrate some new information potentially and not, you know, relitigate what we've already heard tonight. So I'm just going to share my screen briefly and we can move on because I'm very anxious to hear. I know the residents want to see what are some other solutions that we have. So I just want to take, again, this number of $300,000 that's been tossed around as a potential revenue from Logic, right? So I think that's very, very dependent on some of the assumptions we make for square footage. So you can see on here, the top line is basically if we look at each the restaurant space and the daycare, coming in at $30 per square foot, okay? So if you do the math on that, we get to a little over $300,000. So John, I think that that is how you're arriving at some of those numbers. But as you can see, if we go down a little bit and we reduce a little bit by, you know, $25 per square foot, right, for the restaurant, and $25 per square foot for the daycare, we get to total revenue of 267. And you can just keep going down here. And the last line is if we assume $20 per square foot to get to that 214K. So I just wanted to show that range here to the board that these are some big revenue assumptions. And we do not have signed leases with anyone or even any paperwork that suggests that we could even get some of these rates. I have heard from, a friend of mine actually operates in Hilldale, that they are, that more in the 25, they're in the $30 to $25 square foot range, and that is Hilldale. And so I would like to know, why we think we may do better here. A resident earlier also just mentioned that the Great Dane is closing. So I think that is a really important data point here to think about as we potentially discuss this further. So the last thing I want to mention here is we talk about 6.5, cool, done deal, we've got the building. There are a lot of expenses to operate that kind of facility. And I want us to be, again, I am frustrated that these are my back of the envelope sized calculations. We do not have an actual mocked up budget scenario that shows this yet. And so this kind of feeds into my overall point that we just do not have enough information to confidently take on the risk of buying this building. And to showcase that, I just want to walk through a couple scenarios here. So let's take scenario one. We have 300K. We think we can actually get that kind of revenue from renting 2 of those locations, right? If you take out the loss of property tax that we will incur year over year, any kind of building maintenance, you can also see on the right, my key assumptions here. So I've estimated $2 a square foot for most of these. That is lowballing, to be fair. And so you can see here, we've got janitorial fees, other fixed costs like increased insurance. We will be paying our utility expense for the second floor. So you can see how what I'm trying to illustrate is that 300K, even if we assume the best numbers per square foot, that gets reduced to a little over $100,000 of potential revenue. In scenario 2, where you take in a little bit less, we assume maybe some of those lower square foot ranges, we're getting into like the 50K range of potential revenue from this property. There are many other ways in the village to get to $50,000 in revenue that we can earn. And I have some ideas on that I'm happy to discuss. That takes on much less risk. And the other key assumptions here, I'm assuming 100% occupancy, which would not be the case. We'd have tenants probably come and go over the years, and we wouldn't have 100% occupancy right away, at the very least. There's also very commonly a tenant improvement allowance given to a restaurant. And so that is not factored in here. Usually that's either a discount on the square footage that they pay, or, we're paying even more revenue or renovation costs to make that restaurant the right vibe and fit for whoever would want to take on that space. And also, this does not include any renovation expense to form that building into a police station or a community center that I hear get tossed around. I don't know where that would be. And making sure that it actually is secure for our police. And, maybe we'd have to close that second story open air to be able to have that be operational when the restaurant is open. So this also doesn't take into any of that. And if we take the 500K, that Bob mentioned at the town hall as a possible expense for renovations, I mean, it would take us, like 10 years to make that back if we're making 50K, a year. So in revenue. So I did all of this thinking just to show you here that it is not as simple as pay 6.5 million and we have this great new space. With that comes great maintenance of a big building like this. And I have tried to be conservative in these estimates to just showcase that it is not all only upside. And if we took the potential revenue off the table of logic, would we really be considering it at the same degree that we are as a village? So,
You want to react?
Well, I would just say that I don't think we can look at this just in isolation as just logic. You haven't considered the fact that you might be making income out of this problem as a result of moving into logic. Other options that occupy this do not monetize this. So I think you have to take that into account.
there are other options that we can do to actually free up this location as well that Tom is gonna walk through shortly. So that logic is not the only way to free up Village Hall. There are other ways that we can do that. Is not, we can move everyone to, you know, the old fire station. There's other creative ways that we could look at.
If there's a
Village
village tolerant for a 3-story building at that location, that'll be, remain to be seen.
Mark?
Yeah, I think the one thing we can agree on, and I think has been sorely lacking up to this point, is to not look at logic in isolation. You have to look at what is the problem we're trying to solve? To what extent does logic solve that problem? At what cost does it take to solve the problem? And what are the alternatives? And frankly, up to this point, I've been leaning into logic, not because necessarily I love logic, not because I'm assuming we're going to make money necessarily on the restaurant and daycare, because I'm looking very hard at the alternatives that also try to deal with the same problems and finding the risks are greater and the costs are greater. But I'm probably getting a little too far into Tom's stuff, but that's the perspective I think we need here. It isn't just, I don't like the location, I don't like restaurants, I don't like this. You have to think about what's the problem that we're trying to solve? To what extent does logic do that? And then are there other solutions which are less risky and cost less that solve the same problems that we face? So I really, you know, people just react to have strong feelings about logic one way or the other. And I think we have to, if we're going to make, in my mind, the right decision here, we have to have this perspective of, okay, does it solve the problems? What problems doesn't it solve? And what are the alternatives and what do they cost? And how risky are they?
Can I say something too?
Yeah, Kate first and then Shabnam.
So I think that there's this perception that logic is not very risky, and I think that's maybe where we differ. I actually think that it is quite risky, because I don't think that we have really sized the actual renovation cost. We have no idea actually how much it costs to maintain and run that facility. And we also have not validated that there are people that will actually pay us money to lease in those spaces. So that to me is extremely risky. And so maybe that's just where we differ on that. And I also think.
We differ, Kate.
like-
I think that information, I want that information too.
Yeah.
And I believe that information will be here in the next 2 weeks. There is a renovation plan being laid out now. I know there was been discussion today about that.
Yeah.
So I do believe that we will have a renovation plan. We will know what those renovation costs are. And we will know more about what the operating costs are. And frankly, even if there's some uncertainty about that, to me, the uncertainty associated with reconstructing a building or putting in new construction is far greater than whatever the uncertainty is about a renovation of the existing building in what would be a much more modest renovation. But again, I'm probably getting ahead of.
No, I have a comment on this as well, but Shabnam, you're up.
I think that Kate was just identifying like the risks and that things don't always are not as rosy and rainbows and sunshines as it might be presented. But Kate is supporting Tom Deegan's model that he's about to show us. So she's very well aware of the needs of the village and what we're trying to achieve. And she was laying out the liabilities to segue straight into Tom Deegan's presentation. We're about to hear it.
Getting associated with me.
Yeah.
For trouble now. Well, I think it's, to Mark's point, we have to be really careful about not just looking at logic and looking at all the faults or all the positives about it in isolation. As Mark said, we have to choose something. I think we all recognize that the facilities need work. And so it's a matter of choices. If not this, what? And what is that going to cost? And what are the complications with that? Not just the cost, but the whole construction process, the disruption. you know, and all of that play into this. And so, some of those things are hard to put a number on. But they exist and I think they need to be part of the conversation. So it's just cautionary. Let's not just look at that standing alone in its own vacuum. It doesn't.
You made some.
By that, I mean logic.
Yeah, it's really helpful. The questions you ask are perfectly valid. I'll just add for the board's understanding, we did sit down with the architect that is a sketch architect that's doing the layout on the second floor. And it confirmed that it's really adaptable for police and for administration. Essentially it's putting in 4 walls, 4 doors. And then doing some other things, but we'll have the cost on that, and the board and the residents will get a chance to see it, but it's not $500,000. It's going to be significant. It's, could be $100,000, could be less than that. But we're going to find out based on the folks that built the building. So that's one. 2, the question I would ask is, if we have a viable leaser and that has a really good track record in the restaurant business, and this is structured at a square footage that's above what we estimated, and they're also paying the $8 per square foot for the CAM, and they are paying 60% of all the energy use in the building, and they are paying for a lot of the maintenance. Is that something that we should look at? If that comes in front of us, even in the relatively short term, isn't that something that we should consider and factor in? It's just a question. Carol and then Kate.
Yeah, I haven't really spoken up yet since we voted the offer to Logic.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's, pretty much time. I really appreciate Kate's very thorough and cogent analysis. Thank you for doing that for all of us. And I agree with Kate on pretty much every point. And I'll try not to rehash what we've heard from residents very eloquently in many cases, but I feel like it's traffic, it's combining police, court, kids, restaurant. It's the burden on our staff to make this heavy lift in a very short amount of time when they're already stretched really thin. And I know that alternatives will also make a burden that we don't know yet. I think obviously public opinion is our neighbors don't really like Logic. And I think that there's a dual responsibility of board members to consider the fiduciary responsibility, and also that we are representatives of our neighbors. So I'm listening to that. The thing that keeps coming up to me is the risks that we don't know, because you're trying to tell us about to gather data on the things we know we don't know, like the renovation cost and the square footage of various things, and the inspection report and all these things. You're going after all the things that we know we don't know. But because of this short time frame, we keep running into things that we don't know, like what Brian Uchig said tonight about the daycare. I was like, there's another thing that we didn't know, just because the time frame is so short and because staff are stretched very thin. So I just wanted my colleagues to know this, and I know that if we pass up Logic, which you brought to us because it's a deal and it's new construction and it's in great shape, and we get a lot for our money. So I understand that and I appreciate that, and that's why I voted that we should make an offer. But senior moment here.
No.
I just don't feel that we are getting our hands around the project, and we may wind up they wind up having to accept less building or less utility in some fashion. This is what I actually want to say. We may have to settle for less. I mean, inflation is gonna bite us and it's gonna be a pain to renovate and move people around and that, I think we have to be cognizant of that. But in my mind, weighing the apples and the oranges, at some point, it just kind of bubbles up. Which way do you fall? And that's the way I'm falling.
Thanks for that, Carol. All right, other thoughts before we move to Tom Deegan? Shabnam?
Oh, boy. So is it 3-3? On the vote? We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna share some thoughts that go through my mind. I appreciate that Carol shared her thoughts. I also wrote a memo. It's in the packet. After, we wrote our memos, I had some recent thoughts. I'm also extremely sleep deprived and will try not to, mess this up. These are very raw. I just like things raw sometimes, not very formal. So number one, how can I look at the staff in the eye and say that I care about your working conditions, that I hear you and I will use my energy to support you, and then turn around and vote against your interests? So that's something that goes through my mind. Two, how do I know the difference between residents' concerns over this issue, the purchase of Logic, and distinguish it from other concerns? Because during my time on the board, there was outrage over a possible dog park, Lake Mendota Bridge, Hayden House, speed bumps on Edge Hill, governance changes. And I think that at some point, you naturally start to become desensitized to outrage. There's outrage that you had a closed session meeting. So that's something that goes through my mind. Should I ignore outrage? Because there will always be outrage. 3, I like to follow leaders. I'm a little bit nerdy. And I know we're not a private company, but you can learn from CEOs like CEOs of Google and Apple who say it is better to make a decision rather than ruminating your options. And second, decisions are not always permanent. So moving forward is important. 4, I need clarity on whether the daycare and restaurant are actually factored into this equation. I think they shouldn't be, but I think I'm in the minority that the daycare and restaurant are factored. It is true that we do lease to Blackhawk and we can be landlords, but on the flip side, Blackhawk signs a 50-year lease. It's not the same as a 5 or a 10-year lease that would be standard for a restaurant or a daycare. And as my husband said, you're not a very good landlord because Blackhawk is taking advantage of you. That goes through my mind. I am also dissatisfied with village projects. It's not personal. It's just I'm frequently dissatisfied. For example, the website. We spent $20,000, and I think Mark, you and I were in agreement that I hope we're not paying for font. And I think we paid for font size. It didn't work more functional for me. Next item, I'll be very quick. If we are renovating Village Hall, I don't have the faith that that project will go through well either. I would want to hire, no offense to anybody, Moose to draw the blueprints for how to use this space. I know in some of the messages it was like, but this Logic has green lawn and it has audio visual equipment and wireless microphone systems there. Why can't we have those here? And I worry that we could have all that Logic offers. You could have it here, but will 100 people show up and say, I don't want this. Why are you spending $40,000 on microphones and technology? The hurried process doesn't necessarily bother me. I think it doesn't take that much time to get the information you need. I think when you want something, you do it. And so the glass for the building is concerning. And the comment that Brian said is very concerning about a daycare and the police being in the same building. Do I have any other thoughts? I just had questions for the board. If we approve this, what does it mean for the pool or the DPW building? If we approve this, will police and admin be located upstairs? Before approving this, what procedural guardrails can you put in writing for what will happen to this building? Because I also don't have trust. I'll wake up one day, come to a meeting, and this building is being sold, and I want procedural guardrails in writing in advance. What procedural guardrails are there in place for leasing the space? And if we do go with Tom Deegan's option, what assurances can you offer that the alternative will be achieved, the equivalent of Logic's building? Can you offer covered parking? And that's all I have. I would like each side who wants the opposite to bring more information.
Thank you, Shabnam. It's helpful, Tom.
On that point, I think it's really important, whatever scenarios we look at, that we use the same standard for each. That we can't say, well, in logic, you gotta know every number, but over here, we're gonna only estimate, not ask all the questions. I think the bar has to be exactly the same. Otherwise, it's not a fair or equitable comparison. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we go forward. And I'm not suggesting we're not, but when we ask all these questions, do your due diligence. I would like the residents to ask those very same questions for whatever option comes up.
My wife just checked in with me, sorry. So,
Can I say one last comment?
go ahead. Yep.
If we decide we're not doing logic, can there be like an assurance? I want assurances that we could put in like 50,000, 100,000, Dietmar style, that the staff will have the space for functionality the way they need it. You can get paint on the walls. You can give the technology needs that are necessary. Maybe the building renovation of this style might be a year out. Can the police department use all that dead space? Can we do things in the meantime to relieve the pressure if we go that route? Because any construction here is a year, 2, 3 out.
Okay.
Bless it. We don't know that yet. I think look, I will commit to the residents, to the board, that this is a huge priority. And I personally will advocate to move this as quickly as possible to solve this problem. I put in my memo that I also agree that the working conditions here for our police, our village staff, our court is unacceptable. I agree with that. We are all, I think, in agreement on that piece. And I guess for me, the only way to solve that is not to purchase logic. We can create the building needs we actually need here. And that is what Tom is going to walk us through. And so I commit that, like, I know you guys have gone through this a lot longer than I have as trustees through the FGMA work, through years of inaction. I commit that I am a person of action. I want this to change. I understand, though, it might take a little time to get the right stakeholder feedback, which in my opinion was not done with this potential purchase. And so that is a critical piece that we need to input here. And once we start to get that, I commit that I think we should try to move this as quickly as possible to upgrade for our staff. This, for me, if I vote against logic, this is not a vote against the village interests of our staff and our police. I actually see it as pushing forward what they actually need, and also the critical input of our residents in that. So I think that's where it's just going to take some strong and sturdy leadership through this process. And maybe that hasn't been here. And so I commit to trying to bring that.
Can I respond to that real quick? Can we get that commitment elsewhere? That the alternative, whatever, if that is the route we go, there's a 3-month deadline. These 90-day deadlines are wonderful. They cause everybody to proceed. If we had facilities had this, we wouldn't have spent 3 years. I want like a 3 months from now, an alternative or the staff walk out. That's what- Like, put a timeline under this because we all respond to deadlines. So put a deadline on this, be accountable.
Are you done with your presentation?
I think we can move to Tom.
Let's, we ready to move to Tom Deegan? Hey, Tom.
You have what you want to share open to. Okay. Share your screen. Pick what you want first. There you go. You might want to roll that up so I can read it.
Well, this is different people want to read this right at the moment.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get myself oriented here. I'm not ever so know where to set up because I don't think you'll see that, but I don't turn my back to you either. I wanted to say a couple
Here, take
things.
this chair. You can pull your chair up.
First, does everyone in the audience have either this or I can give you a summary of the numbers? Everybody have one? Okay, good, thanks.
I'm getting asked to have you try and speak in the microphone.
Okay.
People on Zoom are not able to hear you. So I don't know if I don't know if I should try. Oh, that's fine.
Is it good?
Okay.
Well, should I sit down? Does that make it better for the microphone? So I wanted to say first that, just to kind of set a little context for what I've been doing here. Back in December of 2024, the FGMA report was published, and I was listening to some of the board discussions about this report, and it was I felt it was a very incomplete report with a very large result, a $19.5 million building, a very expensive result. And I also was bothered by the way the space needs were determined throughout the report, the list of rooms and conclusions they made. And then also that there weren't any alternatives in it. So at that time, I went to the, what was a small subcommittee of the board and offered my services to help assess the space needs of the different departments, and that resulted in this agreement with the village to do that work. I wouldn't bill for my time, but asked for $5,000 reimbursement of other pocket expenses. So that resulted in the phase 1 report that I did, which was a summary of all the space programs, and I have copies if anyone wants one. But that I met with all the departments, and we had very good discussions and multiple iterations resulted in a space program for every department. And I used that as a basis, and I'm still using it now as what their space needs are, to start somewhere. And I then placed those 4 departments and their space programs across 3 different buildings to satisfy the space needs. So that was the phase 2 report, the preliminary design pricing. I have copies of that here too. And now I'm did a supplement. So that the phase 2 report resulted in 3 scenarios. This is the 4th scenario now of options. If I would have known about logic building, I would have included that in the mix in the process. Now tonight I'd like to talk about these 2 of the options. This additional option, I should say. So I do have a question. I'm wondering, Mark, so what does the board feel the priority is? What is the problem that the board is trying to solve? And maybe there isn't one, but what is the top of the list priority as far as space needs and facility needs?
I think there's 2 things. I think that there is the increasing maintenance costs of the of the facilities that we have, they're degrading. So that's increasing our costs. Every study seems to indicate that of all of our facilities. And second, that we're not meeting the needs of staff.
Any department in particular or all the staff?
I would say that, primarily, admin and police seem to be the priority, though DPW could always use more space if they had it. But I think they've said they don't feel that they're gonna grow significantly because the village is not growing. So they don't see any future growth needs, is what they've relayed to me. Or to us and services.
Okay, so potentially, is it fair to say that potentially DPW could pretty much live with the space they have?
I think so.
Okay. And what about, admin? Is admin, now the program came fairly close to what you have right now, but could the admin possibly live with about as much space as they have?
You're looking at me for the answer on that.
Or is there burning need for more admin space?
I think depending on the placement, well,
Can I-
Chrissy's got her
I
hand.
just want to say something quick. I think there's a real issue with the court clerk being housed in the police department. And if we're looking that they need to come over to admin side, then I would say yes, 100%. There's an issue with space if we have to add a court clerk on our side and possibly a little space for the municipal judge.
Okay, I think that's fair to say. That came out in that space programming also.
Side,
That seemed to be the biggest difference with what you have now compared to what you needed. And there are other very important other smaller differences, but there are important things. And then police, what's the general feeling about the police's, the space they have now and what they need? If there's a need there?
Absolutely.
Okay, right. And that's what I found in the space programming also, but, okay, so let me continue here then to go, I can get this to go to the next slide. Julie, help me out here. Why is that? Oh, there we go.
Just take it to your forward back button there.
Like these?
Yeah.
Okay, so, this is in your packet if you picked it up, but it's the top half of the sheet is the existing assignable square feet for the various departments. You can see it totals to about 29,000 square feet. I'm gonna move quickly through this. And then I did my space programming, as I mentioned, and you can see the village hall, administration, 6,500, police, 6,200 roughly, public works, about 19,000 square feet. And then over on the right-hand side, the change from existing. So there's, in aggregate, there's about a 5,000 square foot change, 5,300 square foot change from what the departments are using now compared to what they need. I've talked about this in more detail at other meetings. And this is what I've been using then and applying that to the existing buildings that we have, the three existing buildings, this current village hall, the former fire station location, or I guess it's sometimes called the DPW building, and then the west storage building was sometimes called the old storage building. So regarding the village hall building that we're in right now, you can see it's a sort of a unique shape, former bank building. And sort of in a fairly unique parking pattern here with diagonal parking, about 25 cars. But for this fourth scenario, then I looked at if it's possible to expand this building for primarily the police needs, move the police into the newly constructed expansion, and then backfill the vacated space to fill the needs of the administration. So this is that scenario. It's on your, you have it on the handout also. So it's a new police garage in the light blue toward the bottom of the image. And the little red arrows indicate that the police could drive in through one side and out of the other side of the garage. And that came up several times in the discussion with the police department as a desired configuration for their garage. It also gives us the opportunity to organize the parking in more of a double loaded perpendicular parking, a little more typical, about 22 parking stalls. Also, we can pick up 3 parking stalls off of Locust through a drive-through, to accommodate the drive-through also and several parallel parking. So the police department in the blue area would be, in this scenario, would be a 2-story addition of our basement and 1-story above grade. 6,000 square feet there to satisfy all the needs in the space program that I developed with the police department. Then this project could be phased, that construction could happen, and then police could move over into the new construction, and then the village hall could be renovated and backfilled to accommodate the needs of the admin. Now it's a little bit small to see, probably see it on your hard copy, but we can manipulate the grade here to reduce the risks of flooding to this building. To the extent that there still are flooding risks. By raising the grade coming up to the building, building a new entrance hallway in gray to the existing entrances, so that basically no storm water can come through any entrance into the building. Also, there could be berming in this light green area up to the building on the east side of the building. So that would be a way that we could modestly expand this building and do renovation to kind of accommodate all the space needs and the space program that we have for the police and the administration at this location. And then that would give us some opportunity at the former fire station site, if we do a 1,400 square foot addition to the building that's on the back side of the building, on the west side of the building. We could then renovate that building if we wanted to, and I have also a minimal renovation scenario that we can do less, but in the total renovation, if we wanted to, we could put a community center type function in the non-storage portion of the fire station building. So on this plan, if you look very carefully, the type is quite small, but it's all meeting space, open multi-purpose space, a nice lobby, and minimal circulation space. So it's just, and these are all placeholders.
Are the colors significant? The blue and the gold,
Yeah, the blue is the assignable space, that's multi-purpose space and conference rooms and so forth. The gray is the gold is circulation space, the lobby, the hallways.
Thanks.
And then this DPW space is the green space. So that would give almost 10,000 square feet, 9,800 square feet of DPW space, because they primarily need garage space and then community center space or some other type of function.
Can I ask a clarifying question? That the right-hand gold and blue, is that where the existing, where we hold our 4th of July? Or is that within the office space?
The left hand?
No, the right hand.
One's upper, one's lower, I think.
Yeah, we have upper and lower floors. So
Oh,
the far left is the lower level. So the far left is the lower level, and then the connected to the green is the upper level.
So you haven't changed any garage space in this?
Well, I've added garage space, added 1,400 square feet toward the back. These demising walls that you see in here are just the way it is now. It's not been modified for DPW. I think primarily that would be cleared out, so you'd be able to have better circulation space for the vehicles and so forth.
And Tom, you're contemplating you raise the roof as well, at least on one of those bays.
Yeah, that would be the idea. That would be the idea. Now, this is, there's a lot of discussion that can happen with this and, different ways the budget can be driven depending on how much you want to do with it, with the space. But that's the concept that, DPW and in the office space of the fire station building, that'd be converted to something like a community center, if we want to try to shift some of the costs away from the pool building. And this, to fit the need, the program needs of DPW, it still would require an addition to the west storage building or the cold storage building. But if we want to assume that DPW can live with the space they have, contrary to what they told me they needed, that's fine to make that assumption, then we wouldn't have to spend this money. Absolutely. It's also fine to assume that regardless of what the police told us, if we'd like to relook at the space program and do less of an addition, that's valid discussion also. I'm not in a position to challenge what the police told me they needed, but certainly the board could question some of their decisions and their requests, and that would reduce the size of the addition, reduce the budget. And likewise with the admin and the backfilling of the space. I'm not being prescriptive at all about the space programs, the options. I've developed 4 options now. Because my goal was with my designers and my team to develop reasonably viable options. And also then to collect good information from the departments and organize that in a defined space program that everyone agreed to. And all that can be challenged by the board, the departments can reconsider, and those are all mechanisms to help control the budget.
I had a question. Why don't you put the police one?
Police one.
The police edition. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. So, as we've seen the bidding come in, what you estimated per square foot for some of the preliminary stuff, the last time we presented in August, we're in the 432 to could go as high as 495, depending on the building, depending if it's renovation or if it's new construction. And that doesn't include, architectural and engineering fees, doesn't include site costs, doesn't include construction management, furnishing equipment, technology, FF&E, the things we talked about. So when I look at the police edition, I'm seeing 1.9 million.
Wait a minute, John.
Yeah.
We're not to the budget yet.
Okay, I'll hold
Do
my
you have a
question.
question about the design?
No, but.
Okay.
I have a question about design.
Let's talk about the
And that
design,
is-
then we'll get to the budget.
Let's focusing on Village Hall. So how would you imagine that we would be able to continue to run administration and more importantly, police while a renovation of this magnitude was going on? I mean, it's one thing for administration, find them an office building, give them a bunch of offices, that's fine. But police has very particular requirements, security issues, all kinds of stuff. So if they're not able to live here and work here during the renovation, where would they go? And how far away would it be? I mean, there's just a whole series of transitioning issues that are quite, I think, complicated.
Well, a couple of points to that.
Yeah.
Buildings are expanded and renovated. It happens very often, and it'll be a careful phasing of the work. So I don't, at the moment, have all the details worked out, but in concept, we have the entrances to the building would be maintained, and the construction of the dark blue area, that would happen completely independent of the current village hall and its operation. They'll be happening outside, not affecting this current operation. Possibly the garage would be built first. And then the police would have a little inconvenience that their garage wouldn't be attached directly to their building until they moved over. But phasing is very common in construction. And it's not that it's it is disruptive, but it's not the same as, let's say, renovating your home. You're not living here, people are working here. So it'd be a very careful phasing of the
I
work.
understand, phasing is a common problem, but I am concerned that policing, when you're phasing for police work, it's different than phasing in your home, phasing in an office building, phasing anywhere else.
Well, I would
Because of
suggest
the
that.
nature of the work.
I would suggest that police would be operating just as they are now, except for the garage function, which possibly could be built first. Now, there's a lot of work that needs to be done here. I think more fundamentally, and I think this is one of maybe the problems that we run into, is that I think we need to think, sometimes it's helpful to just think about, in general, what direction you want to go in before, digging into too many details, because all these different scenarios have issues and advantages, disadvantages, obviously. But if people, or if the board or the village collectively would like to have a presence on this site going forward, then the decision can be made, well, we want to stay within the confines of the existing envelope of the building and only renovate within that, or only a light renovation or whatever. That's a valid option. Or we want to do a modest addition to this building and work out those phasing issues and make it work. That's valid. Or we want to completely do things outside of this site and sell this site. That's a valid scenario. But we have all these different scenarios and all these options going. And now we're getting into more and more detail on the different options. And I think it's going to get increasingly difficult to do that. But more to your point, I think it could be phased. I think what I would do if I wanted to pursue this, what I would do is I would I would talk with a construction management person and a construction company that would be potentially engaged to do this work, and have them talk about the phasing. I'd be surprised if they say, no, there isn't any way we can do it. It may not be easy, but I think it can be done. Yes.
Sorry, Tom, can you say that again? What you had just stated, really, what anyone would be looking for as a designer, and hopefully I'm using your words correctly here, is you really just need direction. Some direction of where this board wants to go with a list of priorities, what seems to be important.
Well,
and
yes, to the extent that I think it's a fine way the board has been doing it. Well, I think it's helpful to have options, and we have 4 options, and I'll talk about a 5th in a moment here. We have 5 options. Now there are more options, but I would say that these 5 probably cover the most obvious alternatives, and I don't want to go into each of them because it's so long. But yes, I would say the direction from the board in the sense of, well, this one or these 2 or these 3 options, these seem like the general direction we want to go in, and let's discuss those more.
And so if I could paraphrase this, again, these are my efforts to try to put form and function together at the same time to formulate a plan, as I showed with this hypothetical CIP, is truly to convey my directional preferences, as I understand them to be, specifically on facilities, is to go through a heavier facelift. And Tom, I know this means something to you. I wouldn't be looking to add on the 3,000 square feet per floor, so 6,000 square feet per floor or in total, but perhaps a more modest amount. Can 1,500 square feet get enough over the hump for the police department to expand services? Perhaps the answer is no, perhaps the answer is yes, or maybe. Do we truly want to focus our efforts to raise the roof at the current DPW building or at 1008 Sherwood Boulevard? Or are the functionalities for the DPW crew, what's there, good and good enough? Maybe, likely. That's why I only put $250,000 in there. I can't remember the exact number. I also think that we should winterize cold storage a little bit to have an ability to decant operational items here and be able to have the ability to work out of there. So that's my direction.
I think that's a really healthy approach, and I think that's useful to have a direction like that. I would go back to the space program then, and I would sit down with the police and say, look at the list of rooms and functions and decide what needs to come out.
Yeah, it's push and pull on this.
Absolutely. So then if you can get down to a point where it's fitting in, it's 2,000 feet on 2 levels, then that would be a valid addition to do. If you're, I don't think you're saying this, but if the decision was to only work within the existing building envelope, then pretty much all the space is being used right now. So in order for police's needs to be satisfied, you'd be taking away from admin.
Right.
Now, that's another discussion, be a very painful discussion, but that could be had. Or we look at that minimal renovation. I think at some point, you're going to get minimal utility out of an addition. You know, we don't want to put 5,500 square feet on it.
You're not getting it.
Right, you're not getting anything. So, yeah, I agree with that. That would be very useful input. That'd be a very useful process.
But for that to really have purchase, the majority needs to agree with the direction,
Correct.
right?
That's correct. Right. And I think that, well, let's go, maybe go on.
Yeah,
A little
that's what-
bit,
sorry.
because no, it's great. No, I think this is very productive. I think this type of thinking applies to any one of the scenarios. And some might be able to be dismissed, offhand just through discussion. Others, dig into it, see if you want to tweak it, modify it to make it work for your needs. So, yeah, DPW, same idea that when we think about the budget, well, we could do nothing with that office space. We could leave it raw the way it is now and just do minimal for DPW. And if the minimum would be to not raise the roof. The minimum would be to remove interior walls, maybe put some beams in to get more open space, whatever, we have to figure out what's needed. If you're going to raise the roof, that's going to cost some money, or maybe you raise it on part of it, as you mentioned, that's a possibility too. So you have a lot of flexibility there. So when we talk about controlling the budget, we can always leave space alone. So let's say that you build a modest police addition and you move police into their addition, you could leave the space that was vacated alone and do nothing with it until the next budget cycle or whatever. So you have a lot of flexibility with it. You could do, just as you mentioned, you could do no addition to the cold storage building if DPW is happy with that. You could do just winterization or whatever. So that scenario is sort of that scenario is do something at this location, do something at the DPW location to satisfy the space needs as best you can. This is a 3-story alternative, kind of addressing the idea of, or commenting the thought of selling this location in order to offset costs. So this would be accommodating police and admin and as much of DPW as you can at the fire station site, former fire station site. And that's in your packet too. And I have to say that I call it a 3-story scenario, and I'm not trying to sell anyone on the idea, but just from a realistic standpoint, just as the current fire station building, if you look at the lower level, it's 2/3 into the ground. This would also be about 2/3 into the ground. So it's really more like a 2.5-story building because you come in, there are high windows in that lower level. It's not completely exposed. So there'd be some berming up, there'd be some raising up from the street to the parking lot. All this is to, control any risk of flooding. This has not been designed, so we can place that whole building structure at any elevation that we want that accommodates the need we want. The need could be to minimize the height. The need could be to control flooding, whatever. So this is that scenario. So this could be built then with high ceiling space for DPW. It could be specifically designed for the police and admin and free up this location to be sold to offset costs. And that's why I included this in this discussion now. So if we look at costs, if anyone needs an exhibit to look at, sometimes easier with paper. But let's start with this, the Logic building. And this is, you know, this information is evolving. This is the last I heard from the village. I'm not involved, or the board. I'm not involved in the Logic design or pricing or anything. So I'm just going by what I hear. The purchase, 6.5 million, renovation, 500,000. Former fire station building, maybe a $2 million minimal renovation. Let's see. For the west storage, I put in $1.8 million for expanding that building to accommodate DPW's needs. But if we ignore those, or if DPW can live with the space they have, we can ignore that expense. $2 million sales proceeds for Village Hall. That comes to $7 million then, ignoring the west storage addition. So on these other scenarios, I'm also going to ignore the west storage addition. The next closest option that's similar to that is a 3-story project that we talked about, which would be approximately 9.3 to build. We can ignore the west storage addition because they can live with what they have. $2 million for the proceeds from Village Hall. So $7.3 million for that 3-story addition. So the thing to notice here is that spread is not very big. It's 300,000. Of course, both scenarios have more expenses that have not been identified yet. So both of those numbers will move up, but I would suggest that that spread is probably going to move pretty much the same. So in my mind, 300,000, 500,000, that's pretty close. Pretty close.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I think that the bulk of the Logic costs are not subject to the engineering architecture FFE. That could be 15–20%. That would affect the 3-story number more than it would the Logic, because the only renovation in the Logic is that 500,000 and potentially what's at the former fire station. So the total is not subject to those soft costs, I guess.
Well, Bob, I would suggest that your 500,000 is very low. And I would also suggest that you're going to have a lot of technology costs that you don't have in Logic. You might want to imagine it as just move-in ready, but when everything I heard from the police as far as video and recording and security, there's a lot of electronics that they're asking for. Now, that being
That
said,
exist at Logic.
well, I wonder if they exist at Logic in the form that the police need in the right spots, and if they, in the right offices, just as they need. Possibly they do, and then all this will be discovered as you do all your due diligence.
Right, and we should have that number on the 500,000 here very shortly.
Good, good. So it all remains to be seen how those numbers move. And then there's the Village Hall addition. I'm gonna start with the column that says, it's blocked on my screen. I guess it's Village, the addition, Village Hall addition.
That's the one where you showed the existing Village Hall with the parking garage drive-through with it.
Correct.
Color, okay, I just wanted to.
Right, and so the column that says $4 million, no, sorry, $1.9 million, that's for the Village Hall addition. The police garage and the 3,000 square foot basement and 3,000 square foot first story. $1.9 million. And then as the police moved into that new space, if you wanted to completely renovate the Village Hall, it'll be $4.1 million. So for a total of $10 million. Again, assuming that the DPW can live with the space that they have.
I had a quick question on budget.
Sure.
So on the addition then, addition was 6,000 plus the garage.
6,200 total.
Yeah, so, and at 1.9, so that number comes out to $237 a square foot. And so everything that we've seen has been in that $400 to $500 range. So, I mean, I just thought that was really low. That's outside what we're hearing from Findorf. It's what we've heard from you with the other estimates. It's what we've heard from Ideal Builders. You know, it's always a much bigger number. So why would this be that?
Well,
less
I don't
expensive?
know. I'm getting my numbers from Stevens Construction, so I don't
Okay.
know. All I know is that I never use Findorf because they're pretty pricey.
Yeah.
But great company. They
But my-
do wonderful institutional.
You know, Stevens is great. My point was that they're also bidding on the firehouse stuff. And this one came in really, really low. That's all I'm
What I
saying.
would suggest, John, is that, you know, we're looking at options. And I'm doing my best efforts to give you estimates.
Yeah.
Any of these options.
Which is really helpful.
Every of these, all these options, all the numbers need to be pushed on and vetted and double checked and so forth, ultimately moving toward a construction contract. That's beyond the scope of my work.
I know that.
But, you know, we talk about bringing all the options or whatever options you're looking at to the same level.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's all on you guys.
Right.
That's your responsibility. I use my team to generate options for you. I've used my best efforts to give you some ballpark numbers for
been really
comparison
valuable.
decision making.
Yeah.
And then it'll be on you. So I would say choose your options wisely and push on it and really pursue it.
Yeah.
I would emphasize what John said. I looked at this and thought, well, it costs $4.1 million for roughly the same square footage to satisfy administration. But then when it came to police, which is arguably probably a more expensive department to build for, costs half as much. So that raised a red flag for me.
Yeah, but look on how you have to really look at what was priced when you got those numbers. These numbers do not have the technology, the architectural engineering, the furnishings. So there are a lot of numbers that are not in here. So when you go to price per square foot, if you want to make something really look, you know, you quote these numbers pretty confidently. I don't know exactly what is in that $400 a square foot that you're quoting. All I know is that these are the numbers I was given by my contractors, excluding the things that I mentioned specifically are excluded.
Right.
So if you have those things in your numbers, then yes, my numbers will look very low. And maybe when all these components are priced into numbers that I'm getting, they'll probably be very close. You know, I have nothing to gain by overstating these numbers.
Oh,
And really,
I understand that.
I would suggest that we focus less on costs, a little bit more on what functionality we want to achieve and where we want it to be, whether we want it on Shorewood Boulevard or on Marshall Court, you know, the fundamental questions, and then dig into the price. If you just want to do a project on price, then, you know, there's always less expensive alternatives. So, now I have this fifth scenario is a minimum renovation scenario. This probably lines closest with what Dietmar was talking about. And I think that there's a lot to be said for this after I hear all the discussions about budgets and capital budgets and, you know, capital improvement plans and so forth. You have a lot of control on what could happen. You could, for the village hall, build an addition of some size. And it could be less than 6,200 square feet as suggested by the space program. And then you could do minimum renovation of the vacated space in the village hall, just mechanicals, carpeting, lighting. My electrician said there's a lot to be saved by getting to LED lights rather than fluorescent lights. So maybe $500,000 spent on those things, and then leave the vacated police space empty for now. Don't do anything with it. At former fire station, maybe spend $2 million, maybe even less than that, and don't raise the roof. And then leave the rest of it just as it is right now. Don't do any more renovation to it. And then if DPW can live with the space they have, then you're at $4.4 million. And now you have something that's addressing your space needs and setting you up for the future, but you're spending more money in the future as you renovated the vacated space. That'd be another way of looking at it. So that number could even be lower than $4.4 million. So there's a lot of control that you have over time with these various scenarios.
That's helpful.
That's my presentation.
That's awesome. Thanks so much. David, any other questions for Tom?
Well, I would add one more comment that, I like the village, what you brought up about the village hall renovation, because it does free up, as does Logic, the existing firehouse for DPW. They have expressed to me that their preference is not to have facilities out at cold storage, because it is a nightmare they have to drive out Old Middleton one way. And then they need to, if they want to get back to the village, they gotta drive out to Whitney Way and then back through traffic into Madison. And that's really not convenient. So when I've talked to Terry, he said, if we can have all the facilities at the existing firehouse, that's our preference. But he would like to see some of these upgrades, you know. It'd be nice to have the building insulated, have better lighting, have this raised roof at the north end, some electrical upgrades and such. So I do like this option that you presented to put administration of police here.
Well, when I look at their space program, they really don't have much need for the office space that's there. It's really the garage space.
You're right.
So that's where the focus of the renovation would be. I think there'll be a lot of vacant, unused, utilized space, minimally utilized space that's there.
And we've always recognized that it's been a huge waste, and to be able to convert it as you suggested, I think is a good idea.
Mark?
Yeah, I think there's, some sort of threshold issues other than costs that we need to sort of think about. One is this space. Are we going to monetize this space? Are we going to redevelop it? Are we going to follow the University Avenue corridor plan? What is the future for this site? And what is the higher value? Is the higher value to run our operations here? Or is our higher value to sell this property for development and locate elsewhere? So that once you make that decision, and I'm not sure that's the overriding one, that will limit the options right there. Okay. The other is thinking about 3 stories on Sherwood Boulevard at the side of the fire station. I remember going through the Hayden House with even a small expansion of the Hayden House was considered, and that was voted down. The residents were too concerned about it. Now we're talking about erecting a 3-story structure there.
2.5.
It's a little hard for me to believe that if we ever get to that point, well, let me finish, Don. I'm going to give you a shot, but it's a little hard for me to see public being receptive to us building of that mass on that site and all the construction that would involve. But again, that's another non-cost related, but another threshold question that may kind of limit the options. Another, I think, is the cost of transitioning. Some of these have more expensive costs in my mind, not just hard costs, but soft costs in terms of disruption to operations. And that is another, I think, other than cost, another element that we need to sort of think about as we narrow this down and say what's acceptable and what's not. So
that's helpful, Mark. Thank you. Mark.
Maybe we need a moderator. Yeah. So I think what Tom is really bringing to light is a moderator to guide the direction. And I think you keep coming back to this, Tom. Tonight it came up again at your last presentation. He's really challenging us to pick a direction. I've given you my direction. I don't know that anyone else has sort of formulated those thoughts yet, other than just the tangible let's talk about it. Let's weigh all the options. Let's kind of work through it. So.
Well, I think I've given some direction.
You certainly have given direction, and I had to dispense with those directions. But I don't know how to get us off of square one, because I try to keep nudging and I try to keep saying, I want to do minimal, I want to keep this facility. I want to do a facelift internally, and let's suss out the expansion as required to meet the police program needs. I don't think we need to do much at DPW building based on where our CIP priorities lay. I think we need to do more with streets, but completely separate issue. Just focus on facilities. How do we get this off of square one? A moderator? Tom, phase 3?
Well, I agree with that. I think that, I've been thinking, this format is a little bit awkward. I don't know. I was thinking, is it a moderator or is it a like not a debate, but a discussion with a moderator and back and forth? Or is it a panel discussion, something where the anyone in the audience can also ask questions? And, I don't know what the format is, but I wonder about that too. What I do appreciate is that you have a direction, and John, you have a direction that's productive. And I think that then if other people have, an idea of the viability or the desire or the attractiveness of another option, then we might have 3 options. And then we could really discuss them.
Shabnam?
Great comment, Dietmar. Thank you for the fantastic presentation. I can get on board with generating revenue. I wonder if we can build, on top of this space where Village Hall would be on the first floor. But anything regarding like finances and taxes and revenues, and this is just me being honest, no offense to anybody, I need somebody to give me the numbers who's not in this room. I don't like the numbers when none of us do this. I don't like it's $2 million. It's 10 times the revenue generating. I can be convinced, but I don't believe that. I think residents can be convinced. It's got to come from somebody who's not in this room, not on this board.
Mark?
You said you had a 5th option. You holding that back? This is the ace in the hole. What is that?
5th is to scale down, to challenge the expansion and the renovation and to minimize those things. If there's a real concern about cost, to really bring those down. So that's the 5th. I mean, I did. So
Yeah, 3,
I mean, it's not,
4, and then 4th.
yeah, that's the idea. The idea is that the flexibility of, and any of the options could be, modified too. But I think that there's a lot of flexibility.
Right.
Were you thinking, you weren't thinking of like vertically expanding? What were you
Like
thinking of?
if the first floor on this space and is Village Hall and police, and on top is condos, a mixed use facility.
Well, I think that the challenge there is where would police go during it? You can't expand this building vertically.
Correct. It would be a fresh
Start.
Yeah.
Well, there's a scenario that works. It's if you would take police and put police in the village, in the current, the former fire station building, you could relocate admin quite easily into other office space. You could build a new project here, and admin could come back in. That's a reasonable alternative.
And PD, police department would stay at the DPW building. They
Right.
stay there, admin on the first floor, condos on top.
Right, because you could build police at fire station building, they stay here operating, then they move over when it's finished. Then admin moves out, and then this is torn down, new construction, and then admin moves back in.
I want to know what John Arms thinks
Bob's
about
got his
that.
hand up.
Is it not feasible to do that scenario, but have police and administration here with a bigger building? They have
Well,
commercial,
what,
or
so
is
then
that
what
part
are
of
you
it?
doing with police while it's being
Well,
built?
I know, that's a big question.
Well, that,
Okay.
right, so
And I
you
don't
had,
know.
it's hard to find a home for police temporarily. But it is quite easy to find a home for admin temporarily.
John, you want revenues. What do you think of that idea?
Well, it doesn't address our operating revenue need. That's one of my concerns. So we're staring, I mean, Julie can confirm this, we're staring at 1 to 1.5 million deficit over 5 years. So we either have to go to referendum, because as Mark said, we have to get to 2031 so that we get that infusion once the TIFs. So there's an operating thing here. Now,
How does condos on top of Village Hall not add to the revenue?
no, what it would be, I set a goal for here of $10 million valuation. So if we could get 13, 14 townhouses in here, $10 million valuation, we would get the taxes on that. But Logic right now is $5 million valuation, 6.5 fair market value. We're only getting, the village is only getting $27,000 because we only get about 25% of the taxes that are collected. So for a $10 million valuation, we get about $50,000 in village taxes that come to us. Schools would get some, the county gets some, the METC gets some, but we're only getting that 24% or whatever it is. So for a $10 million valuation, we'd get $50,000, $55,000 to our bottom line. But that's not as great as I've pointed out, potential lease revenues. That could be, they could be 4 or 5 times that every year.
Or less.
Or less.
What
Yeah.
about the $2 million for the value of this property? How does that work in a mixed use space?
I would just,
Well, I would like to suggest something, John, you spin out these scenarios with all these numbers. And, be it right or wrong, I put my scenarios down with numbers, right? And it sure would be helpful if you would put your scenarios down in a chart.
Okay.
That's static, where we can see your logic laid out.
Yeah.
And you can show this then where the revenue is, where the price offsets are, where you're assuming this, these townhouses and what they're selling for and the tax revenue. I mean, there's a logic there that you spin out quite quickly that maybe it all hangs together or maybe it doesn't. I can't tell. But in a chart, and I think I asked that before in an email from you, if you just put your numbers in a chart, I think it would help a lot.
Okay.
Or not.
As far as valuation on this building, I did do a little analysis where I took 18 of the properties on this side of University and went to Access Dane and looked up the land, taxable land value, divided it by the square footage of the property. And it averages about $1 million an acre for 18 properties along University. Now that's the tax value. The county uses a factor of 0.78, so by came out 1.04 million divided by 0.78, it's about $1.3 million that the county would view as market value. I think most properties sell for more than that. That's why I put 2 million as a value in here. I think that 1.3 would be an absolute low value. So I just wanted to say that because it came up that there's some rationale behind what I offered up.
I think there are two pieces to this because you're talking about making this property and selling it $2 million, let's say. That's a cost offset, let's say, but then something else comes back here and then you get tax revenue.
Well,
right. So I don't know if that, that's why there's the offset, but there's also tax revenue that comes in. And that's kind of speaking to John's point that, sell it, take the cost offset, have something else big built here by someone.
Right.
and gather the tax revenue.
And invest the proceeds in the other priorities in the village. There's information in the packet too about land values along the corridor. Developers have paid between $30 and $100 a square foot. I hope for $60 a square foot here, which is 2.5. But we're having an appraisal done, and so the appraisal is gonna show us a lot, and we'll have that in relatively short order. Dietmar, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's good.
I'd like to bring this to a close. I want to limit conversation on this. But I also want to take a temperature because I would like to dispense with logic and just pursuing any efforts on this, but I don't think that the rest of the board wants to do that. Now, there is no specific action on the agenda tonight, but I'd like to maybe take a straw poll of where people are, that we're still pursuing logic. We should or shouldn't, and just know where people are. Where are you on this thing?
Well, I would like a little more time to think about which Deegan option I prefer, but.
Sorry, let me rephrase.
Oh, or just
Pursue
logic?
Logic.
Oh, yeah.
Pursue it or not.
I think we should not pursue logic.
Okay, I don't want to pursue logic anymore. John?
I think we're waiting for all the information and the due diligence, and we said we were gonna implement this process, and we were gonna gather the due diligence, but clearly I see that there's a lot of upside if it can work. If it can't work, then we'll realize that and we won't move forward. But in terms of upside for the village of Sherwood Hills, the things that we've talked about the last half hour or so, could be millions more. And if that's acceptable to the village, people need to know that that's the reality of some of these other directions. There's a lot of risk.
Tottenham?
It's
a straw poll.
I wrote a memo. I shared thoughts. I remain undecided.
Okay. Mark?
I want to continue the process. And we'll see where we are in 2 weeks and see what the renovation plan looks like and go from there.
Okay, Bob?
I feel exactly the same way. I think that I think what Tom has presented looks intriguing, but I think also that needs some refinement, just as we've been asked to refine logic. I don't know if the timing works out, but I think logic is worthy of looking at. Again, I come at this from the facility standpoint, the facilities needs, and this came up. And I'll emphasize again, it wasn't some bright shining object. It was when we had done all the study of the facilities, we realized we needed something. This could meet our needs. And so I'm intrigued by both options, but I think we need to see this through and get the information and vote on it next month. Carol?
I think it was important that we do the due diligence, but I'm already there. I'm a no.
Can I make one last comment? For me to want to pursue logic, all the issues that came up today somebody would have to do that. Can you have a police department in a daycare facility? Just that by itself, it doesn't sound good. I would have liked to have reviewed the building without considering the businesses. If the businesses were not there, I just want to know, would we still proceed? If the businesses were not there, would you still buy logic?
Because of the costs, you could put ping pong tables, don't quote me, on the first floor. And we'll probably be way ahead of where we'll be on cost on some of these other directions. I mean, that's why it doesn't impact the debt. Payments don't impact the debt. But I mean,
I said this at my presentation, that I think the real attraction was the second floor and the parking.
Yeah.
And the first floor is only a perk if it works, but it could be a negative something.
Right.
And that's why I said it. There was no embedded numbers in what I presented. It assumed no income.
Yeah.
It was only the cost. And I see the income as a way to offset some of these maintenance costs that you've talked about. or maintenance or operation.
But if you don't have the revenues, then you don't have any offset. You have a lot more expenses. And you have the expense of retrofitting the daycare.
But I think that's a very pessimistic attitude about the potential for revenue. I think it's there.
I think.
Based on thin air, I mean, like, I don't, how do
You
we?
have an option that can be explored, which you otherwise wouldn't have. And the other thing I would say is, in my opinion, there's a lot more certainty with Logic. Not only just the price, but the transition. You know what's going to happen. All these others that involve major renovations, if not new construction. People talk about the uncertainty of what the income is, and to me, that pales in comparison to the uncertainty of construction projects of this magnitude and continuing to operate the village at the same time. That's really concerns me. But we have to know that Logic works, and we don't have the renovation plan yet, and so there has to be more. But that's what's driving me is this is where the uncertainty is to me. Logic has minimal uncertainty, particularly if you're willing to assume that the first floor isn't going to be rented or will only be rented years from now when we've figured out exactly how to do it. So.
Well, yeah, we're talking about uncertainty. Your uncertainty, Mark, might be cost related. I don't have uncertainty of building a police department where the parking lot is right now, because whoever's going to build that space is going to build it for a police department. Whereas the uncertainty that comes with Logic might not necessarily be entirely monetary related. It's more, you have an entire glass building. Show me one police department that is made of glass building. We all heard police department's supposed to be on the main floor. Now, all of a sudden it's not on the main floor and it's totally okay. I think you're fitting a police department into that building, that provides some uncertainty too.
I don't disagree. But the police department has seen the layouts. They have said that it will work for them. And I think it'd be worth checking. I think there are police departments that are on second floors and upper floors.
Bring them to the next meeting with citations, links that we can verify.
Including quite a bit of glass. So I'll add that to my list. It's actually here, Tom, but.
Just may I ask?
Yeah, you bet.
What is the process that you're following with your architects for looking at Logic? Were they given the space program?
Yes, they were given the full space program and they laid it out.
Good.
And we looked at.
They do a reconciliation then to the space program to see how
Yes.
the amount of square foot that they delivered for each of the line items?
Yes, and they identified each office, and the chief was there, the lieutenant was there, Chrissy was there. And so we went through it, and surprisingly, it worked really, really well. As I said, I just alluded to, boy, it's 4 doors and a couple other things.
So there will be like the space program that this police department agreed to.
Yep.
With another line item saying what's delivered in Logic.
That's right.
In that space, and that'll be very interesting to
Yeah.
see.
And then it'll probably go to Ideal Builders, who built the building, to create the estimate.
I think what we want to be a little bit careful about is that, I think our police department is wonderful. I think Jamie's wonderful.
Yeah.
But, in the enthusiasm of all of this, they could agree to something that might be a little bit atypical, and there'll be a change of staff at some point in the distant future where there'll be a new police chief coming in looking at this space.
Yeah.
So we don't want to have such a bespoke police department that all the other police chiefs coming along say, well, this is really not what I want to operate within. So I think that probably some.
Good luck would be my response. Because if the layout's working for a police department and just because you get new leadership in, doesn't mean that we
Well, by
tear
whole
out walls.
criteria though, I would say that, you know, as much as I didn't like the FGMA report, they have done many police departments. And so there is a level of confidence there that they're producing something that's typical police department, you know? So I think probably want to have someone vet it, and I don't know which architects they're using.
We're using Sketchworks.
Sketchworks is the name of the company.
Yeah.
How many police departments have they done? It'd be worth asking them.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it'd be worth asking them. How many have they done?
I know FGMA has done some really expensive police departments.
Right, but they've done the design, you know, whether they have an experience with police design. So it's just a question I would have. If I'm selecting an architect for a police station, I would want one that has police station experience. I would just be careful about that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But we should have a firm number and what that looks like, and obviously would love your comments on it to the extent you want to review it. And
That'd be great.
Yeah. All right, I don't think we have anything more for Tom. Other thoughts, questions? I'm not going to spend much on the
Thank you, Tom.
yeah,
thank you, Tom.
on the logic. Yeah, Ron.
I have 2 minutes.
Um,
Night break, President. Can you make an exception?
I'll make an exception for you, Ron.
And I'm not selling.
No, if
Okay.
you can keep it to a minute and a half, you'd be even better.
I'm in the good government.
Yeah,
Okay. What I have observed is the board is focused on financing.
yeah,
That's great. It's an issue. The community is focused on what I'm hearing, finances, location, and character of the village.
Yeah.
There's a disparity between the focus of the board and what you're hearing from the community. Now, Carol mentioned that. And there is risk on making a decision primarily financial. There's goodwill at stake. Okay, there's opportunity costs here. And I agree, there's all kind of uncertainty, but I'm just observing. I talked to Brian, I'm in a good government. Okay, the correct financial decision may not be the correct decision for the community.
Yeah.
So all I would say in my minute and a half is we gotta listen to the community. I'm not selling anything. There's issues on location and character of village that I'm not hearing that are being considered. Okay, there are risks by making a decision purely on a set of criteria that's not integrating all the views of the community.
Ron, I'm hearing you. I definitely am hearing. Thanks.
Thank you for breaking precedent.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your service.
So, for the Logic Building updates, Brian, what do
I'm
we,
just gonna, sorry, John, I'm gonna ask, because deadlines matter.
Yeah.
10 minutes, I'm putting a clock on it. We got 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Can we use the clock to force us to go? No, never mind.
well, to zip through here. Yeah. So I'll just say for the residents that have hung out with us, I appreciate it. We're still in that fact-finding window. We're doing independent appraisals. This building ends, that one. We got the building inspection today that was shared with the board and will be placed on the website. We've got the fit scenarios for administration and police. Today. We're doing traffic counts on Marshall Court, so we can update those, see where the issues are. So all the stuff is going to be posted as we go through this process, while we think about location and character and function and our fiduciary responsibility. Is there anything else you wanted to add about that? Okay. All right, so the next item is item 4, discussion possible action, the liquor license. Brian had in his note that a motion to table discussion and action on this item until October 21st, 2025. Laid out the reasons for that. Did you want to Anything more about that?
Staff assisted with this one and, getting this item prepped for me here, but that was just a reminder that the board has leeway in making that authorization. And at this time, with the uncertainty around Logic, we were not sure if that was a decision the board wanted to make.
And isn't it's also true that, we've been in contact with Golden Nest and they were fine with that delay as well?
I don't know the answer to that.
They were notified what they might have.
And then if for some reason the community decided to move forward with Logic, we have the means.
We would have to go out and find a partner willing to sell one of their excess.
Yeah, and what we've done in the past is we've worked with the city of Madison. It's a $10,000 fee. And Golden Nest, I think when I read this the first time, they were already in agreement with whatever the fee would be for that liquor license.
That sounds correct.
Is that right, Chrissy? Okay. I'm looking at a lot of stuff and I remember reading that. Okay. So, Shabna?
I would like to motion that we approve the liquor license for Golden Nest University LLC. I think it's the right thing to do as a municipality to not hold a liquor license hostage for a year or two or more. And that they're trying to get the restaurant up and started. And, everybody's talked about how hard it is to be in the restaurant business. Give them their liquor license. So that's my motion, if anybody will.
I'll second it.
Well, but that's gonna cost us $10,000.
Well, going forward, yeah, if we move forward, we'd have to get a liquor license. And we'd have to find
If
it.
Logic needed a liquor license.
Right.
Yes.
We would charge for that. We would not be out 10,000, whoever got we would be out.
No,
The
but if
effort.
we needed one, oh, you're saying
Okay,
whoever
yes.
needed it in Logic.
Yeah, the village wouldn't, but we just have to go through the process of obtaining it. And then the cost would be passed on to whoever received the license ultimately.
Do you know what the delay, timeline would be to secure once you find a partner?
I am not sure, David, remember, I hadn't done that in my previous communities, but what do you remember how long?
I don't know if he said exactly. I know it's months.
It's.
Because you have to find out from Madison if they have any to sell, then we have to have a sponsor. To go along with it, has to go to their board, so.
So it's
We
possible
would have to
you
have a
could,
sponsor
we
in
could
the city.
apply and not get one, or that,
Right.
or whoever is
Yeah.
interested.
Well, doesn't that hurt our ability to show that space if the community decides that this is something we want to do? We really want to do that?
Yes, yes. It's that restaurant might not want a liquor license. If they want it, they can pay for it. They can wait in line. You have a restaurant operating. You have a restaurant operating in business, trying to stay afloat, and we're gonna hold it and delay it. I just don't think it's fair.
For one more month? We
It's
find
not
out?
mean
It's not a month.
Wait,
No, it's a month till we make a decision on.
I agree with Bob, but let's staff.
Well, yeah, Golden Nest isn't planning on opening until December, so. I don't know if a, decision has to be made at this meeting.
But they clearly want it. And if I was opening a restaurant, I'm just gonna decide whether I'm gonna put in a supply order or not. When I have to know my inventory in advance or what my menu is and what I service. We're supposed to give it to them the day before they're open, tell them the day before. It just sounds wrong.
Yeah, I see your point. The risk that you're running is that if we give them our reserve license, there's a risk that we may not be able to purchase one down the road from Madison or Middleton or wherever. So then we wouldn't have one for Logic. For whoever operates a business in Logic.
Okay,
Even if we pursue Logic, that's gonna be best case 8 months from now. So we're gonna hold this license hostage.
that's not true. It's not true.
If we close in the end of November, playing this forward, we close in the end of November. Takes a few months to best case find someone to rent the space. I mean, we're looking at 6 or 7 months out. So we're just gonna hold it's not a 1 month delay, I guess is what I'm saying.
I know you mentioned, Great Dane is closing, Amara closed. There's a motion on the table.
It's called a vote.
I just feel like I need to respond to Kate. I mean, we could have someone that's interested in opening in Glogic within December.
Based
Chesterfield?
on what?
No, fair point.
That's,
But
I mean, it's a real possibility.
Fair point, but who came first? They applied first. I thought first matters.
All right, so any further discussion on the motion? Did we call the vote? Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. All right, the Shabnam. Proposed summary template for board agenda items. Fees associated with zoning board of appeals follows. And recommendations regarding 2816 Columbia. How would you like to proceed on these?
Sure, we'll go one at a time. There's a template I put together, just for how ideas should be presented or brought to the board. I think that anything that is in the packet should have an author's name on it. I think that, as we have noticed, all our meetings go beyond our 10 o'clock time frame. Predominantly, I think we don't always have the same facts. We don't have the same evidence. The idea is not maybe well presented. And by putting in a little more effort in how ideas are brought to the board, maybe we would shave off 45 minutes of going around in discussions to just get the facts there. I put in links. We could use links to cite to evidence so that the board packet doesn't get longer. Just put a link in there. What else? Pros and cons. I'm not entirely advocating that this has to be a format like our agenda templates are. It was an idea. Could we present information better to shave off 45 minutes of going in circles to figure out what the facts are?
And this is your template you have here.
Yeah, and I made my my point through the template. Discussions go without discussions circle without resolution, slowing progress on agenda items. One contributing factor is we spend too much time figuring out the facts. It's to improve efficiency while preserving deliberation. You know,
So you're,
provide your data. Yeah.
you're proposing then that every topic that we have, what's in the packet of materials is preceded by this form for each topic then, at every meeting.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand sorry if I'm not being clear, I'm kind of half asleep, but
So my,
I understand you're trying to get this better organized so people can look at it. I'm just wondering how this form is going to be part of the packet, or it's going to be attached to the agenda, and that then people have this sort of executive summary of what the topic is.
yeah, an executive summary. Sometimes we have these like 30-page presentations and which websites to use. I don't need 30 pages of presentation. I need the most important facts and the pros and cons summarized. not to dig through them. Just, yeah,
That could be pretty onerous for staff if it's a lot of topics that are presented by staff to put that together.
so could we like, instead of, I don't like mandatory, it doesn't, I don't know if we have to go with mandatory, but the idea. Can you put your name on whatever you write? Can you cite to evidence to support the assertions? Is that, can we agree on that?
And have we talked to staff about this, how this would work?
Well, I suggested it like 2 months ago. I tried to get it in the August board packet. I think you guys said other municipalities do this. Craig mentioned that Middleton and Madison have this, I think.
Summary, staff memos for.
That it's common.
So I'm just spitballing here. So
Sure.
Could we like try this? And maybe not for the October or November meeting, but maybe for the December meeting? Just as
Well,
a,
if you look in the packet, Brian does do this sometimes. He
Okay.
included his sample.
yeah,
It's not uncommon. It is helpful.
yeah.
The only thing I mean, I haven't looked like specifically at your template. I'm sorry, I was at training and I didn't review it. My only caveat is, I know what you're saying about keeping a board packet smaller. However, that board packet becomes the official record, and so to have links to stuff where those links can break and fail. Depending on what it is, sometimes a link is acceptable if it's just kind of general, but if it's specific, there's a reason that's in the packet because it becomes part of the record and the links fail over time. So that's the only, I agree with you that our packets are big and I understand what you're trying to do, but just keep that in mind that like I've mentioned to both John and Brian, be careful putting links on agendas for the same reason. Because the documents themselves are the official records.
Right.
So I guess the question is like Stratton was saying, is it going to be a firm template? Is it something we're going to develop over time? Is this?
I have an open, I
Whatever you
mean,
guys decide, just keep
I'm
that in mind
also-
with your motion. That's all I'm asking.
I'm not requiring it. It's an idea to get information better presented. I didn't put in a motion. Did I move? Okay. I'm not asking for a
I mean, the
motion.
residents might appreciate it as well.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm open to it and
Okay.
I wouldn't mind trying it. I'm a little leery of us piling on in budget season.
Okay.
And everything else we got on our plate, so.
If something is irrelevant, you could just write not applicable and move on.
I would recommend, if you notice I think in Brian's, he
Yeah.
has a section for like how it affects budget.
Yeah.
Things like that, because sometimes motions are made.
Yeah.
And then like after the fact, we go, wait a minute, the board wanted me to do this, but then to implement it. Just make sure that we cover all the bases so that the staff can implement whatever motions you end up with.
Any other thoughts on this, Dietmar?
Just, I mean, I think the point that you bring up is important to talk about. I don't know that I've got the stamina to sit here for another hour and a half to get through the rest of the agenda. Is it okay to say, can we table this for the October meeting or a future meeting? Talk about it.
Is that fair?
Yeah, it's not urgent.
So what, 5, 6, and 7? Are you willing to?
No.
Nice try, Bob.
So Julie, I think.
It's past my bedtime.
The way to properly do it is to, a motion to table this.
I would say, yeah.
Okay.
I'll make that motion to table
Thanks,
this
Dietmar.
specific agenda item to a future meeting. John, I'm only doing
Totally
this.
get it.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure.
Great.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
second,
Carol, thank you.
a non-vote.
Ready to vote? All in favor of that motion?
Could you repeat the motion?
To table this agenda item to a future meeting to be discussed together.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a vote? All those in favor?
We
Yeah,
did.
that carries.
And that was deep, Mark. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, next item.
Item 6, discussion possible action, village resident fees associated with zoning board of appeals review of 1202 Sweet Briar.
Well, I would like to motion to waive the fees associated with the zoning board of appeals review of 1202 Sweetbriar.
Is there a second to that?
Well, I'm gonna second it just to get the conversation formally started.
Thanks, Dietmar.
Can you repeat your motion? That's something.
I,
Waive the fees for.
for the appellants associated with the zoning board, of appeals review of 1202 Sweetbriar. Why does anybody need convincing?
I just have a question. Do we have no idea how much the ballpark?
I think I know because if you, in Axley, they sent 2 invoices in August 23rd, and they're in the bill. Total is about $5,000.
So this is only for this situation? Or are you talking in general?
For this situation, for this specific situation.
Well, I mean, so that's good, I guess, at this late hour. I think the residents are asking for more in terms of our practices going forward. You know, what's fair cost for the appellants to bear? What's fair cost for the village to bear? I think that's another discussion. I'm interested to hear. So is your rationale that the appellants won, so why should they bear the cost? I'm just curious.
Sure. I actually don't think that they're asking to change the ordinance. If somebody brings a frivolous appeal and is taking up everybody's time and with no basis, you have every right, as the zoning codes allow ordinances, to charge them. This case is so different, this specific situation. We were in the wrong when we did not do an investigation. They did the investigation.
Wait a minute. I mean, this was just an appeal of the permit, right? That's what went down there with the ZBA. So I'm worried that we'll put ourselves in a position of always having to vote on an appeal on its merits and not relying on a consistent policy. You know, if we're voting on it tonight, is it because we all feel that there was injustice done? Which maybe we do, but I don't know how, I don't think leaving it that way would be suitable. That we would always have to be, you know, bringing it to the board to consider, well, did this go down in an okay way? Oh, we don't know. So.
I also have a concern, the precedent that, you know, if I have a conflict with my neighbor, whether it's, you know, maybe they have a building permit or there's a lot line issue, and I appeal this, should the rest of the village pay for that, or should that be my cost? And I'm afraid that then every potential sort of conflict like this will then have to be borne by the village. And I'm not sure that's a precedent we want to set.
But the precedent is the opposite. We have not charged, and to charge now. And the reason we had 8 appeals is because we were not responding. We are a part of the cause. And I think we need to own it. We're not precedent. You're setting an opposite precedent. If we're going to follow precedent, we wouldn't be charging. The charging definitely reads as as a mechanism to prevent people from, you know, I'm like losing my train of thought, prevent people from exercising their rights. Like to say on a Wednesday, you better appeal by Friday, and I'm not going to tell you how much it's going to cost, is clearly something that Trump does by making us have to put up bond to defend people. I think all the residents said it. You're having the winning party pay the losing party. Who said it best? It was like, or the losing party is paying the winning party's fees.
I'm gonna move to Carol. Carol?
Yeah, I mean, I agree that that's not fair. It's not, I mean, to me, it doesn't feel fair to make the winners pay the losers. And but I think at this moment, we have no data. All we know is that there has been an instance in the past where the appellants didn't have to pay. I have no idea how that's gone at all the zoning board of appeals. Who wins, who loses, who pays, and how much? I think to make any kind of policy, we would need to know these things and figure out something equitable, fair.
Okay.
And if this particular instance is such a big deal, which quite likely it is, we may want to consider it on its own merits and say, okay, we'll turn to and come up with a policy as quick as we can. So if the board wants to do that, I understand that. But I think to be responsible, a review of the policy is really needed.
Maybe, can I just make one quick comment?
Yeah.
Maybe the way to think of it is this way. Let's frame it a little differently. If you had that house go up 3 feet off the curb, and you have an accident where a kid is like, cars are coming, nobody sees anybody, and you've got a lawsuit on your hands. Do you want to pay $5,000 now for the residents saving us from having a house built 3 feet away from the street? Or do you want to pay for, you just got saved a lot of potential litigation. You could have had a car go into that house. It's not there right now. It's another way to think of it.
I get your point. I think it's too soon to take action on this personally. I would like to have more information and kind of the scenario laid out a little better before I could vote on. Yeah.
So, I was listening with both ears, tonight, as you can imagine, and I don't agree with everything with respect to the investigation but, you know, in terms of the public interest, I think we have to do something. And so I worry about precedent all the time, but I think there's an argument here that, you know, they prevailed within the ZBA, and that could be used as a basis to waive the expense. You know, there's expense on both sides, I get it, but it's been kind of a trauma, and it was kind of foisted on us. You know, I think another argument can be made, and I'm not making it, is that the developer looked at our rules and regs and found a way to leverage it and did it in a way that our attorney explained. You know, we really didn't have the merit to challenge that. So I think it's in the public interest that this is one that we give for the public interest. And my only justification is, hey, they prevailed and they had to pay an attorney, and there's been a tremendous amount of emotion and impact associated with this. And I think, you know, we were challenged a little bit tonight to be responsive to the level of concern and emotion and engagement that was expressed. I agree with Bob. You know, that argument, it's a fair argument, but I just think the circumstances of this issue require a little bit different response. So that's why I'm going to support it.
Can we also cover their out-of-pocket expenses?
No, we're talking about waiving the fee. Yeah. What did I do, Julie?
No, I just want to ask a question. This is me thinking out loud.
Yeah.
Again,
I don't know if that's appropriate.
I was at training, so I wasn't, when this packet's all put together, so I didn't have time to think about this. I saw what Shabnam had,
Yeah.
you know, presented. My only question, obviously, the board does what they want to do.
Yeah.
However, our ordinance says shall, not may. So whatever you decide to do, we are deciding to make an exception to our own ordinance.
That's right.
I would recommend consulting with our attorney to see if we have to do that through a
Trustee,
resolution
That's not
or
appropriate.
through a vote. It's just the process. I'm just not confident in that. And it's not, I'm not trying to put it off. I'm not trying to sway you in any way. I just want to make sure that because it is specifically an ordinance, not a policy.
Yeah.
That we do this correctly. so.
And I was picking up on what Carol was saying is like, well, whatever we do, we're gonna have to revisit.
And if we did
The
it as a
ordinance.
resolution, we would have the whereases to justify why we are doing it.
Yeah.
So that it's not just a single, it's not just a motion.
Yeah.
Maybe it is okay to do it as a motion, and I don't wanna, I'm not trying to throw, sand in the wheels here.
Yeah.
But I'm just on the side of caution, make sure that if we do this,
I screw up all the time at 1:22 in the morning, so I don't have I totally understand it, Julie. I totally understand it. I'm willing to take the risk, but there's other board members here, but I made that's how I kind of looked at it based on everything I've said, or everything I've said and I've heard tonight. Kate,
I think, given the circumstances, I think this is a gesture of goodwill and good faith. And if we are trying to rebuild some trust and respect with residents, I would be in favor of waiving these.
Yeah, how much we,
Can we vote tonight and also bring a resolution next time? Dot the i's and cross the t's?
I think that's fair.
and we may not even need a resolution, I'm erring on the side of
Yeah,
caution.
no, I
Yeah.
think that's smart.
Protecting the village interests,
Yeah.
so.
And my response to you, Bob, is I don't know what the total is, and we probably won't know.
what are we talking on the order of $5,000?
It's 5,000.
Well,
Yeah,
those are only
That's
if
just-
they're August bills, they probably came in July, so there's probably more bills after that.
Could we frame the motion with a limit on the dollar amount?
Goodwill,
That
goodwill.
sounds to me you're not very confident about.
I think there was expenses on both sides that were unintended, and sometimes I agree with Kate's comments. I think there's a moment where you just go, and I don't think I'm putting you in, we're not putting you in the bad spot. I mean, you're basing it on the ordinance. And, so there's enough that's happened now. I just think it's what I've heard tonight, it's gonna be the right thing to do. And we'll find a way to save money somewhere else to justify it. That's kind of way I look at it.
And we don't want to get more data until the next meeting? I mean, just to figure out what the costs are and the nuances that.
To me, I think you're being completely reasonable. To me, this is also a signaling exercise. Signal to the residents. Heard you, understand the argument. There's counter arguments. But we're gonna let this go. I'm not interested in setting a precedent because I don't want to have misuse of the appellate. I mean, that was one of my first concerns. You're really sending the signal that, oh, this is kind of a low cost, opportunity. We don't want to perpetuate that.
I think we have to recognize that's exactly what it does. It sets a precedent. I'd be very surprised if someone brings the next case, doesn't make the exact same request under the same circumstances, and we have no, can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike, sorry.
Thank you. And we have no policy, so we're gonna have the discussion every time someone brings a case.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, I'm sympathetic to the issue of waiving the fee, our fees.
Yeah.
But I really think it should be wrapped in a policy. Otherwise, we're just gonna be spending time going through the same thing again.
Yeah.
And again.
And I'll tell, I don't disagree. I'm trying to move forward on this at this point of the meeting. The other thing is I'm interested in, maybe we can charge a flat fee. I don't know what that fee is gonna be, $300, $500 to do and that's how you do it. And then we just have to be smart about how we manage the costs associated with that. Obviously, the attorney has only been with us since April. He got educated on some of the issues in the village. There is some value to that. We had some engagement with him. I see those kind of intangibles, Mark. But I just think this is for the public interest. And I just don't have, I think that this is one time we can just waive it and set a policy up and maybe we just charge a flat fee. And it's $300, it's $500, and people know what it is going in. Those were my thoughts on it.
All right, I think there's a motion, a second. I'm gonna ask to call the vote.
I agree. Let's move on. We're all exhausted. But if we were to not do it, it's not just you give your legal bill to the appellants. There's an analysis that you need to do of what is reasonable, what is appropriate. So everything on the bill, that's going to take up time too. So I hope we proceed because the alternative is not easy.
All right, ready to vote on this? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Job now,
Sure. Oh, boy.
item 7.
Really? At 1:30 in the morning?
No, well, there's,
Okay, let's see what we could do.
I'll just point out, yeah.
You know, everybody was airing out truth today. There were 2 versions of this memo, and to keep this in the agenda, I revised the memo and softened it. So the request that we would, consider referring this for a criminal investigation is not there. But I do think it's necessary that we discuss this issue. Because if we don't discuss it, we're not going to learn from it, and it's going to be repeated. We clearly didn't discuss whatever happened on, what street is it, like Crestwood, enough, or what Craig was saying when he laid out the history. We didn't learn in 2021. We didn't learn in 2024. Are we going to learn in 2025? Or are we going to have this conversation again in 2027? So I think learning is necessary. I did not put a motion. Let me see. I think it's necessary that everybody knows the rules because it would help everybody if developers know the rules, the residents know the rules. We follow, not just knowing the rules, we follow the rules, we implement them. That would reduce the likelihood of these things happening again, appeals being filed. But I think when it comes to CSM, no one actually knows what the rules are. The changes that the Plan Commission is making is not enough. But bottom line, to frame this, I want to know if, I want to know if the CSM was truly lawfully issued. And if the incidents that took place are legal. So if it's legal to play with the attic stairs, renovate it, if that's legal, then let's say it's legal so that Gloria on Ubay Drive can do the same. But if, renovating the attic, fudging with the stairs to make the attic not count towards the FAR is unlawful, then let's say it's unlawful. If there's a loophole, let's all use it. Let's say, that's what I'm asking for. So there was 4 things that I laid out. There's an understanding of, does attic count towards FAR? It seems to be that the ordinance talks about habitability, and there's an email exchange where there's a line about accessibility. If an attic is not accessible, then it doesn't count towards the FAR. It's not written anywhere in our ordinances. But that caused the attic to be habitable, renovated, and the stairs, covered up to make it inaccessible. And it wasn't really inaccessible. You could still access it. Did everybody read it? Everybody read it?
Yeah. Can I jump in?
Sure.
So as I look at the agenda, and for the public's benefit, under the advice of our village attorney, staff feels we should wait discussing this item until the appeal period of, is it August 20th?
That actually was a mistake.
26th, I think you
It's
said?
yeah.
Yeah.
Because when I originally, I just threw that date out based on the meeting, but they have until the date it was a signed decision was received at the clerk's office, which was, I believe, the 26th. So the appeals window is open until September 25th. So technically, the ZBA process isn't finished.
So the window to issue any appeals regarding the ZBA decision is open until September 25th or 6th.
Correct.
Yeah. So
So
I just
what
wanted to-
happens if they appeal this, it goes to circuit court. This is no longer under the village's jurisdiction. However, any new information we create is
deposable, and I'm not an attorney,
deposable.
right?
Correct. Thank you for the term. I'm really.
Well, I got it's
So-
attorneys at the table, but go ahead, Shabna.
It's I think it's disingenuous to bring in the village attorney's advice because the homeowner is fixing the parking and is working on the parking to get his building permit issued. And to waive this idea that there's gonna be an appeal in the next 10 days, let's not talk about it, doesn't seem right. Why not include in there that he's working on his building permit? I've spoken to him. I told him I'm writing this. He has absolutely no interest in going to circuit court. He wants to build his house, get his money and leave.
He called me on Monday and verified the date, so.
Sure. And this is not about him. It's about us. It's about our policies. Are we going to define accessibility, habitability? Are we going to have Brian Berquist review? Because it doesn't look like anybody determined whether the attic stairs were inaccessible. The only thing that was determined is the stairs were modified as planned. A final, sorry, go ahead.
Carol?
So I just want to try to keep straight. Are we talking about the building permit? Are we talking about the CSM? Because they're two different things, and what my supposition from is that anything that we say about the ZBA, we're being advised not to do anything right now because the ZBA process is still open. So I assume that's because anything that we say about the ZBA could bleed over, or anything we say about the CSM could bleed over into the ZBA. You know, it's all intertwined, and we don't want to say stuff here and now about the CSM that could prejudice the ZBA process or just lead to more trouble. So if I understand that reasoning, and I personally think that's a good enough reason to talk about it later. You know, yeah.
And I'm of that mind as well, particularly at 1:35 in the morning. And to your point about should property owners be able to do what they want inside the envelope of the house is something that Plan Commission is going to take on.
I don't think that's my issue, though.
No, but should staff be coming in? I mean, do we want to get the bakers in trouble because they took the barrier away?
I want to know, number one, nobody knows here. I guarantee it. Nobody knows if the next CSM comes to this table and we're asked to approve it, what the criteria is.
What's in the code?
What is it? Somebody tell me. I went through the chapters. It says if it meets the ordinances, if it meets the zoning code. So does that mean that in this situation, did it meet the zoning code?
It's complicated, but I guess my response is I share your interest in making sure that property owners can do what they want to do. The fire is really about the size of the envelope compared to the homes around it. So we're getting caught up in the nuance of someone decides to do something in their attic so that they can accommodate a sibling or whatever it is. And I personally don't have a problem with that, and that's a discussion I want to have at a policy level within Plan Commission. I don't feel like I can judge further on what happened with this. Individuals are free to refer this information to the police or DA's office, but should it be this board that does that, particularly given the advice we've received from our attorney, as Carol mentioned?
So if we're gonna say we can't talk about this until this appeal closes, and that is genuine and sincere and not anything else, then we can talk about it at the next meeting. But what I want to know is, why can't we answer that? Why can't we say that this kind of fixing the attic, pushing the stairs, just say it, is it legal? So that we could all do it. Is it not legal? Then we'll be better next time. But it sounds like we're avoiding just saying that.
My understanding is, as I recall Bill Cole saying, was that it's moot anyway, because Mr. Reber went through an exercise he didn't have to go through. He was, and the CSM is different from the building permit, different from the FAR. He went and took his property and shrunk it down as much as he could in order to add property, you make the other lots bigger, right? And that's legal to do. And I think he did it because he thought that the FAR was tied to that property saw. So then he apparently blocked off these stairs to reduce his floor area so it matched the property he had shrunk. Well, from what Bill Cole said, that's moot, because in all these cases, the houses get grandfathered in. Otherwise, we would have to go to every house that's not in compliance in the village.
Right.
Where somebody is less than 10 feet from the side lot, we'd have to cut off their house. And we're not gonna do that. We grandfather them in, and that is the situation here. He said Bill said it's a low probability. Now, I personally think that the floor area ratio was developed. It's a visual. It's a perception that a piece of property is too big for the property it sits on. It's out of scale with the property it sits on. To me, that's a visual thing. It's not a safety issue. It's not a access issue. It's none of that. It's totally a visual issue. So in my mind, I think if somebody's not changing the envelope of the building, they should be able to expand into the attic or the basement, just like the woman that was in here,
Gloria.
That's right.
Gloria, that wanted to expand her house to accommodate her in-laws. Well, if the envelope of the house is not going to change any, and the spirit of the FAR is based on a visual perception of that envelope, it seems to me that you should be allowed to expand into those spaces. And now, whether this guy was disingenuous, that's a different story. But I think the reality is that he would have been grandfathered in any case.
Okay, so couple comments. I think that makes me nervous to ignore the FAR and allow a developer to build the largest size house that the ordinances and the height restrictions allow, and then say, well, I can go in the envelope and do whatever I want. So now I'm going to put in all the details, because you could have a larger house, avoid FAR, and then say, FAR doesn't count if as long as you're doing work inside the envelope. So I think that makes me nervous.
Let me make a
Sure,
caveat.
sure.
I'm talking about only existing houses, not
Okay.
new houses.
And then
New
secondly, if Bill Cole is correct and the structure doesn't matter and the FAR calculation is irrelevant for dividing a lot, who's going to tell Brian Berquist? Who's going to take that off of our list? If the structure of the house is irrelevant for dividing a lot, then you're saying I can cut the lot straight between my house. And Brian Berquist and Brian Mooney will have to approve it. Is that what we're saying?
Well, any property can be divided up. If you want to split your house in half, that's your prerogative, as long as you meet these setbacks in the minimum lot size. I mean, I can divide up my 20,000 square foot into 4 lots if I want to divide up my house. I can tear down my house and make 4 lots out of my property.
Sure.
They delete and they
Here's what I'm
may
saying.
not make
Here's what I'm
sense,
saying.
but they.
Okay, here's what I'm saying.
That's a really nice house.
But the point is,
Okay.
you have that legal right
Sure.
to do this. And you wouldn't do it unless you had the advantage on the other side, which this guy had. You're trying to increase the other lot size so it's buildable.
Is it fair that, nobody right now knows what are the rules and what is the criteria for a CSM to be approved? We're gonna have,
I'm gonna.
Yeah, I think
That's
we're
inaccurate.
beating that horse.
If we're
It's
gonna have-
inaccurate. CSM follows a process for approval. It's a legal document that gets recorded at the Register of Deeds.
that's not what I'm talking about. though.
There's an overlying principle
No, that's not what I'm
of
talking
the
about.
rules that you follow to verify whether legally speaking, a CSM meets all the criteria to be a CSM. And that's the bottom line.
I'm
That's embodied
That's
in
not
our
what I'm
ordinance.
talking about, though. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the paperwork. And I'm not leaving. I'm not done talking. I know everybody wants to wrap up, but I had to wait 5 hours and weeks and weeks and weeks. And I spent weeks writing this after residents spent months on this. So everybody's sitting here. The CSM, just regardless of like the form and the application, when it comes to this board to approve, all we have is Brian says it checks out. That's all we have. We're just a rubber stamp. What is the criteria? If you go to chapter 23, it doesn't say what the criteria is. The only thing I could find is that it has to meet all zoning requirements. Our zoning ordinances, which means the FAR matters. Yes, it does. Don't act like it doesn't. And if it doesn't, remove it. All I'm asking for is consistency. I don't even have a horse in this race. I'm just saying be consistent. We're not consistent in the interpretation of the CSM, whether the zoning ordinances apply, whether we're going to check, whether inspections happen, what we're stamping when we're approving these. I'm just asking for clarity.
I'm actually not sure what you're asking, to be honest. I'm lost
Sure,
on your
sure.
specific point.
Okay,
I was unable to follow it in your documents.
okay.
What is it that you're seeking clarity on, or what action do you want the board to take, consider, discuss? I'm completely lost.
The zoning code requires that a CSM meet all zoning ordinances. It's required. The FAR didn't, this approval of the CSM did not meet all the code, because the definition of whether the FAR is included in, whether the attic is included, is about habitability. It's not about accessibility. Nobody checked even if there is accessibility or not. It was habitable. So it did not abide by the zoning code. We did not have this information.
Shopnum, I think that there's 2 different steps here. There's the CSM, which is about the land. You apply for that, and if you meet the setbacks and you meet the minimum lot size, just let me finish, you can divide up your property. The FAR comes into play when you want to put the house on the property. So they're 2 distinct, different processes that in an existing house, well, I think in a new house, you have to meet both. But you can get, I can go get a CSM and never invoke FAR if I don't build on the property. I'm just dividing it. And I think you're conflating the two. a
No,
little
you know
bit.
what I'm saying? I think I disagree with Bill Cole. I don't think that, what he's saying goes contrary to what our practice is. He's probably right, okay? Then fix our practices. What Brian Berquist was calculating the FAR. If he's not supposed to do that, remove that process so that everybody has clarity. Everybody here needs to know what the rules are. We all need to know what the rules are, and we don't know what the rules are.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the issue, that should be in the plan commission, shouldn't be here, right? If you're saying unnecessary, Bill Cole is right, I mean, I didn't think he is, but Bill Cole is right. Then, and our ordinance provides for additional steps which are irrelevant and unnecessary, then it should be for the plan commission to clean it up.
Craig wants to say something.
Craig, I'll give you the opportunity. Yep, you live and breathe this, so make it quick.
The board, Bill Cole is wrong. The CSM, when the CSM is filed, all the lots have to be conforming, which means they have to satisfy the zoning code. Bob, if you were to take your house and take the lot and create, say, a 5,000 square foot house or a 5,000 square foot lot, the remaining stuff, your house, the FAR of your house would have to be compliant with the land you remain with, or that CSM to take place. And that's why Brian did the FAR calculation for 2816 Columbia. And that's why the removal of the attic was so important for the developer, because without that, the property would have been too large for the lot that it ended up on.
But Bill Cole said it was moot anyway because he would have been grandfathered in.
That's a policy decision.
That's right, if your grandfather came, as long as you're not making changes, but when you do that CSM, you couldn't take your house and carve out a 10-foot, 25-foot, thing and make it super small so that your house no longer is compliant to that. That CSM would not be allowed. Bill Cole, he may have had a different thing in mind when he was talking about that, but Brian Berquist's interpretation and everything that I've read about CSMs, everything that results from the CSM has to be conforming. You can't have one lot that's not conforming because
I didn't suggest that, but it's getting late and I can't think straight anyway, so, I apologize if I got it wrong. But that's how I understood it.
I think
That's how I understood it as well.
I think what Bill was saying is that you can choose to grandfather this in.
I think he said in nearly all cases, it is grandfathered in, is what I recall in the conversation. It was history and precedent was that these situations got grandfathered.
But as long as you don't change it.
So, okay, well, because there's disagreement, then I would like to have Bill Cole answer the questions. I would like him to review the memo and tell us if we need to change our ordinance. That requires, as Craig said, for all, once there's a division, for the lots to all conform with the chapter and all the village ordinance rules and regulations and the comprehensive plan. That's what we've written here. And if it's wrong, then we need to fix it. Is that fair?
And you?
Let's follow, I guess, then to take it a step further, then this is perhaps a moment in time for both plan commission and the board to understand the exact process at which the CSM review takes place. Let's make an education session.
And have Bill with us.
Well, I think this is also, is our village engineer goes through because they setbacks
So one more thing is, aside from the code, aside from the legality, there needs to be a process in place for how we're going to confirm, building permit stuff. That's missing. Are we gonna require Brian Berquist to go to the house? Are we gonna rely on the description provided of the house? Are we using the FAR according to surveys or something else? Can that be cleared up?
That's a fair question.
If it's too expensive for Brian Berquist to go to every single house and check, then require the homeowner to take a picture of the attic. There was miscommunications and misunderstandings, and I tried to be generous, or it was on purpose, and we can't have this happen again.
Well, we're taking away the billable depths among other things, so.
That's not the issue, though. I don't think it's the issue, because if I just give you a building permit application and I said it's 2,800 and you believe me, what does it matter what your code says?
I would like to just remind the Shrek said that without removing the attic, the code would not be buildable, it wouldn't be.
It wouldn't have been approved. It wouldn't have been approved. And so let's acknowledge it. We'll do it next time. Let's acknowledge it. I'm not asking for the rescission of the CSM. I asked for criminal charges. I pulled that back. But if it was wrong, just say it was wrong. It's an insult to everybody's intelligence. And in a matter of goodwill to build that trust, I can't tell you how much, if it's the truth that this wasn't done right, it will mean to residents for that to just be acknowledged.
And Shabnam, I think you've heard that from me on some issues tonight. And I mean, the option in front of us was for, direct the administrator and staff to pursue and prepare a topic for a future meeting date. I heard Dietmar say, it sounds like this needs to be an education session. This sounds like things we're gonna have to do within Plan Commission, and we're gonna have to engage Bill on it on a meaningful way. And if that strategy works for you, then I think we should work towards getting done here before 2:00 in the morning.
Does anybody need anything else to be said?
In respect to staff and our guests.
One point, CSM's chapter 23 is outside of the purview of Plan Commission, it's entirely with the code.
Yeah. I'm glad you're on this, Craig. You're keeping us straight and narrow. All right, are we ready to move forward?
I would ask that this issue be resolved for CSMs quickly. You'll have another application in 6 months. And I'm happy to do the work on it.
Okay, well, I appreciate the work that you've done so far on it and your passion.
No, I think I'm just gonna make one more statement, because if you want to punish the homeowner, call the police. If you want to prevent the building of houses, it's in the CSM. It's not in the zoning code as much. It's the division of the lot that we should be focusing on more than the 40-foot issue.
All right. More to come.
I'm also exhausted.
No.
I'm going off of this.
No,
This
I
is the
think
energy I have.
I think we're moving forward. Village president, the only thing I wanted to, no motion on that, does that work, Julie?
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Okay. I don't have the notes in front of me. The homework was mentioned a lot from residents tonight, and the homework is, a lot of it is these open records requests. You do a little bit of research, and for for big municipalities, they're maybe getting 1 or 2 a week. We're up to how many right now? 55? Is that the number?
55 this year.
55 open records requests.
There are multiple.
Yeah,
requests
and they're, I mean, I've seen some that are 10, 12 questions long. And it doesn't mean that we don't want to respond. It's just, it's a big deal. It's a big burden for the staff. And we're gonna have to work through it. But the residents also have to be patient that, you know, the staff is working on budgets and working on things, and they have a statutory obligation to respond to these open records requests. A lot of it could be done with a phone call, you know, to me or to Brian. And so I just want to just mention that's a stressor for the staff right now. And we're just blowing out of the water how we compare to other communities when it comes to those requests. That's all I wanted to say.
John, I'd like to have my minute that was supported other people to address exactly that. I have not submitted an open records request since that whole thing was the former administrator. So I'm not part of the people who are submitting these open records requests, but I know people who are doing this. And the singular reason people are inundating the village with these open records requests is because of the palpable lack of transparency that has been discussed for years. And the push to sort of, oh, well, here's some numbers, what Tom Deegan was saying, well, here's this number and that number, and it's moving so fast. Put down a chart, disclose your records, disclose your data. This is not being disclosed. And so when you're saying about the village hall being inundated, I think the people who are making these requests are responsible people. And I think that they appreciate the staff is being taxed enormously right now, enormously and unfairly. But you really need to look at yourself, John, because the direction of the board and the direction of this logic thing and the direction with the CSM, you're the leader here, John. And there is a lack of transparency. There is a huge lack of trust. Huge.
Okay, well,
I mean, I heard tonight,
Gloria,
recall has been discussed, John.
I can't control that, Gloria. So,
I know you can't, but
so-
I'm saying, but when you're gonna raise this about the FOIAs, we shouldn't have to do a FOIA.
I agree.
We shouldn't have to.
So I agree. So where's the lack of transparency?
It's information out there. Like, why are we not able to have the information from you?
I respond to requests within 24 hours.
You didn't respond to my email about that MailChimp. You did not respond to, I got one email back from a trustee. I very much appreciated the acknowledgement. But John,
I
that
thought I
email that I
responded.
sent to you was about you.
So thanks for that. I think we're
We're all
moving,
exhausted.
yeah. So, Brian's monthly report was in the pack. Chief's monthly report was in the packet. Treasurer's report, committee reports, anything anyone wanted to share?
Even if we did.
What committees am I on again?
Future agenda items?
Just wanted to say with respect to the police report that I was completely
Blown away.
and charmed by the communication aid for the neurodivergent person who the police, I just thought, what an awesome thing they are doing, and I'm so proud that there are officers doing that.
Well,
Yeah.
you should thank Jamie Branch, because Jamie is the one that initiated it. She approached me and I said I'd talk to the chief. And, yeah, I think it's great. Jamie is really a great resource in the village if you don't know her.
Is awesome. Thanks for that. All right, I'm not hearing any future agenda items.
Okay, I'll
Oh, wait,
review real quick.
Chadlin. Yep.
The information on the website, can it not be removed? I feel like it's 2022, 2023, 2024, but once we get to 2026, 2022, it's removed. Can we have like committee meetings for 5 years or board packets for 5 years on the website? Why is 2021 gone?
Should we?
That's a discussion item for next time.
Yeah, no, we're adding it to the future agenda item. That's what I'm hearing.
Just been, honestly, the website isn't meant to be an archive, it's to share information without getting too bogged down. I believe originally there was a space issue, and I don't know what it is, our new website, we have different standards, so maybe it's not a space issue anymore. I can check on that, but that was my understanding from before I came, it had always been 3 years. We do have permit records of them. I think most of the time, the stuff isn't relevant after that point, because you go back too far, then there's stuff that happens after that. I think it was
But
just an arbitrary.
the Zooms
practice.
themselves, we just don't have room to store those.
Oh, meeting recordings, that wasn't they're on Facebook and that's a Facebook policy. We have no control over that. We are looking at possibly using YouTube, but we need to remind everybody that those recordings are not the official record. The approved minutes are the official record. Our meetings are so long. The storage we cannot keep them indefinitely. We have to take them off of Zoom once our Zoom storage gets full. Our servers are getting full. They're not official records. We can't keep them for years and years.
I will say anecdotally, Maple Bluff does not, so.
It's something we're looking at. I've asked staff to look on it, but we're a little short right now, so it isn't. I don't think it's been pursued.
Yeah,
I'd like to move to adjourn.
thank you, Carol. Second. Oh, you have to vote. Yeah, motion carries. I think it was,
Anybody?
I think it was Dietmar,
Sure.
and that was partially Kate. Yeah.
Thank you for catching that, by the way.
No problem.